We're going to be checking out the Yugioh Iceberg from Bumbles McFumbles. This is between 14 to 15 hours of all of the crazy crap I did not know was in Yu-Gi-Oh! I've watched the first season. I apparently watched all the way up until when GX got good and only missed that section and never really got back into the shows after that. So me coming back in, probably more decades later than I'm going to admit publicly, means that there's a lot of stuff I don't know, and I'm just having a blast with this. Let's see where this goes. It's probably going to go insane. Actually, never mind. There's a 14 to 15 hour video about icebergs on this thing. If it's not insane, I think something wrong has happened. Oop, button. Just gonna leave a like right now. How many... Okay, this is gonna be a weird thing to say right off the bat, but I kind of love how they have so many distinct art styles. Like, some are cartoony, some are definitely 3D. Others are, I don't even know if this is cartoony or not, but it's all over the... Ah! Duck. Holy shit, man. One, I just closed the chat by accident. Oops. One, thank you very much. Two, gah. Since this isn't a subathon, it isn't breaking my rules. Already donated 200 USD to St. Jude's. Nice! That's awesome, dude! But when the subathon starts again, let's build a Warhammer tank and the Armor Modeler Way by Night Shift. Ooh. Yes, sorry. Model creation is always something I'll be up for. That's awesome. Just make sure to remind me, though, because we're going to be doing a lot of stuff today. Just going to copy this over. Put it into notes. That is not a note. I misspelled notepad. Hey. Yes, the misspelling amuses me. I'm not sure why, but it does. And I'll try and add that into the subathon later, man. Thank you very much. Wait, was there a card just of Yu-Gi-Oh! As the Pharaoh? I guess it would be Yami or Atem. Huh, that's cool. Dude. Like, there's so many old cards I recommend. Or not recommend, just notice still.
I've been doing this for a while now, and Yu-Gi-Oh! Has been a part of it for nearly the entire time. Yu-Gi-Oh! As a part of my life has been there since as long as I could read. I'd look at the cards, I'd take them to school with...
Wait, he actually reads and plays Yu-Gi-Oh? I just got into the game, and even I'm like, oh, god damn, whenever I look at the cards. Granted, I now have a similar feeling when I looked at Magic cards as well, so I can't really say that's a unique feeling anymore.
Me, get them taken away at school, I'd play with my brother, my friends, at locals. It helped me meet some of my best friends, my worst enemies.
I don't remember that guy.
The person I am now is because of my connection to this game. Yu-Gi-Oh! Has meant so much to me that I wanted to try and pay back what it's given me in some form.
I remember half of this.
And I thought, what better way than by cataloging a metric ton of its history? Why not make an iceberg? And then I remembered. I did. I made the original Yu-Gi-Oh! Iceberg and it stunk big time.
What?
Does anybody here want to hear a loser with no self-confidence write and voice his first ever scripted video?
I don't want to go back to my first video, thank you very much. I would much rather... Oh, you're not... Okay, never mind.
Without even knowing all the information on the iceberg. People hated the Robo voice, but at least he was doing a good job. You gotta give him more credit. Daddy, why do they hate me, Daddy? Oh, son. They only...
What? I feel like I'm missing a lot of context right now. Also, Curb in the chat mentioned he just got back into Yu-Gi-Oh! A month ago. Oh, dude. No, it's an awesome coincidence. You just got here for this as well. That's awesome. And Duck, you mentioned you only need 90 pulls in your main and 290 on your annual units. Oh, for Blue Archive. Ah.
I hate you because you're beautiful. I mean, it was at least good enough for this guy to steal it, so...
Seriously? I mean, to be fair, people have stolen my videos, and then they auto-translated them into the wrong language, translated them back into English. Still think the voice is better than mine, but that's completely just because of my own issues.
I'm doing something right. I've always wanted to fix up that piece of junk, but it took the right time and place for me to want to do it, and I think I finally found it. If I'm getting a 100th episode, I want it to go on for a while, in order to make sure...
Oh, this was his 100th video. Yeah, 14 to 15 hours of this probably would definitely count as a while.
There's zero confusion.
Also, considering these are not slow edits either, like there's a lot going on, a lot of cuts and a lot of just that opening sprawl of cars probably took a while to do. How many hundreds of hours did he probably spend on this? Oh God.
About anything on the list, I've constructed it myself. Over 200 entries personally curated by myself that span the anime, manga, video games, and of course, the TCG. I tried my best to find a nice gradient from stuff known by even casual fans.
Wait, Bo. Hope is a girl's name? Will Arnett? What? Capsule Monsters? I thought Capsule Monster was just part of the first show. Or was there actually some... Was there a completely separate thing all about it and they just brought it in? Fake-looking Master Duel ad. Wait, they had fake-looking ads? I guess that's a thing.
All the way down to stuff that would make people who have been playing the game for years
Boss
swear
duels?
I made it up. Even
Is that a hippo in a dress? That's a hippo in a dress. Uwu was first cataloged in a Yu-Gi-Oh! Fan fiction! It's their fault? The Yu-Gi-Oh! Community can never be forgiven.
Even the topics you know about going in,
That was a hippo in a
I hope
dress.
my research can reveal a little something about it you might not have known before. We have 8 layers to get through, and to the people who are
Layers?
worried that now I'll be exclusively covering the Yugioh Iceberg for the rest of the year,
For this many hours and this long of a video, understandable.
don't worry. I'll still be doing my
even
normal
know who some of these
content in
characters are.
between parts of the iceberg. Even I can get bored sometimes. I can't be doing this all the time. Layer 1 is Casual Observer. You've seen a Yu-Gi-Oh card.
Hi, I'm this guy.
You even know that Yu-Gi-Oh's hair is spiky. You might even be my
He is literally the reason the meme of the main character hair exists. It's because of Yu-Gi-Oh! And honestly, I kind of love that they created that. It's a fun little thing they do.
dad, who can name elements.
Also, I'm being told Hippo Carnival is a spell card in the 5th series, the protagonist of which had a circus carnival theme. I wonder how many people absolutely couldn't stand it because they would be reminded of clowns. The reminder alone terrified them. Probably a significant proportion now I think about it.
Until Hero Bubble Man, and no other cards. This is the caliber of people this layer is meant
think I
to
played
catch
that
up to
one.
speed. Oh, by the way, I know that most icebergs get scary by the end, but I'm telling you right now, that's not gonna happen.
This is actually one of the few I did manage to beat solo, using the decks provided to me, which somehow made it easier and harder at the same time.
Oh no, Yu-Gi-Oh! Caused a world war! That's a layer 5 topic at best, buddy.
I want to say this is a silly throwaway joke. I really want to say that. I'm just going to ignore the chat for a bit in case the words out of their mouths are something along the lines of, bad luck with this one, buddy. Oh, God.
Nice try.
Oh, I'm not looking at chat. Not looking at chat. I know they were going to say something. I'm not looking at...
Kazuki Takahashi.
Isn't that the original author?
Born on October 4th, 1961, Kazuo Takahashi grew up in Tokyo, Japan.
Okay.
And from a young age had been infatuated with
wonder how much he's still
manga
involved
like
with it.
Mazinger Z and Devilman.
Yeah,
However,
that makes
this
sense.
love for art was not something that was appreciated by his teachers in school, ending up with him getting the nickname the Poop Machine.
How does a love for art get you the... Okay, I just need to read this quickly. This happened to me in 7th grade. Mr. W. My homeroom teacher never liked me. Yeah, I have that before. Once he said in front of the whole class, Takahashi, all you do is eat, sleep, and poop. You're a poop-making machine. The whole class erupted in laughter. I laughed too, but I clenched my fist and thought to myself, I could just punch you right now. Yeah, I've had people like that in charge. I was mad, but I thought a poop-making machine can't write manga. That's when I decided to become a manga artist. Wow. In 2001. Oh, God, this is closer to 30 years than not, isn't it? Let's not think about this.
That was because teachers would tell him all he was good for was eating, sleeping, and pooping. The constant put-downs, though,
In
only spurred
school.
Takahashi to try harder to achieve his dream of working in the manga industry. And in the second year of high school, he would apply to join Tezuka Productions,
Wait,
an
second...
animation studio.
So that's like a sophomore. God damn. There's dedication, and then there's well beyond what most people expect.
Studio, founded by the Osamu Tezuka. Astro Boy, Blackjack, and Dororo, the man is the father of all anime and manga. And to work as a background artist at that studio must have been a dream of Takahashi's. Unfortunately, it would remain just a dream.
Oh.
His application was denied as his art hadn't yet reached the industry standard. Even though it was a setback, it wasn't enough to throw Takahashi off his course. As soon he began submitting manga one-shots to Shogakukan's Shonen Sunday magazine. One of those one-shots, Ing, Love Ball, was actually the winner of the Shogakukan New Comic Award.
Before he says that, I want to guess, is it going to be Yugioh or something that is heavily going to inspire Yugioh later? Because I know Season 0 was way different from what came out later. Huh.
And would end up being published in the magazine, which would also land him a role as the artist on the manga adaptation of a sports anime called Gokyu Choji Ikaman.
Wait, what?
Unfortunately, despite living out his dream as a manga artist, he wasn't seeing the sort of success that made for a livable wage.
You could take out the word manga and just leave in artist and nothing else there, and I think every single person who's ever tried to do this would be in the chat going like, yeah, that sounds about right. The fact that it changes is why this is fascinating.
As he experienced such extreme poverty during his 20s that other mangaka like George Morikawa of Hajime no Ippo fame feared for his well-being.
Goddamn!
Calling his home dilapidated and Showa era. The Showa era was 60 years ago. It was the 80s and this man still didn't have electricity.
I would like to say, in America, that would be called a new house.
In his home.
I'm not saying America has new houses either. I'm saying if you're getting a house, you're looking at something that's probably from the same time period. And yes, I've lived in houses that were made in the 1800s. They were made of lead, asbestos, and maybe a little wood. I was basically told not to breathe inside of it.
Eventually, the lack of running water and abundance of credit card debt was getting to Kazuo, and he decided to try to shift his efforts towards Weekly Shonen Jump.
Yeah.
Now going under his much more recognized professional name, Kazuki Takahashi. While he was working for Shonen Jump was when he would finally strike gold. He would combine his passion for tabletop games with a heavy dose of occultism.
Wait, tabletop?
To create a story about a boy with an alternate personality.
Yep. Oh, God. Because Season 0 wasn't just cards, and I think one of the only card games was just like poker or something, like an actual gambling style game.
Who would punish the wicked by forcing them to play for their lives in deadly games.
Wait, was he? I know that that's actually a thing that's come out, like a lot of death game style things with actual games involved. Not just the entire murder people, but actual games that you die if you lose. Was that something that technically Yu-Gi-Oh started? Or was that already a genre that had a niche already? It might actually come up in later parts of this video, or one of the few ones after it.
And from there came Yu-Gi-Oh! The Egyptian theming was also landed on due to the culture's ties to the origins of many games commonly played throughout the world.
Really?
Yu-Gi-Oh! Was unlike anything...
Okay, this is actually something I'm not that aware of. I love gaming in general, tabletop, card games, video games. I'm bad at all of them. Like, across the board. Terrible. If you are ever going against me, you're getting an easy win. Like, you're just playing the tutorial if you're beating me. But I know nothing about where they came from. So saying that there's ties to a lot of gaming in Egypt is something I thought was just, because Yu-Gi-Oh! Did. I didn't realize that was based on actual IRL precedent. So I'm completely unaware of all of this.
Takahashi had ever made before.
Also,
because it made money.
Oh, and Isaac mentioned in the chat that this niche of games that kill you already existed. Okay.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Was a smash hit when it was released, and managed to become a mainstay of the Shonen Jump comic for years to come, running from 1996 to 2004. However,
96. Oh, it's literally 30 years old. Most of its players are probably younger than the game. Granted, I shouldn't be so surprised considering I watch Doctor Who and play Magic. Or, well, used to play Magic. God damn.
As the manga advanced, an element would be introduced that changed the landscape of the franchise forever. See, before a certain point, Yugi would always play a different game with each of his victims, usually related to whatever they had done wrong. With the introduction of Seto Kaiba, Yugi would introduce a new game called Magic and Wizards. This was of course based on the Naruto card game.
Wait, what?
The game proved to be a very...
That's a joke, right?
Wizards. This was of course based...
This is a joke, right? Like, it's not actually... No, I don't... No, Naruto definitely came... Naruto came out later, right? I want to believe Naruto came out later. I don't... You know, I'm just going to... If I'm wrong, I just want to remain wrong about this.
On the Naruto card game. The game proved to be a very popular part of the story.
Yeah.
And after a massive influx of fan letters asking to see more of the game, it would eventually take on a much more prevalent role, becoming the first time a punishment game was ever repeated. This would eventually see gaming company Konami reach out in an attempt to adapt the game into a physical TCG.
Wait, so Konami actually reached out either to Shonen Jump or directly to the manga artist? Oh my god. Also, Balrog mentioned in the chat, this is a joke. He knows it's based on magic. Oh, okay. I always thought it was, but I also wasn't sure because for all I knew, maybe Naruto had a darker, card game related backstory than I realized. Because every now and again, things sound so incredibly stupid that they might be real.
With some retooling, the game would become Yu-Gi-Oh!
Oh, God,
and the manga would slowly retool itself to act more as a vehicle for the card game itself, using the characters from the original Yu-Gi-Oh! Story to play the game. From there, the rest is history.
And somehow
Yu-Gi-Oh!
more
would
and
take
less
the world
dark.
by storm, selling millions of cards and is still going strong to this day.
Yeah.
Kazuki Takahashi himself would stay involved in the series through a few of its spin-offs.
Only a few.
Mainly overseeing each series' manga adaptation, but would eventually be much more hands-off.
He has an entire room with a wall of cards for the game he created and fan letters and signs. Oh, and I just, right down here, you see probably the first 3 of the Egyptian god cards. I've heard they're terrible. I don't give a damn because that's just cool, man. It's like getting a Blue Eyes White Dragon. I don't care who you are. That's awesome. It's just like getting a Charizard now. I mean, for all I know, it might actually be the same price too. But still, that's so cool.
As the series progressed. From here, Takahashi would go on a hiatus from any serious manga creation, before returning in 2013.
I mean, as long as he has decent royalties off this, he could probably just say, this beach that I own on this island that I own, it's mine now. Fuck off. And survive that way infinitely if he doesn't have royalties, though. Ooh.
With a manga one-shot called Drum. He
What?
would also team up with Marvel of all companies in 2019 to illustrate an Iron Man and Spider-Man crossover for Jump Comics. Given his
You know, I was not expecting that. That was not what I was expecting here. Spider-Man, Iron Man crossover by the artist behind Yu-Gi-Oh! God damn.
obvious love for American comics, the opportunity to make a comic for one of the 2 biggest companies on Earth must have been unreal.
They are? Oh.
Unfortunately, we're all too familiar with how this story ends.
I'm not.
On July 4th, 2022...
I'm not familiar with this. This is all new to me. Is it? Oh, this is not going to be good, is it? Why are we having a picture of the beast? Okinawa Ocean Safety? Oh. Why do I feel like I should suddenly regret all those jokes about an island beach and staying there indefinitely and telling everyone to fuck off? Oh.
A mother was screaming for help, as her 12-year-old daughter and her boyfriend were caught in a riptide at Okinawa's Mermaid Grotto diving spot.
Ooh. Oh. Oh, I know exactly what's going to happen the second he said riptide. Oh, and that's why he's showing this image, because of the waves. This is not an image of a riptide, I think, because the waves aren't crossing, but it doesn't really matter.
2 U.S. soldiers who were visiting the spot to go diving themselves recounted that before a proper rescue team could arrive, they saw a tall, thin scuba diver race towards the scene out of nowhere to help get the 2 out of danger. And while both the girl and the boyfriend made it back to shore, the scuba diver who saved them went missing in the chaos. 2 days later, the body of the scuba diver was recovered and found to be Kazuki Takahashi. Takahashi had been a lifelong fan of swimming, and made it a
Motherfucker! Sorry, God fucking, I didn't know that, damn it! Sorry, it's just like, I was never the hugest Yu-Gi-Oh fan, but I remember it. It was always a fun part of my childhood. And then finding out the guy behind it... God, I don't... I mean, I probably should say something about how I feel even worse about that entire... going on the beach saying I'm going to fuck off. It's just... No, I just... And Necker, you said it died, saving people like a tsunami is what you thought? I mean, riptides are just more common, but also they kill probably more people. Just because they're all the time. Tsunamis are horrible and they kill a lot of people at one moment, but... Riptides have probably done more... depending on the time frame, have killed a lot too. Not sure how they compare, but it's probably more just because they're always there. Sorry, this is... I don't... Damn it.
point to come to Okinawa every year in July to go scuba diving at the Mermaid Grotto diving spot. The details surrounding his death were kept under wrap for months following his passing, and while the instinct is to say it meant foul play was involved, the real reason was nothing like that. Police didn't release the information because they didn't want to traumatize the young girl that Takahashi had saved by letting her know that her hero perished while saving her.
Oh god, sorry, that's even worse. They say never meet your heroes, but that's... Oh. So on the one hand, your hero literally just saved you. On the other hand... Oh god, I'm sorry, this is hitting a lot harder than I thought.
The final thing that Kazuki Takahashi did with his life was give it up to help others. The outpouring of grief from the Yu-Gi-Oh! And wider manga community was vast, with figures spanning from prominent personalities in the space of...
And I Patch Wolf as well. Oh god. And even I know Oda. Ugh.
The game, to other manga artists, to voice actors, to animators, all paying tribute to the fallen artist. It may be small, but to this very day, the Yu-Gi-Oh! Subreddit has kept its banner as the final panel of the Pharaoh Atem from the original manga, with him walking into the afterlife with a thumbs up.
Sorry, one sec. I was not ready for this. Oh god. Sorry, probably should have muted for that. I've seen this picture before. I knew it's the Yu-Gi-Oh! I thought, oh, I didn't realize it's even a Thames final screen. They didn't realize the meaning it took on later. Oh. Okay. This is supposed to be the stuff everyone knew.
Without Kazuki Takahashi, the lives of millions of people would be without the joy and friendship that Yu-Gi-Oh! Led to.
Sorry, I'm so used to hearing, here's this thing you loved, and here's the guy behind it, and here's the horrible things they did that led to them going to jail and have for making their legacy horrible. And now that you know it, the thing you love is destroyed. I'm looking at you, Rurouni Kenshin. This is like the exact opposite of that, and yet somehow it hurts more. Because it's like the guy I know who did something that's pretty cool and made my childhood cool was even better than I thought, and it killed him. And to quote the chat, this is just the tip of the iceberg. Yeah.
Directly or indirectly, he changed the world for the better by sharing his love of games, unparalleled artistic ability, and unforgettable stories. A creator like him is truly one in a million, and I couldn't stand the idea of starting this with anything else than the one man responsible for all of this.
Yep. Okay. I didn't know.
What does Pot of Greed do?
I've made this joke so many times. Mostly because I kept hearing Yu-Gi-Oh! Do it, and then freaking little Karibo do it.
The amount of Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards that remain as cornerstones of the franchise, in the way that Pikachu is to Pokemon, or Agumon is to Digimon, is short and exclusive. It's normally saved.
There's about, I think the big three are Dark Magician Girl, and Blue Eyes. And then there's like the cards that you see on the side that you know about but never did, like Red Eyes or Pot of Greed, or some of the crazy things like the Egyptian God cards. But those would be the ones I think are the defining franchise moments.
For the ace monsters of important characters from the anime, like Dark Magician, Blue Eyes White Dragon, and Red Eyes Black Dragon, or...
Really? He's one of the defining ones? I mean, yeah, but I always thought he was like a second tier down. And yes, I am very much trying to distract myself right now.
Cards that were famous in the game for their usefulness, like Jinzo and Monster Reborn. Pot of Greed squarely falls into the latter category.
Yep.
A card
Still
almost as
freaky
ubiquitous as any flavor of dragon. Pot of Greed has the shortest effect text in the game.
It does?
3 words,
and it's the most powerful.
Draw 2 cards. From when the game was just running normal monsters into each other, to the modern day with a rainbow of extra deck plays, Pot of Greed has, and always will be, an extremely broken card.
I've actually had this one explained to me. It's because, unlike a lot of other games where you have a resource you collect over time as the balancing mechanic, the cards in your hand are the resources that fuel what you do. So having something like Pot of Greed that just gives you more resources and also thins your deck at the same time means that you get the resources you want faster. And if you don't have it out entirely, it's a very good thing to get what you need right away, on top of giving you the energy to do it right away, or the ability.
Having more stuff to do than your opponent is often what decides games. And Pot of Greed...
And I have lost so many games because my opponent still had cards and I was like, oh, my hand's gone. How'd that happen?
Makes it so any deck that plays it is at an automatic advantage. Of course, you can't play it today, as it was banned a long time ago.
Also, I'm just looking at chat, and apparently someone else also just passed. I think someone mentioned that before, but it's not someone I knew, and I can't really comment because of that.
But its legacy in the game is still felt to this very day. Cards have been made in Pot of Greed's image that mimic its power, but only a fraction of it. The Pot of Avarice will let you draw 2 cards, but only if you shuffle back 5 monsters from your graveyard into your deck first.
Especially with the decks I play, that is not good.
Pot of Desires lets you draw 2 cards after you banish the top 10 cards of your deck.
Ooh, I mean, I know there's decks that could do that, but oh, that sounds painful.
Pot of Extravagance lets you draw 2 cards, but only if you banish 6 cards from your extra deck.
Yeah. If that said graveyard, I would love it for the graveyard effect. And I've played this card, and I go for the full, hey, just get rid of the 6 cards, fuck it, I'll probably still do fine with this. But it's a rough card, man.
You want to know the best part? Even with all of these cards having much steeper costs, and restrictions that mean you can't use multiple in a turn, or that it has to be the very first action you take in a turn, all 3 of these cards have been extremely playable, and even ban-worthy themselves for how good they are. Face it, drawing 2 cards is such a good effect that getting rid of the top 10 cards of your deck is a fairly reasonable cost.
If it just said graveyard. Honestly, this one, Avarice, shuffling them into the deck, that actually hurts more just because I want cards in my graveyard, damn it.
Other cards have also been made to...
I'm being told it was Simo. I think I might have seen some of his videos, but it's honestly hard to remember. Just because I watch a lot of videos and never notice who makes them. I'm bad about that when I'm not actually recording. Yeah, when I'm recording, I make attention to that, but not on my own time, unfortunately.
Pot of Greed that have been rendered moot by its banning, including Spirit of the Pot of Greed, Jar Robber, and Avatar of the Pot.
Tell me the artist behind this wasn't inspired by JoJo, and I will tell you the most easy lie I've ever heard. Okay.
Put it away. If your first thought when you saw Pot of Greed was, God damn, do I need to put a Diet Coke in that thing? You're in luck, because they do actually sell recreations of not just Pot of Greed, but every member of the Pot family. But that's just what the card is. What is the entry itself talking about? Well,
okay,
for that, we're going to need to check out the anime.
Know that.
In the anime, duels have to be tightly scripted. And with only 5 cards to start and a few draw phases, it can be hard to believably get characters to the cards they need to continue the duel.
Unless you're Yu-Gi-Oh! And you use the... Sorry, not Yu-Gi-Oh! Yu-Gi, and you use the heart of the cards, also known as deck fixing. It's fun! Remember, kids, magic is not illegal.
As a result, Pot of Greed was often used in the anime as a way to refresh a character's hand and get them to the key cards they would need to carry out the duel as intended. The 2 cards they drew would also always be the exact 2 cards they needed for them to start their comeback. Joey isn't drawing Swordsman of Landstar and Battle Warrior off of Pot of Greed. No, that's Baby Dragon and Time Wizard every time. This was a tactic that was used up through Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, as the show slowly shifted away from it with Pot of Greed's banning in the real game, and not to get players' hopes up that the card was returning. A consequence of this choice to include Pot of Greed in so many duels is that the characters would not only declare their use of the card, but then announce the effect of Pot of Greed every time they used it. Thank you, but we all know what it does.
Are you sure? But what does Pot of Greed do? I mean, I'm assuming war crimes with a face like that.
I just used it. Stop reminding me! The real reason this was done was quite simply that you have to assume that every episode is somebody's first episode. No matter how mundane the effect is, you have to write it with the idea that someone might turn the TV on randomly and find the show.
Which is funny because the rest of this game, everything they do, it is so different from the actual gameplay. Although maybe that changed in a later season, so for all I know, that might have been corrected, because I know the first one's like, hey, you remember how to play this game? No, you don't.
And if you don't explain what the cards do and how they function, it will be a mess for new viewers. That's why a card like Negate Attack needs to have its effect explained, despite doing so with its own name. But reasoning or not, people caught on very fast that Pot of Greed had its effect explained to the point of redundancy. And once people noticed, they started to joke about it. The Pot of Greed trend really began to pick up steam in 2014, when YouTuber Wheeler uploaded a video stitching together every instance of the card's use in the anime.
Oh, see, I've actually never heard of this, which is weird because I think I was around YouTube at this time. If anything, I thought it would be Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged that really highlighted this.
Anime. The original video has since been taken down, but a recreation...
Yeah, because if they're stitching together the original clips without any changes to it, it's probably the kind of thing that will just get nuked off YouTube, yeah.
By YouTuber Penguins in Pajamas 2 still remains with over 3 million views.
Damn.
Other videos would come along to expound on the trend by treating the effect of Pot of Greed like it was difficult to understand, and that it took a lot of effort to explain a simple effect. The most prominent example is from acclaimed White Chamber YouTuber Rada, who published a video on it in 2016.
Oh my god.
A video he loves like a firstborn son. The trend...
Oh my god, he actually overly explained it. Sorry, this is the kind of stupid humor I absolutely adore.
Found new life in 2019 when YouTuber and streamer Wayne Radio TV played the VR game Duel Monsters VR. And played Pot of Greed over and over and over again as his opponent gets increasingly frustrated. The meme eventually...
I'm sorry, I didn't know they had a VR Yu-Gi-Oh! You had the cards available, which actually looks pretty awesome. Like, this is both the most terrifyingly annoying and awesomely stupid thing I can imagine. Oh my god. Did he actually explain what does Pot of Greed do every time?
It got simplified and broken down to its most basic form possible, asking, what does Pot of Greed do? This joke has two sides to it. To those outside of the TCG space, it's a fun joke that calls back to some silly internet videos and a game and anime they kind of remember.
Yeah. Also, I'm going to pull up Izak's comment right now because it is exactly what I was looking for earlier. So according to him, funny thing, in the last anime, the writers admitted that writing a modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel was really hard. Yeah, which is why I think they've shifted over to making TV shows on YouTube just to give that instead, which is like, oh, we're just doing the cards themselves as if they're their own series, which they are now. Yeah, I've seen the Chronicles, or I know of them at least. So I think that might be easier because it's like, oh, we don't have to do card game mechanics. Oh, thank God.
To anybody inside the TCG
space,
it is one of the most overused jokes of all time. I would know, as I have a very personal and very negative experience with the joke from my time in college.
Does I was like Michael Jordan in attack position? Oh my god. That's what I do, Yugi.
A shy little mouse trying to eat my lunch in the common area of one of the buildings.
Yep.
And I see a group of guys all playing Yu-Gi-Oh! I thought this was my chance. I could make some friends, find some people to play the game with, and have a good time. My heart sunk to the most distant, deepest depths when I heard them shouting. F***ing shouting! What does Pot of Greed do? It wasn't that they were saying the joke, it's they were saying it over and over again, each time getting louder. I couldn't bear the shame of knowing what they were talking about and went back to my dorm room.
Understandable. I'd be right there with you on that one. That literally sounds like, oh god, why? Oh god, I feel secondhand embarrassment, I'm not even there. Levels of nope.
Knowing this is how the world would see me if I admitted to knowing what a predaplant was.
I still don't. I think I'd kick my ass one time, though.
Yu-Gi-Oh! The Abridged series.
Hell yeah!
Fan works surrounding Yu-Gi-Oh! Are incredibly easy to
Mickey
come
Mouse
by
playing
on
it?
the internet.
I just want to point out right now, technically, everything on the screen will probably be canon in Magic the Gathering at some point. And yes, because with how they're licensing things, it's only a matter of time until they try and do a crossover with Konami. Because money.
In the form of both narrative pieces that seek to make their own series in the image of the
For example, SpongeBob is actually in there unironically.
original, and less flattering works that tend to poke fun at the source material in all its insanity. The most famous Yu-Gi-Oh! Fan work, though, didn't just change the fan base,
I don't actually know this one.
It changed internet culture forever. Yu-Gi-Oh!
I literally do not know what he was just pulling that from. I'm assuming it's one of the battles that were animated, just to show it more epically, but...
Yu-Gi-Oh! The Abridged series.
Still being made.
Created by Kamen Rider Bud aficionado Martin Billany,
Really?
better known as Little Karibo. Yu-Gi-Oh! The Abridged series served as a sort of humorous fan dub of the original Yu-Gi-Oh! series, taking the concepts and characters from the original and reworking them for a more comedic setting.
And usually a little bit slower, even. You could say they shortened it. Like, they were, what's the word? I don't know. It's probably something with the word bridge in it. They built a bridge with it, yeah, to shorten the length. They put a bridge there. That's definitely what they did. Not sure if it was a suspension or a steel truss, though, so we'll have to find out about that.
True to its name as well, episode lengths were truncated majorly, abridging 22-minute episodes into much smaller and more digestible experiences.
Smaller.
Often taking multi-part duels and shrinking them down to a single episode's length. The series
Although I think he has done some longer duels that are still in the bridging series now with some of the newer videos. Like in the one he puts out every year or year and a half.
is the very first example of an abridged anime series, which,
Is it
while
the
they've
first?
largely gone away in the years since, once
No, they're still being made. It's just the amount of work you have to do to not get it taken down immediately means you're basically making a completely new show at this point. And honestly, the people doing it are pretty damn amazing, including Little Karibo, who is still doing it.
ruled YouTube. Every series under the sun had an abridged version that followed in the footsteps of Martin's work. Dragon Ball Z abridged by Team 4-Star, Haruhi Suzumiya abridged by My Toaster is Moist, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure abridged by Antfish, Dub of the North Star by Weekly Tube Show, the list goes.
That one I have never actually heard about. Holy shit. Like, most of those I know, or the people behind it I know, but no, not the last one. That's actually the first time I've even heard of it.
On and on. The show has continued to release ever since the original episode all the way back in 2006. As recently as 3 months ago as of writing this. The show...
Oh yeah, the lightsaber battle he put in there. Oh, what is this? 1 year ago? Yep. Yeah, that's probably one episode behind what's actually out now. Actually, no, I think he put out one faster, so maybe 2 episodes.
Has adapted every arc of the anime up into the final season.
Yep.
Growing and changing with the times as the series' own established lore started to wrap back around on itself and influence later plotlines. The Orichalcos arc in particular seems to be a more meta look at the show as a whole, looking back on older choices like making Weevil Underwood and Rex Raptor Beavis and Butthead, and seeing what can be done to tell a more dramatic story, not with the Yugioh characters, but the abridged characters specifically. It's one of the most interesting fan works on the entire internet for the fact it's gone.
Why do I feel like I know who that kid is, but I have no idea who that kid is? Huh.
On for so long, outlasting every other abridged series,
yeah,
and has changed so much from a simple parody to a love letter to the show itself and the culture that surrounds it.
Oh, this must be from the new episode I never got to see yet. Oh, okay.
Obviously, it's not a show for everybody, as the humor in it is very subjective, and that length that it's been going on for has led to older episodes being, oh, dog rough. The minorest of minor controversy.
Because he started at a time when one person doing every voice was the normal. And to give him credit, he can at least pull off distinct voices. That sound incredibly weird, but done consistently weird to the point where it feels normal. Because the joke is then non-normal voices are the normal. So when someone actually comes in who has a normal voice and is voice acting for a thing that actually fits really well, it's like, what the hell is wrong with them? Then becomes the joke. And it's just... Over time, it's just things like that I have so loved with this series. Sorry, I'm having massive nostalgia flashbacks. Dude.
These broke out when Martin went back to older episodes and added a disclaimer that the jokes don't represent his current views and were products of the time.
Yep.
Ultimately, those older jokes being there is a testament to how this is an enduring and ever-changing piece of internet history that's been going on for 20 years of...
Although I think the best joke he ever made still stands up as perfectly good. Screw the rules, I have money. Yes, this is what I think is the best joke in the first episode that ever came out, and is probably one of the most defining features of the series, and it does stand up perfectly. No disclaimer needed, other than it's kind of depressing when you think about it too much.
On-again, off-again production. Seriously, the amount of times the Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged channel has been taken down is insane.
Yeah.
That's on top of in-show cancellations that were either jokes or meant to stick. Speaking of jokes, Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged spawned a whole host of different memes and inside jokes from its characters, like Kaiba's catchphrase, "Screw the rules, I have money," or Joey's Brooklyn Rage.
Oh, God, I've made jokes about that whenever I see someone from Brooklyn or just New York in general now, which is funny until you realize I do it IRL with people who have no idea what the context is and they're just staring at me like I'm an idiot. So they get the right impression of me, at least.
Both of which have been so lampshaded, there are probably more examples of them making jokes about the catchphrases than there are instances of them being catchphrases. There's also the actual 4Kids dialogue joke that references when a line from the original series was so odd that no change was needed to make it funny. Think Digital Dummy. There would also be song parodies sung in character, like Brooklyn Rage, which parodied Lady Gaga's Bad Romance.
Oh, that was what a parody for? I don't know pop music, so all of that goes over my head completely. That makes more sense now.
Or Leather Pants, sung by Bakura and Merrick, which parodied Lady Gaga's Bad Romance. Okay, he had a favorite song. I don't want it to sound like Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged was a negative thing at all. No, it paved the way for so many creative types to express their love for their favorite anime series.
Yep.
and even gave some people the on-ramp to work in major projects in anime dubbing. On a
Really?
personal note, I've been...
See, that's actually surprising because it's been put out in writing from Little Karibo that he is explicitly blacklisted from voice acting because of Yu-Gi-Oh! The Abridged series. Like, there are places that hired him, found out he was on a list where they would not be allowed to dub something if he worked for them, and he had to be released because of that. And he has put this out in writing that he has it in writing on his end. I'm actually surprised anyone else got official jobs from that. Although maybe that's just because times have changed. This is only a year-old video. But I know that's the thing, at least as of, 4 years ago? Although I'm not sure what time period he's making this reference to. So it might be back when his channel is being taken down constantly.
Watching this series since damn near elementary school. Ever since I found it in the favorites playlist of a Total Pokemon Island YouTube.
Oh, wow. I am starting to feel really old here. I found Yu-Gi-Oh! The Abridged series when I was in college. Also, according to Bill Cipher, I'm going to pull up his comment here. The creators of Yu-Gi-Oh! Actually liked the Abridged series, but they later got sick of it. Yeah, and according to Balrog, I'm probably butchering his name. Sorry about that. Balrog Dahim, homie, sorry. That is an unfortunate reality of the internet. When thousands of people laugh and share the same joke over the course of years, you tend to get sick of it. Yep. And then there's the things you get sick of that then become kind of just niche. Like dabbing. It was stupid. People did it to make fun of people doing it. Then they did it unironically. But now it's so weird that if anyone does it, it's like, oh yeah, I remember that. That's nice. And then never do it again. Never do it again. Just don't.
That's alright, you can talk about how badass I am. It's a cornerstone of internet culture that's influenced a lot of stuff, whether you realize it or not. And it's impossible to argue that without Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged, a lot of people wouldn't be into Yu-Gi-Oh! Nowadays.
I'm oddly enough not in this camp because for me, oh, hey Mike, most of the things I get into, I started loving because I loved the abridged version of it or a simplified version. Hell, my entire 3D printing exhibits, or like just all the things I do with 3D printing, is because I got into tabletop through TTS, or If the Emperor Had a Text-to-Speech Device, where I got into Warhammer. And I'm not going to say how much money I gave Games Workshop because that is a number I do not want to admit to publicly. But over the amount of years, let's not think about that. That's a disturbing number. Let's just not bring that up again. But into that, into learning to paint, into learning that I actually really love to paint, into starting a company where I do independent printing because I print too many things to paint and then I have no room and I have to get rid of them somehow. Yeah, like that's how I got into it. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is one of the rare times that seeing the abridged didn't get me into a new hobby because I was already into cards and I just really loved this. Getting me into actually playing the game was, well, a video a few weeks ago that I thought was just, oh, that's cool. I picked it up and now I'm just playing it because neat. Which is weird for me.
Exodia the Forbidden One.
Yep.
Another card like Pot of Greed that transcends being just a Yu-Gi-Oh! Card and becomes a staple of the culture surrounding Yu-Gi-Oh! Exodia the Forbidden One is an effect monster. One of the first 5 ever released, actually, in the original Legends of the Blue Eyes White Dragon pack. What a misbalanced lineup, by the way. Destroy a spell, destroy a trap, destroy a monster.
Win the
game! Yes, with this one card, you can end the entire game in an instant. Only problem is you need 4 other cards to do it. By having the left arm, left leg, and right leg of the Forbidden One in your hand at the same time, with the head of Exodia, you will assemble all 5 pieces and win the game on the spot. In Yu-Gi-Oh!, this is known as an alternate win condition, which is...
I've actually known a bit about this just because when I got into Yu-Gi-Oh! I did binge a lot of Exodia content for some reason. Don't know why. Wasn't looking for it. YouTube just recommended it to me. It's like, oh, you like Yu-Gi-Oh! Here's all the videos about someone winning a tournament with Exodia. Okay, sure. If that's what you want, sure. Also, it was good, so they made the right choice. But still, it was kind of weird that that's exactly where they went to.
A way to win the game that doesn't involve reducing your opponent's life points to 0 or causing them to deck out. And there are loads of them across the entire game. A Final Countdown, Destiny Board, Ghost Trick Angel of Mischief.
Okay, the final is actually funny to me. there's a deck you could play in Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel where they don't tell you this is how you win the game with it. You're supposed to figure it out. I didn't know about this, so I put the F at the wrong side. Didn't read the card. Didn't read the card. Yeah. Hi, everyone. There's a horrible, horrible misunderstanding that Yu-Gi-Oh! Players don't read. I can't speak for all of them, but I definitely don't.
One of the most recent packs, Rage of the Abyss, included a brand new alt-win condition in Fireworks Celebration.
What?
But none of them have come even close to the amount of iconicity and support that Exodia has received. Its most noteworthy appearance was in the original Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime, where it served as the climactic finale to the first duel between Yugi and Kaiba, leading to the famous exchange where Kaiba tells Yugi to draw his last pathetic card, only for Yugi to draw the exact card he needed to win the game on the spot. Only a few episodes later, though, and Weevil Underwood throws the pieces of Exodia off of a boat and into the ocean, because the main character having a mechanism to win the game instantly would make for a very bad show. Exodia himself...
Yeah. Also, I'm just going to point out right here, this is the most realistic thing that ever happened in Yu-Gi-Oh! An asshole destroying cards because they don't want to deal with them. There's a reason. You do not touch your opponent's deck, and you do not let them touch yours. Unless, one, you're really comfortable with them and you're just playing a casual game, or two, you know, they have money on the line that they're willing to pay you if they damage it. Because people have done this, like the entire thing of Nerd Rage flipping desks. It's happened a lot. And also, depending on the card game, people have been murdered over cards. So this is completely originally, unironically, not a dumbass pull move. It makes perfect sense that someone would do this. In fact, Yugi giving them the cards even in the first place to look at it is one of those, why would you do this moments? Yeah.
Exodia himself is based on the story of Osiris from Egyptian mythology, having been cut up into 5 different pieces and thrown into a river. Later still, one of Merrick's rare hunters uses 3 of every limb of Exodia to try to hedge his bets to go for the instant kill, only for Yugi to point out how inconsistent and weak this makes his deck. This particular instance is in reference to the actual practice of loading your deck up with Exodia parts and draw cards to create a nearly unbeatable deck that won before the opponent ever got to play. This eventually ended when the Exodia parts were limited to only 1 copy each, where they've stayed ever since. Exodia's influence and notoriety have been widespread both in the game itself, but also in pop culture, as he and the scenes he appears in are frequently used in memes to showcase an unbeatable situation. This particular image of...
Oh god, yeah, he's right. I wasn't sure what he was referring to. It's like, nope, now I see it, and I'm not going to unsee it. This makes perfect sense.
Yugi revealing the final piece of Exodia especially gets used very frequently, when trying to hit somebody with a sudden...
Your mom was so dumb she thought TikTok was an alarm app. I mean, technically it is. It's very alarming if you have it on. Your forehead is so big that it's longer than the Afton family timeline? Don't know that one.
Turnabout in an argument.
Who's the Afton family?
As for the game itself, it didn't take very long for a whole host of different versions of Exodia to be made that tried to capture the magic of that original scene and turn it from a set of 5 cards into a proper deck. These new versions include Exodia Necros, Exod Master of the Guard, Exodius the Ultimate Forbidden Lord, the legendary Exodia Incarnate, and Exodia the Legendary Defender. In one of the most...
I have not seen any of these. Granted, the one time I saw someone play an Exodia deck, it was, I'm going to screw around with everything you have until you can't play the game, and then I'll let you end it by watching me summon Exodia.
Most recent sets released in the TC.
Also, I'm being told the Afton family is from FNAF. Oh, that's why I don't know it then. Oh, okay.
The Infinite Forbidden, a whole new set of Exodia support was revealed. The Millennium Monsters.
What?
These take old normal monsters like Millennium Golem, Millennium Shield, and Sengenjin, and reworks them as cards meant to enable the summon of...
Also, one, I was going to throw out there. Damn. Gotta say, I really love the Yu-Gi-Oh! Art. That bird is awesome, man. Like, just look how fierce its eyes are. Not bad.
Of the unstoppable Exodia Incarnate. using all 5 pieces as fusion material rather than pieces of an automatic win. There is one other Exodia, though. True Exodia. This was a gag card revealed in a 2020.
If the only monsters on the field are this card and you control 4 forbidden 1 normal monsters with different names, your opponent wins the duel. Oh, okay, that's funny.
The art box, including various art books of Kazuki Takahashi and Yu-Gi-Oh artwork, that when assembled with all 4 other pieces of Exodia, let your opponent win the duel automatically. To this very day, he's endured in both popular culture and the culture of the game as one of Yu-Gi-Oh's most beloved cards. And as long as cards are being made, there will be new Exodias.
I wonder what's the next one.
Dramatic Crossroads.
I don't know what this would be a reference to. So far, we've done 3 different bits of the iceberg. I had no idea what that first one was until it hit me in the face, and that was... well, that was a lot. But the next 2 I did have an idea about. So this one, we're getting back to the I don't know, and I wonder if it's going to hit me nearly as hard.
Did you think we were done talking about memes yet? Because don't worry.
Nice.
We're not.
As a certified meme enjoyer, I approve of this decision.
If you've been on social media for some length of time,
I try not to.
You're familiar with this image.
Unfortunately.
It's a common image meme to show
never post anything. Post every thought I've ever had. Despite everything, and you know, literally doing the I post every thought in a very visual format right now, I'm actually really bad about posting things on social media. I have accounts. I forget I have accounts. I have Blue Sky where I post the things I paint, and I haven't done that for almost a year because I forgot to log in and do it, and I forgot my login. Yeah, I deleted Twitter. I don't have Facebook because it thinks I'm impersonating myself. I technically make YouTube posts every now and again when I remember, but that's about it.
2 separate choices that can be made from the same starting point. One being
computer virus, Rickroll. Nah, that's completely... no, that's not the case. It's computer virus and a Rickroll, which is also a computer virus. It's all viruses all the time.
Good, and the other being bad. It's an image that has ascended its original meme status and has become a template of sorts for people to apply all sorts of different current events,
New Dragon Ball fans. SoundCloud rappers. Really? Streetwear. Oh yeah, that's a big thing, isn't it? Dragon Ball art. Yep. Yeah. Drawing Goku and Vegeta cheating on their wives with the most random of background and side characters, all in Spanish, by the way. Actually, that makes sense. Not the cheating part, but like all in Spanish is because apparently, specifically in Mexico, it is such a cultural phenomenon that I think one of the movies that came out when GT was the only thing and then was replaced by Super, one of those movies was shown, I think, in a square by the Mexican president for everyone to watch in a group. Yeah, like it's for some reason a cultural icon of Mexico. And honestly, that's just cool. Like, yeah, that's just nice. Yeah.
And situations. A quick visual shorthand for good and bad choices. The original post that this was based on was created by Twitter user Iris Heartfang, showing that 2012 bronies either became trans girls or white supremacists.
The fuck?
I haven't shown the image yet, but I would hope you know which is on which side. So, are you ready for the big reveal?
I thought the thing about bronies is they just became nerds. I missed a lot. Granted, a lot of what I knew about bronies was through someone else making jokes about the series in a semi-abridged format, so I might be not the right person to say anything about that. Also, the Game Dome guy? As a Mexican, yes, I can confirm Mexico as a country just loves Dragon Ball, as it should. It's awesome. And Siren, when the creator of Dragon Ball died, all criminal games stopped all violence for the day of silence in his name. I'm just going to pull up this comment so other people can see exactly what I'm looking at. God damn. That's honestly moderately terrifying.
The artwork used in...
And a reminder that Akira Toriyama died. I had actually forgot about that. Yep.
This meme is a Yugioh card.
What? Yubo, the loving defender forever? Huh? Oh, wait, that's an actual Yu-Gi-Oh card. That art is from Yu-Gi-Oh! Honestly, I thought he was leading into how Dramatic Crossroads was going to be synonymous with the most famous version of Yu-Gi-Oh! But no, I didn't realize it actually just came from it flat out. And it's an old one at that, 96. Goddamn.
Than that, it's not even a real Yu-Gi-Oh card.
Right.
The card is called Dramatic Crossroads, and was used in the Yu-Gi-Oh! GX anime in episode 47 by Chaz Princeton. In the episode, Chaz is trying to win the affections of Alexis Rhodes, and uses the effect of Dramatic Crossroads to transfer a card from his hand to the opponent's, and uses that to give her a love note.
There are so many things wrong with the image and everything he just said. And I thought I knew a bit about GX, and only a bit because some of the later things I've heard about and were awesome, but I'd never got to. A love note where you're playing someone in a game and you have a giant floating egg with alien eyes, a crown, and a wedding vest on, who looks like it's the definition of, what if Humpty Dumpty was horribly mutated and dissolved and then reconstituted without his shell? Oh God, there's just so many things weird with this.
The card has never been officially printed as a legal card, though online proxies do exist. How Konami has not leapt at the opportunity to print this card in the most hideous rarity they can and short print it to hell and back to squeeze as much money as they can out of people is beyond me.
I know I've been told that a lot of Konami cards for their decks require you to buy individual cards that are absolutely expensive, but I'm coming from Magic the Gathering decks where it's like, oh, you want a cheap one? How many thousands of dollars do you have? There's a reason I don't collect anymore, because I look at my deck and go, huh, I cannot afford to replace these. Shit. And it's like, okay, we're good here.
The God Cards. Another set of iconic cards from the original series, Obelisk the Tormentor, Slifer the Sky Dragon, and the Winged Dragon of Ra. These three cards represent the Egyptian gods Ra.
Yep.
Well, Slifer isn't a god of anything but business, but his Japanese...
An Egyptian god card in Yu-Gi-Oh! Trigger, Uruska the Sky Dragon of Osiris, was renamed Slifer the Sky Dragon by Slifer by 4Kids Entertainment employee Sam Murakami. Huh. That explains the Yu-Gi-Oh! Bridge joke about that. I didn't realize it was actually a reference to IRL events then. More you know.
His name is the Sky Dragon of Osiris, and Obelisk... Okay, even in Japanese, Obelisk isn't a god, it's more of a monument. Regardless of their questionable divinity, these three cards were the focal point of the second and most popular arc of the original series, Battle City. Created by Duel Monsters creator Maximilian Pegasus, the Egyptian god cards were three cards made in the image of the actual gods represented on them: Slifer, Obelisk, and Ra.
He focused on that instead of the, literal people he meets who are almost one-to-one depicted on it. We're just going to ignore that part, like everyone else should.
The image of a god on a trading card, though, is a massive sin. And while Pegasus was drafting up the cards, his entire excavation team in Egypt was killed. The only reason Pegasus didn't die alongside them was due to his Millennium item, the Millennium Eye. But if a simple rendering was enough to invoke their wrath, mass production would cause worldwide cataclysm. He tried handing off...
Unironically, why didn't they just do that for some of the villains? Like, we want to destroy the world. Okay, we're just going to copy and paste this to everyone. Just send all. Okay, and now everyone has karma. Nice.
The cards to Egyptian Antiquities Secretary General Ashizu Ishtar, but her brother, Merrick Ishtar...
Wait, she had an official job? Oh, honestly, I thought it was just random cult in the desert. More you know. Also, I'm being told the egg monster was an Ojama king. He was based on Kojima. Actually, if Kojima was involved, that makes a lot more sense. Wait, Kojima was involved in Yu-Gi-Oh! Because he was with Konami. That's going to be later in this list, is it? There's no way Hideo Kojima is not... Is it Hideo? I actually don't know his first name, but Kojima is not going to be in here somewhere. Oh, God. And Tudor mentioned, that would be like Florida making it legal for everyone to personal nukes at home. Hey, Tudor. Funny you should mention that. Depending on how you go about it, you are actually allowed to do that already. Yeah, it's the fissile material you have to worry about. But if you actually get the approvals and you're not trying to make money, you're allowed. Like, there's a lot of things you have to go through, but it is actually a thing you could do already. You can do home nuclear energy. Nuclear devices to explode, not so much. But just nuclear energy, that's fine. It's kind of like how apparently you can get unrestricted access to a radioactive material in Canada if it's for the glowing properties. Thank you, Nile Red, for that terrifying factoid that I really wish I didn't know.
Stole Slifer and Ra and planned on using them to get revenge on the Pharaoh Atem, and then rule the world. Ishizu entrusted the final god card, Obelisk, to Seto Kaiba, and gave him the idea to start the Battle City tournament as a way to draw out Merrick and retrieve the 2 other god cards. Kaiba was on board with the idea, but only because it meant he could duel Yugi again and prove he was superior. In a duel with one of Merrick's henchmen, Strings, Yugi managed to get Slifer for himself, and the triad is set. Yugi had Slifer, Kaiba had Obelisk, and Merrick had Ra.
Yep. And as far as I'm concerned, I can see why this was the best one, because it just set us, or it's not satisfied. It set who were the biggest players in Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, he kind of already knew it, but now it's just making sure it's like, no, it's me for Kaiba. And everyone else was there too.
The god cards are special in the anime for their ability to resist the effects of every other card in the game, and be truly invincible to anything but another god card. Outside of cases like Ground Erosion, which affected the zone the god card was on, and Blast held in a tribute, which was hidden inside of Obelisk. Ha! Yugi, surely you know a god is invincible to all cards in the game. I'm not targeting your god card,
What?
Kaiba. I'm targeting the ground it's standing on. I hate you so f***ing much, Yugi. These cards were...
I mean, this is also the, like, they had things where this happened prior where it's like, okay, so I'm just going to summon a field. I'm going to drop the field on something. Then we're just going to put another thing. It's like I summon multiple cards at a turn, and then I use an attack from something that didn't have an attack as if it's real, and then physics are involved, but there's no physics in the game. It's like, sure, why not? And yes, I'm all describing things happened the first season on the Dual Island or something. I'm not sure what the first season was called now that I think about it. It has been longer than I'm going to ever acknowledge. Wrong button.
Were highly sought after in any physical form after their initial reveal, with fans clamoring for the chance to play with them in a real deck.
Yeah.
Originally, only proxies that were illegal to use in a real duel were released to resemble the anime art of the cards with their unique card borders.
Yeah.
But in 2013, in Battle Pack 2 War of the Giants, playable legal god cards would finally be released.
And even I've heard about this because apparently they were not what people were expecting. Let's put it that way.
And they were all right. I mean, you gotta put a lot of resources into summoning them, since they require 3 tributes for a tribute summon and can't be special summoned. And unlike the original show versions, these ones were all too vulnerable. Their summons couldn't be negated or interrupted with something like Trap Hole.
Considering how many times my deck is just like, hey, your summoning's interrupted, you can't play it now. That alone might actually be nice.
But once they hit the field, they're helpless. Maneater Bug could eat God, regardless of position. Ra
My God.
especially, despite being the strongest in the show and being placed at the top of the divine hierarchy in the manga,
Really?
was practically worthless, as its effects worked against
Also, I'm just going to pull this up right now. Zero, by the way, full body card art released in Master Duel. Ooh. That sounds awesome. Honestly, I just love that.
each other, having you give up all your life points to increase its attack, but then needing you to pay life points you didn't have to destroy cards. The only one of the god cards that saw any level of success was Obelisk in frog decks.
What?
Which had the ability to output several monsters, but nothing to really do with them.
I wonder if Pendulums ever got into this just because, like, oh, here's a random card. You can just drop all at once. I would assume no, but who knows? There's a lot of mechanics I just don't quite understand yet.
So you get a monster that requires 3 tributes, has 4,000 attack, and can destroy all your opponent's stuff? Yeah, I guess that'll work. Come on down to Wetlands, bitch, we got a spot for ya. To call these 3 letdowns would be an understatement. People were left wondering, where's the rest? Well, that would come in the form of support cards released years after their release to try and get people to play them in a cohesive deck. Thunder Force Attack, Fist of Fate, and Blaze Cannon recreated the god's signature attacks. The revived Sky God, Magical Trick Mirror, and Dark Spell Rejuvenation let you revive the gods if they died, which they will, and Soul Crossing let you use your opponent's entire field for the summon of your god cards.
That's like super polymerization, right? Where it's basically getting your card is nice, but you're getting rid of the enemy's field is the best part about it.
Then there's all the support exclusive to Ra in the attempt to make him playable in any fashion. Reactor Slime, Guardian Slime, and Egyptian God Slime decided that what was needed to make...
Why are they going on sliming Ra? You ever say something and then realize you probably shouldn't have said it? I'm having that feeling right now.
Ra function was to turn him into a slime YouTuber. Now, this could be where the discussion ends. But as it turns out, not only Duel Monsters has its set of god cards. No, up until Reigns, there's a card, or set of cards in every series that is analogous to the god cards in some way.
Really?
Either directly or indirectly. In GX, not only were all the dorms named after the Egyptian gods, with Kaiba's obelisk dorm being the best one, and Yugi's Slifer dorm being the worst one, they also had the sacred beasts of Raphael, Lord of Phantasm, Haman, Lord of Striking Thunders, and Uriah, Lord of Searing Flame.
I have no idea who these are based on. That's completely outside of the normal. It makes no perfect sense at all. I don't know what they're referencing. Oh, God. I was just going to pull up this comment quickly. All right. The ground destroying effect thing makes no sense, but it does remind me of some weird rules at MTG. Oh, there's a lot. For example, you can destroy indestructible monsters by forcing your opponent to sacrifice them. Yep. Because they're not being destroyed. They're being rendered down into body fat for someone else to eat. Also, that's a direct reference to some of the art, and it's fucked up. Yeah, but hey, early stuff was cool. Honestly, full art is definitely better in physical cards. Yes. I actually got one of my grandpa from back that they couldn't sell, and he was just given it. Honestly, I do love full art cards. Although, if I don't know the card inside and out, sometimes it's annoying that I just don't know what's on it. But they do look so cool. Also, more a case of the card Mario using slime monsters to facilitate a board to tribute into god cards. Oh, Merrick. Okay, Merrick, not Mario. I was going to say, wow. Not the crossover I was expecting. Nintendo.
In 5Ds, there were 2 god card analogs in the same arc, with the Nordic gods of Odin, Loki, and Thor being divine attribute in the anime just like the god cards, as well as divine beast type. The other god card analog is Zushin the Sleeping Giant, which, in contrast to the other god card analogs, is considered...
Again, I have not seen I have not seen any of the anime after GX, so any of the references here, I'm going to have it go completely over my head.
Trash in the show it's from. Its power is directly compared to the god cards, but it's such a hard card to summon that it's treated like a bad joke when the team that uses him attempts to summon him. He's so bad that it's the most commonly printed card of all time in the anime, and when they actually succeed in summoning him, the entire crowd holds up their copies in support. Yusei beats them, though, because the Grand Prix arc is a fucking disaster. Zexal's god card is very literal this time, as the Numeron code is the final life force of the dragon who created the universe, and has the ability to alter reality and fate to the user's command.
Well, that escalated. We've just gone from gods to, hi, reality benders. At what point do you just, start solitaring your deck and accidentally destroy a universe?
In Arc 5, the god card is Supreme King Zark, a dragon made of the
okay. This is a thing. I don't know what led to it, but it's a thing.
4 fragmented parts of the ultimate duelist soul. They didn't print him with his special border because they hate money. Vrains broke the trend by lacking a card with the weight of all the previous ones, though if you really want to stretch it, you could say that the Arrival Cybers at Ignister, that's what it's called, could be considered a god card since it merges the will of all 6 of the Ignis together into one, with them each representing all of the different attributes, so what's left but divine? 2,222.
This I've heard. I've actually heard about this one. Oh god, this is something I'm gonna absolutely love. Again, god cards just look cool, even if they're not good. Just the huge giant monster always looks fun.
Card Yu-Gi-Oh!
Oh, dude, I've seen pictures of this.
Deck construction in Yu-Gi-Oh! Really only has 3 hard and fast rules. You gotta put the main deck cards in the main deck, and extra deck cards in the extra deck. You can only have 3 copies of a card in your deck, and you have to have at least 40 cards, but no more than 60.
Yep.
And for the extra deck, only 15. These rules have been around since the beginning of the game.
Wait, it was? Oh, I thought they added them in because of the huge-ass deck. Huh. Also, Zero, why'd you mention time for German? And Bill, you mentioned, fun fact, Z-Arc was a Supreme King. Oh, just like Jaden. I think this stuff about Jaden is all I didn't actually get to in GX, because apparently I stopped watching right before I really hit into high gear. That's on me. Haven't seen Body Horror since Yu Yu Hakusho. Yeah, Taguro. I completely understand what you're talking about there. Good series. Also, one of the best endings I've ever seen. As much as the last season was kind of a slow letdown, like letting down tension and bleeding it off before the ending, the actual ending itself was perfect. Like, as far as ending shows go, this is a masterclass. Also, Siren, I am watching the Iceberg and then playing Master Duel when the camera's cooling down, so I will see a lot when he plays. Yeah, you're going to see a lot. A lot of it is going to be, oh god, why did he do that? Because I am, I think the term is dumb. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of people face slapping and probably grabbing whatever screen they're on and shaking, going, why'd you do that? And the answer would be, why did I what? What? Yeah, I'm assuming it's going to be a clusterfuck is the term.
Is what I would say, if not for that last rule.
What?
See, originally in Yu-Gi-Oh!, that 40-card minimum was enforced, since we can't have a deck of 5 cards, which are just the 5 pieces of Exodia. But the upper limit didn't exist. A Yu-Gi-Oh! Deck could be as big as you wanted, and there was no rule in place saying you couldn't make it that big.
I think I've seen some of these cards. Not these, like the previous page. Actually, I think I have one of them. Nope, never mind. Don't think I have them. I've seen a few of them, but don't know them.
Big? Well, clearly this is a problem. No upper deck limit is a completely unsustainable standard. A card like That Grass Looks Greener comes around.
I mean, technically, I don't know if Magic has an upper limit when it comes to just casual play. I mean, for casual, yeah, but I don't think they have an upper limit. You can bring giant-ass decks as long as you can shuffle them. Unless I'm wrong. Could be possible.
Konami didn't see a problem, though. So 2 duelists decided
because
they were going to
more
have
money
to
for
do
them to buy it.
about it. Enter Mike Shui and Tobias Hayner, who would change the course of the game at the German National Championship in 2007. See, Mike was actually a very prominent judge in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Scene at the time.
What?
Proving himself to be incredibly knowledgeable about rulings for specific cards and all aspects.
Okay, nope. Already loving where this is going, because you can never fuck with someone nearly as much as when you're literally a rules judge yourself and you know, oh no, don't worry. All of this bullshit is technically legal. The best kind of legal. Also, Ford, do I play GOAT format? I have no idea what that is. I've literally only played Master Duel. I have cards IRL, but it's mostly Master Duel because I don't know anyone near me within 100 miles who actually plays Yu-Gi-Oh! And that I also have time to meet up for in general to do things because timing's a bitch.
Of the game. Tobias, meanwhile, was an employee of Konami who helped to cover the events and catalog what happened. When the pair arrived to the event, clad in their Sunday best, they arrived with a perfectly legal deck that in no way broke the rules that Konami had set forward. The only problem was the deck was 2,222 cards big. The pair had custom
I have seen this picture. I absolutely love this.
Built a deck box to house the whole thing, and had to bring a separate apparatus so they could stand the deck box up. You know, so they could play with the deck. When Mike's first round opponent sat across from him, having brought a water pistol to fight a machine gun, he quickly learned phase 2 of Mike's plan. Mike would activate a card like Reinforcements of the Army, add a warrior from his deck to his hand,
and then he has to shuffle that. Oh. Oh, God. Honestly, I think the easiest way to fix this wouldn't have been to limit the deck, just to put time limits on how long you're allowed to play before you auto-lose. It's like, yeah, you can shuffle it. You done shuffling? Good, your turn's over, you lose.
And then 30 minutes would pass before the turn would resume. In Yu-Gi-Oh, when you purposefully move a card from your deck to another area, like your hand, the field, or the graveyard, you have to shuffle your deck afterwards to make sure that you can't stack it. So imagine how long it's going to take to shuffle a deck with more cards in it than there have been years since Jesus was born. After giving some random player a 30-minute chance to use the bathroom, Mike bowed out of the tournament voluntarily.
Okay, so he actually did just quit. It was a stunt. Oh, you can see him right there. I actually give them massive props for that, because if you're trying to win by making your opponent hate you, I've seen people do that in other games where it's literally the I'm just going to sit here until you quit opponent style. It's like when you have infinite turns in Magic, but you say, I'm not going to declare victory and you have to quit, so I'm just going to keep taking a turn until you do, but I can't actually beat you. It's just never going to be your play again. We're here until you quit. If you're playing it out like that, but you don't have a win condition, I hate it. It's like, that's one of those, if you're doing this, you deserve to be punched in the face moments. The fact that he did it, proved he could do it, and then bowed out is actually one of the biggest aura moves I can imagine, because it's like, yeah, this is a dick move, but we did it once, it's now on record, and you get the win for having to deal with that. I kind of respect it more because of it.
So just doing this as a gag rather than trying to run it as a legitimate deck. This also had the intended effect of showing Konami that this was a completely unsustainable mechanic, and they decided to change the rules. In 2008, at the beginning of the Synchro era, they decided that a deck limit would be capped at 60 cards. And the extra deck size would be capped at 15.
Not bad. Also, Troa, you play Zuzu the Punisher EDH? Oh. I don't even know what Zuzu does, but you said EDH. I appreciate that. Sorry, I'm old school. I prefer EDH, Elder Dragon Highlander over Commander as the name. Just personal use there.
No one came in with a 300-card extra deck because it would impact the game significantly less, but it would still be put in place to keep it in congruity with the main deck's limit.
Yeah.
On top of the fact that now Synchro monsters would be much more accessible than Fusion monsters, and they didn't want you stacking the deck with every good Synchro monster ever made. This is one of the very few times players have been able to influence the rules of the game by exploiting flaws. And the duo that pulled it off would—
Wait, very few times. So this has happened again. What other instances brought this up? Oh. Because I know Yu-Gi-Oh! Early on, as a Magic player, you always hear like, oh yeah, this other game we don't play has these horrible problems. And it was, they're having to ban all these cards. I'm like, yeah, but also glass houses and all that. Yeah. But I didn't realize there was other instances where someone pointed out a flaw so terrible that they actually made effects in the game itself, beyond this one that even I knew about. Also, Bill said it was the Sands tactic. Yeah. And, let's see. Balrog? If you want to max out SEO on this video, you could title it Disillusioned Magic Player Learns About Yu-Gi-Oh! For the first time. The thing is, that's not exactly maxing out SEO. It's the only part there is learning about Yu-Gi-Oh! For the first time wouldn't be accurate. I'm playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Right now because I'm honestly very disillusioned with Magic. It kind of sucks because I do love the game, so I just kind of look at where it's at right now and going, yeah.
Go down in history forever as the delinquent duo.
Red Nova Dragon?
Season 0. Despite the Duel Monsters anime being the very first animated version of Yu-Gi-Oh! That many Western fans got to see.
Western fans. Because here's the thing. I did see the new stuff with the cards first because it just came out first. But eventually, Season 0 came out. I thought it was like, oh, this must have came out. I just missed it. But no, apparently, at least where I'm at, it came out second or later on. I didn't realize it was made before everything else, though.
It wasn't the only version that had ever been created. In fact, what we're about to talk about predates the entire shift of the manga from the more varied amount of games into just duel monsters. The series that we now know as Yu-Gi-Oh! Was created in 2000 by Studio Gallop. In 1998, though, Toei Animation would acquire the rights to make a Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime.
Toei,
1998
really?
was right in the transitory period from the original 3 arcs into the proper Yu-Gi-Oh! Storyline. And instead of going with the newest—
Wait, the first 3 arcs? I know Season 0, I didn't think there was 3 arcs within it.
material, they would elect to start from the beginning in what's known as the school arc. Now, despite being called Season 0, this doesn't really act as a prequel to the story you know, seeing as it adapts the story from what's essentially a different manga. And that's exactly the reason it has its infamous reputation. Growing up with the heavily censored version of the story, then going back to the original manga, is a trip.
Yeah.
Down a flight of stairs into hell. Crimes that in the later animes and mangas would be settled with a duel are here made right by the Pharaoh, who acts as an executioner, challenging criminals to death games where they played for their lives.
As opposed to the definitely somehow less terrifying, banishing people to a darkness dimension of hell and torment for eternity. You know, for kids.
You try and extort money and beat up kids? You have to play Old Maid or get ripped apart by worms. Try and hold a diner hostage? Play Guess Which Finger I'm Holding.
I'll be honest, if you had shown me this guy's face at any time without this being a Yu-Gi-Oh video, I would have said JoJo. Like, look at this guy and tell me JoJo. I would believe it. It's just like, this is such a JoJo face with JoJo hair color, with JoJo coloration. It's just there, man.
Up or burst into flames. Steal a watch? Play a game of stopwatch, or have your bones turned into clocks and gears. Most of these are simply illusions, to keep the main character from turning into a mass murderer, but the imagery of some of them is haunting. The animation as a whole is very different from the Gallop era of Yu-Gi-Oh! And gives us a look into this alternate dimension of Yu-Gi-Oh! That we would have gotten if Magic and Wizards wasn't as big as it was. The more pastel and dreamlike coloring of the punishment game scenes especially don't look like anything else in the franchise, which makes this a really cool watch-through. It may not be the Yu-Gi-Oh! That you're familiar with, but that doesn't say anything about the quality of the show itself.
Yeah.
It's a completely different experience.
Because at first, it was a horror story. Like, this wasn't supposed to be for kids. It wasn't supposed to be a game. It was supposed to be, how much fucked up shit can we get in here without going full Junji Ito? And then, oh no, we went full Junji Ito. How horrible. This is what I know about this already, and it's awesome.
But a really good one, too. The voice cast as well is entirely different, with Yugi taking the biggest shift as, instead of the deeper voice we're used to in both the sub and dub, it goes for the more typical voiceover trope of having a woman voice a young boy. Works for Yugi, jarring for Yami Yugi.
Really?
If you're interested at all in checking it,
I mean, I'm pulling a massive blank on what Yami Yugi sounded like now, because I know I've seen this. I just do not remember in the slightest. Because every time I think about it, I just immediately go to Little Karibo's version. Yeah, that would be why.
the channel Magic and Wizards has the whole thing in good quality with built-in subs, so you can watch along. The anime covers the school and Monster World arcs while leaving out the Death Tea arc in favor of a Villain of the Week format, rather than running the gauntlet through Kaiba's Death Park. If you feel like reading the manga that the show is based on, you can also pick up the first 7 volumes of the manga. Be warned though, this is far from the last time we're going to be looking back at those 7 volumes for information.
That much?
For kids. Oh, brother, it's that.
Yeah, that is probably the most accurate reaction I've ever heard to 4 kids being brought up. Because technically, they're still around. I'm not going to say that they're basically an IP troll at this point. Mostly because I don't actually think they have enough of a company left to do that. Although I know they still will. Yeah. Also, Dematis, you mentioned the author was a fan of Devilman? Yeah, he was. Like, I'm saying going full Junji Ito because when I think of manga horror, that's where my mind goes because it's the one I'm like, yeah, fuck this, no. But my wife also absolutely loves I don't do horror, which is why me even knowing about this and not being absolutely terrified is weird. Also, according to Balrog, Season 0 Yu-Gi-Oh! Was originally a lot more horror-based. Yep, sure, Yugi is a plucky teen, but Atom is the ghost of an ancient ghost from a much crueler time that wants poetic justice. Yep. Oh, yeah. Wait, according to Game Dome, Bumbles is a 4Kids defender. I mean, as far as defense goes, for all of 4Kids' many issues, a lot of the issues in hindsight are really funny. Like, they're dumb, but they're kind of like dumb in a way that I look back as like, oh God, they did that, and I can laugh at it. And they got these things over to America, which I do give them credit for. I also absolutely despise them because they still troll YouTube on things they have claims to, even when it's like, oh, we don't actually own this property anymore, but we're going to claim it. Also, they've put a few accidental ones on things that just were wrong, and that just bugged me.
Time again, isn't it? Well, if there's a better time to be named #1 4Kids cock gobbler, I can't think of it. So,
what?
Let's get down to business. 4Kids was, / is, it's complicated, an anime dubbing company founded in 1970 by Mike Jermican.
1970? Okay, I'll be completely fair here. No idea about any of that. I thought this was something that just happened to exist in the 90s as a method to bring things into the audience from other countries. I didn't realize it was actually an older company at this point.
And Stanley Weston, the guy who invented action figures in G.I. Joe. Real American turncoat, more like it. I see which side you joined.
I mean, they were also popular in Japan, so it actually makes perfect sense because I've seen other videos, oddly enough, that were about Gundam's development and how it was inspired by G.I. Joe. Yeah. Sorry, not Gundam. Transformers. Although I think Gundam was also there as well.
At the time, they were called Leisure Concepts.
What?
And as you can guess, they weren't really a dubbing company yet. Though they were absolutely still for kids. They developed toys and toy brands like
Thundercat. That's supposed to be Thundercats, isn't it?
Thundercats,
Got it.
and worked in marketing with Nintendo. After a near-death experience when Bobby Kotick, that Bobby Kotick,
Full disclosure, I love that man. Every time I hear him, it's usually followed by, and here's how he made it worse. Someone else did the right thing, and he somehow got the credit for it. And I do mean somehow, because a lot of the times, it doesn't even look like he's trying to steal the credit. It's like he just happens to be given it by people who should have known better and then somehow don't.
Just an amount of controlling shares in the company before selling them off not soon after, they decided to burn off their fingerprints on the hot stove and start a new life as 4Kids Entertainment.
Yeah, that's probably the smart choice. Yeah.
It was during this change, and moving into the new millennium, that 4Kids would make its two biggest acquisitions that would change how the entire company functioned.
Pokemon?
Acquiring the rights to air both Yu-Gi-Oh! And Pokemon in America. Pokemon in the late 90s and early 2000s was as hot as a thing could be.
Hell, it still is. Like, you look at people who are obsessive, Pokemon players live it. And I don't mean that as like, oh, they enjoy playing the game. I mean, if you have a Pokemon player who is a big-time fan of it, it's not that they've seen the show. It's not that they play the game. It's that they live it in the same way there's Disney adults. It is their identity. And honestly, they're usually pretty chill. But also that.
Topping the list of hottest franchises in the world and raking in millions of dollars. Dollars that suddenly fell into 4Kids' lap. The company was seeing its biggest success ever with these two franchises. But what exactly were they doing in order to earn all that money?
They didn't have to do shit to earn it at this point. But functionally, they probably just had to dub it.
Well, they couldn't air the original Japanese versions of the show due to both the language barrier and differences in standards and practices on television, so they would dub the show into English.
To give an idea, though, like actual standards and practices were a thing because there are things you could not do on TV. And at their period, they were at the later end of the more extreme censorship. Not the most extreme, though. There were things you could not imply, such as authority figures being wrong, prior to them doing this. When they were started in the 70s, that would have been the case. If you had a cop who was not perfectly moral and they made a mistake, that actually could get you in significant trouble. Dirty Harry, for example, if it was made earlier than it was, hell, I think at the time it came out, it might have been kind of, oh God, what are you doing? But the idea of the cop who's just like someone in authority, just being good and right and just not making mistakes was enforced by law. There are a lot of things that have changed, and a lot of people just don't know about that because why does it come up ever? It doesn't, so you just don't know about it. Also, Rod, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, man. Thanks. So yeah, them being hyper aggressive about it, it's probably a huge holdover for the company and things that were required here. If you want to get an example of a show that worked around it in a different way than 4Kids did, Animaniacs, the first run of it, one of the things the creators have talked about is when they wanted to get one of their jokes through the censors who had to go through their shows because they would be in a lot of trouble if they didn't. And by trouble, I mean the people running the money, not the show itself. Maybe the show itself would as well. That I don't quite know. But the way they would go about this is by telling a joke so completely beyond the standards, so fucked up and dark and sexual and crossing boundaries that are morally wrong and raunchy in ways that would offend anyone, and have them clutch pearls that they spontaneously develop through their flesh. And then there's a joke that would have counted as that, except by comparison, it looks so much tamer. That's how Animaniacs got on TV, because they oversaturated their jokes. So the ones they got were the ones they wanted, and the ones that were cut were the ones that were so out there. It would make Rocko's Modern Life look tame and maybe made for Nick Jr. I wish there was a compilation of those jokes that got cut, because that would be one hell of a ride.
And do what's called...
And if there is one I don't know about, let me know.
Localization. Localization is the process of taking concepts and ideas that may seem foreign in one market and making them suitable for another. People like to brush...
I'm just going to say one thing about localization that does hold a lot of weight. If you're not a very big person when it comes to culture that you're looking from, there are certain jokes that need to be translated because they do not come across. More niche shows actually don't need this because you can go in with the assumption that the audience will know things such as name puns in the original language that don't translate to English, but if you hear the actual one in Japanese, for example, you would understand the pun, so you don't actually need as much hand-holding. But a lot of Japanese name puns imply that you know something about Japanese language, so you know what the pun is with the original one, so you can translate into English. And even if the translation doesn't work, knowing what it comes from originally means you can pull the understanding of it from that. I'm basically describing the Umogatari, or Monogatari, Monogatari, that's the one, Monogatari series in general right there, where it's all name puns. And the audience is niche enough that they don't need as much explaining. That would not be the case for a lot of other shows that had an audience that was not so dialed into it because it just would not work. Localization can be helpful in that case. Knowing your audience is also really important. That said, there's a lot of cases where people fuck this up. I'm probably one of the weird people, though, that thinks that stupid localization is absolutely hilarious to me, but I'm weird.
As unnecessary and detrimental to your enjoyment of a project. But really, in a case like this, it was very necessary. Even a small peek into everyday Japanese culture shows that it's extremely different to Western culture. So a one-for-one translation would be, at best, extremely jarring.
I mean, this entire image is weird from my end because I've seen at least 100 people on the screen. There's not a single gun. That, as an American, just feels weird.
On top of more basic things like sentence structuring and phrases that don't translate. A big example can be found in Pokemon with onigiri, which barely exists in America now and certainly didn't on a mass scale in the 90s.
Again, I keep referencing some of the localization is stupid and I love it. This is what I'm talking about.
90s. The infamous change was made to have Brock call rice balls jelly donuts. Important to note that according to the voice actor for Brock, Eric Stewart, this was a change made at the behest of the Pokemon Company themselves, as they wanted the show to appeal to multiple cultures regardless of barriers like culinary differences.
I'll be honest, I didn't really mind, but I just thought it being so blatantly not a jelly donut was hilarious. Again, I'm weird.
However, the changes that would need to be made to Pokemon were nominal. A few jelly donuts here, a couple of lost episodes there.
Wait, how many lost episodes were there? Because I knew there was a few, but I didn't realize how many. Still don't, technically.
But Yu-Gi-Oh! Is where the most headaches and ruined reputations would come from. Things that don't fly on American kids' television are par for the course in Japan, including firearms, more prominent boobs and butts.
The irony of firearms not flying in America sounds so incredibly weird to me. Like, yeah, I know, but also,
And life-threatening situations. If the show was going to air on American TV, a lot of different changes were going to have to be made, including removing all references to death, sanding off every boob they could find, and somehow trying to find a way to make this not look like a dick.
I mean, everyone just has two heads they think with, including their dragon friend. I just realized that there's probably a legitimate Yu-Gi-Oh! Branded bad dragon accessory. And I'm not going to look this up because then I would find out and I would know, and I don't think I want to know for certain.
Perfect. The 4Kids censorship of Yu-Gi-Oh! Is infamous for many awkward and seemingly unnecessary changes to the source material, like guns
Finger
being
pointing
replaced with angry pointing, or buzzsaws turning into dark energy discs. This earned 4Kids
I mean, considering I saw Dragon Ball at this point, that didn't look any different than what was intended.
a really bad reputation among fans, on top of other things like taking down the Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged YouTube channel repeatedly.
That's the reason I don't like them.
To the point it became a plot device in the show itself. And I hate doing this. You can't put corporate shill on a dating profile, but it kinda makes sense why they had to do this. Broadcast standards and practices are strict as hell on children's programming. No way could they get away with half of what was on Yu-Gi-Oh! Look.
Yeah. Which is why I would love if they didn't program it as for kids. Personally, I think it still would have got the same audience regardless, because think of how many how many adults under the age of 12 play Grand Theft Auto. But if they're actually aiming for kids as their desired audience and they make that open and they're trying to market to kids at the same time, yeah, they can't do that. It would have worked without it, but that's not where they were aiming at. I don't think they knew about the entire Grand Theft Auto phenomenon.
Looking at interviews and panels done by 4Kids employees, like the previously mentioned Eric Stewart, show just how hard it was to get something like Yu-Gi-Oh! On the air. And as for the abridged stuff, listen, the Japanese are the most litigious copyright fiends on planet Earth.
Yes. Like, I'm honestly sometimes surprised that these clips are still allowed on YouTube. And I only know this because they have toned it down. There are a lot of companies that if you were a Japanese YouTuber and you showed this video in a reaction, you would go to jail. And I'm not being hyperbolic about this. Earlier this year, or I think maybe at the end of last year, someone who made a video with a still image from, I think, an anime, I'm not sure which one, did get sentenced to jail time. It's not unheard of. It's why you don't have anime reviews that do any type of source material, because you can't do that in a Japanese YouTube video because Japanese courts have precedence at that point. There is a lot of bullshit you cannot deal with, which is also weird because they have a huge fan manga community, but at the same time, it's explicitly one of those, technically everything you're doing is illegal. We're just going to ignore it. Yeah.
Just try uploading a clip from New Japan Pro Wrestling. I can't. 4Kids as the American...
Yeah. Super Eye Patch Wolf did a video about wrestling. Guess how much of that video was not allowed to go on YouTube? I don't know how he got it up. I legitimately do not know.
Distributors of Yu-Gi-Oh! Are beholden to a lot of choices made by Nihon Ad Systems, the company they were licensing the show from. If they say take the show down, the show goes down. Yeah. And then 4Kids is the name that's written on the copyright takedown.
Yep.
Besides, as you're gonna learn a lot later, 4Kids not only largely didn't mind the abridged series, but even referenced it on occasion. Again, you can't trade in 4Kids credit for insulin. I'm not doing this for my health. I just think 4Kids hate at this point is kinda tired, and it doesn't really get to the core of why these decisions were made. And besides, it's not like you gotta worry about them doing it anymore since they already died.
Sort
then
of.
They lived, then they died again.
Sort of.
And now I think they're on an oxygen machine? 4Kids technically
Are they the oxygen machine or are they on it? I need a description of that because I'm not sure which way it goes.
still exists as 4K Media, but they're now called Konami Cross Media NY, which
Hi, welcome to Airier Regrets Things He Said Out Loud.
still handles the dub of the Yu-Gi-Oh series to this very day into
Still?
the Rush Duel era,
Oh, shit.
which even includes voice actors from the original dub in their latest material,
Huh.
like Wayne Grayson, the voice of Joey Wheeler, who in Yu-Gi-Oh! 7's voices Seat Bastion, a sentient chair who duels using a deck full of chairs.
You know, we already had the frog deck brought up. This is not even that weird.
Did I mention the Rush Duel era is batshit insane? Yeah. The Shadow Realm.
Dude.
One of the many tricks that the team at 4Kids would use to get around network censorship. There were simply too many instances of characters dying or being incapacitated to cut out every single one of them, while still having a show that makes sense. So
Yep.
a clever workaround was needed to think of how to write off characters without killing them. That's when an ingenious idea was reached. It's not killing them if we trap them in a realm of eternal torment and agony. The result was an entirely American concept, the Shadow Realm.
Is it bad that I kind of like this better? Because Death is like, oh, no, they died. Shadow Realm was like, that is somehow worse. And I love it for it. God. Also, Sub-Zero. And now, oh, you just realized this is an Airier reaction to a 10-hour video? 30 to 50 hours probably the end of it. Thank you for assuming it'll be that short.
Characters who lost Shadow games were sent to the Shadow Realm.
Super hell.
And it made it possible to air some of the darker content without compromising it too much.
I mentioned earlier that I loved Yu-Gi-Oh! As a kid. Because it actually had this darker content is why I liked it. Because Pokemon was like, oh, that's cool. This is like, oh shit, this is actually serious. And as a kid, that was kind of shocking. Right up there with why not Magic Knight, what was it? Escaflowne still stands out to me as one of those shows where I watched it, was like, whoa, as a child. And I still respect it for that. I got a copy of the show and the discs are so heavily corrupted. It's insane. Yeah, like nearly unplayable physical media.
The buzzsaws that were supposed to cleave Yugi and Arcana's legs off? Dark energy discs that would send you to the Shadow Realm.
Yeah.
Yugi and Joey being dragged down by anchors to drown to their deaths? Nope. Loser gets tossed into the Shadow Realm. Joey gets singed down to the bone by God's holy fire? Whew, looks like somebody got a bad case of the Shadow Realm. Walk it off, you'll be fine. The Shadow Realm filled in a lot of different holes that the showrunners needed to fill, saving vital scenes that couldn't be cut from being left on the cutting room floor. People are still surprised to learn that a Shadow Realm is never mentioned in the original Japanese version.
Yep, because every time I heard about it as a kid, I was like, seriously? How does the show function without this defining feature? Yeah, again, it's just kind of awesome.
Instead, Merrick is a mass murderer who cleaves through about a half a dozen of his own henchmen to try to take down Yugi. Despite that, it can be argued that it's not that bad of an addition. It does fit the show's more mystical and occult themes to have a...
And that's probably why I like it so much, because of that tonal shift. Or not tonal shift, sorry. Because it fits with the magic. We're not killing people, we're magicking their souls away. If this was something way more normal and they suddenly had magic, I would be way against it, though, because it would just feel weird.
A dark dimension.
Like if you were playing a card game and suddenly SpongeBob's in it, and My Little Pony, and Godzilla, and 40K, all at the same time, and then Marvel, and then Marvel, and then Marvel, and then Marvel, and then Marvel. Oh, wait, that was only 5. And then Marvel. Again.
Rather than just death. Similarly
I'm not
to a lot
salty
of
at all.
4Kids dub changes, the Shadow Realm has taken on a life of its own in meme culture as a shorthand for death, Saying you're going to the Shadow Realm is generally understood to mean, I'm gonna kill you.
You know, having seen the video about what the fuck is actually going on with everything to do with Thomas Tank Engine, how many times it's like, you're a slave. You work for me, and if you don't, I will disassemble you for parts that you are currently aware and feeling, and you're going to be conscious through all of that disassembly process, and it will hurt you. You know, for kids. Damn, Britain, you're scary. The Shadow Realm stuff actually would be a nice censorship. Doesn't change anything about that show at all.
If you want to find a less dehumanizing way to say kill yourself than unaliving, somehow taking a trip to the Shadow Realm works just fine.
Yep. I wonder what the next one is.
Draw monster card.
What? Oh, drawing and then immediately getting a monster, I'm assuming. So far, a lot of these I've known more about other than the first one. Yeah, the first one's still going to take the cake for what the fuck. But it's definitely something.
In Season 4, the Orichalcos arc of the original anime,
I never actually made it this far because I just couldn't watch it when it was coming out on TV. So I know most about the Orichalcos arc literally from Yu-Gi-Oh! The Abridged series right now. So my understanding of this is probably going to be very off.
a cult led by the ancient king of Atlantis, Darts, is plotting to take over the world and destroy the Earth with the great power of the Leviathan. In order to do this, Darts adds several side characters to his ranks in order to slow down Yugi and his friends, including Mai, Rex Raptor, and most importantly, Weevil Underwood. This will be the final time Important and Weevil Underwood ever see each other. It's also,
I mean, to be fair, it's debatable if it was here too.
Also important to note that, due to Atem's own mistake, Yugi has been separated from his partner and friends and is currently captured by Darts. The duel is going Weevil's way at first, after Atem botches a fusion summon that leaves him helpless, until Weevil decides to taunt Atem by showing him a card he claims has Yugi's soul in it. In reality, it's a worthless Gokibor, but to get Atem mad, he rips it up anyway and lets Atem believe that he just killed little Yugi.
You know, for kids. That's somehow darker than any type of censorship they could add in, and I love this.
Atem calmly activates Berserk Soul. Unspeakable violence is then committed on Weevil, drawing monster card after monster card over and over to let his Breaker the Magical Warrior keep attacking. All the while, in the Japanese version, his voice actor Shunsuke Kazuma is shredding his voice to pieces by screaming, "Monster card, Doro! Monster card, Doro! Monster card, Doro! Monster card, Doro! Monster card, Doro!"
I'm assuming the American one is not going to be nearly as epic, isn't it? Ooh.
This is one of the most iconic scenes from the original anime. A scene showcasing massive overkill and great dramatic tension. But if that's all it was, I doubt it would make it this far.
Yeah?
So what if I told you that Berserk Soul, the card that facilitated this, was an actual card, and they made it a little special? See,
I actually know about this card because it's actually one that you can get right now from the current qualifiers for the 2026 Grand Prix, I think? Sorry, the Grand Prix. Have to get the name right.
Soul works pretty similarly to the anime.
Huh.
Discard your entire hand, target a monster with 1500 or less attack, send the top card of your deck to the graveyard, and if it's a monster, deal 500 damage. Then you keep repeating it up to 7 more times until you reach the 8th monster card, or draw a spell or trap card.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds simple, right? Might even be fun in a deck that doesn't use any spell or traps, like Super Heavy Samurai.
Yep.
Or a deck that uses small attack monsters like Watts. Well, with how the card is worded, the effect doesn't finish resolving until the final monster card is drawn, or you draw a spell or trap. That means that if your opponent's life points hit 0 in the middle of the effect's resolution, the game won't end. The game can't end until you finish resolving the effect.
Oh. So technically you're hitting someone into the negatives. Can they respond to that? Also, Bill, you mentioned Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal. A character named Kaito was introduced as a mass murderer. He already killed 12 people by the time he was introduced, and the show just ignores the murder. That's disappointing.
The way this effect works means that you can keep attacking your opponent until the final card is drawn after their life points reach 0, just like Atem did in the anime. Berserk Soul is part of an extremely exclusive group of cards whose effect text is worded in a way that makes it work more similarly to how it does in the anime, even though that's not necessarily how the card should work in the...
I wonder what the other cards are now. I mean, they'll probably come up just because Iceberg, but I kind of want to know if there's actually a gimmick deck where it's just anime cards that work weird because of it, just to screw with the rules to throw people off the game.
Real game. In fact, I can't really think of any other cards that have gotten this treatment. Sadly, though, this didn't last long, as the rules for the game were updated, so the game will end automatically when your opponent's life points hit 0, and not waiting until the effect resolves. But for a time, the card worked exactly like it did in the show. And in some of the older video games that included the anime version of the card and not the real legal version, like the Tag Force games, you were totally able to keep on attacking well past the point of defeat.
Negatives. Oh my god.
Yu-Gi-Oh! The movie.
Sorry, I'm just choking my own tongue. What the hell? That was odd. Let's not do that again. I know of this, again, because of the abridged version. I didn't know a movie existed until I saw the abridged version come out. And I have no idea why this missed me, because when it came out, I'm literally the kind of person who'd be like, this looks cool. Let's do this. For the same reason, even though I didn't play Pokemon, I saw some of the first movies. Got some of the cards they gave out. Immediately lost the cards they gave out. Yeah, it's kind of like remembering how I had a bunch of Magic the Gathering cards from when Odyssey was not out yet, and the new cards on the shelf were from Apocalypse. And I remember just seeing some of those old sets on the shelves as well when I was buying Magic cards, and just thinking about all the cards I don't have anymore that I know for a fact if I looked at the price, I would not want to know the number about. Sorry, just going to repress that memory entirely.
Pokemon seeing massive box office success,
First movie was
the
awesome.
highest grossing anime film of all time in America, why can't Yu-Gi-Oh! Get a piece of that pie?
To be fair, the Pokemon first movie was amazing because it was supposed to be the end of the entire series before they realized, oh shit, money, and they added in a different ending. But at the same time, if that was the end of Pokemon altogether, it would have been awesome.
Pyramid of Light was a 2004 movie produced by 4Kids, and was made specifically for America after they had struck a deal with Warner Brothers to release a Yu-Gi-Oh! Movie. However,
Only for
short
America.
of the Season 0 OVAs, they had nothing that could fit that role. This wasn't like Pokemon or Dragon Ball, where they had feature-length Yu-Gi-Oh! Productions, so they had...
It can't possibly be as bad as about the first live-action Dragon Ball movie. If you know, you're probably really upset at me right now for even bringing it up, and you know, that's justified.
no other options but to foot the bill and commission the film themselves. That's why the film has a noticeable uptick in quality. It's shaded now.
Yeah. To be fair, this kind of background drawing looking so weird, and some characters almost being reused, it's actually not that bad. There's a lot of animation right now where the background characters are one of three, and they're just repeated without faces on them entirely. So, yeah, I've seen worse. Just, it's not the best, but I've seen worse. I don't like it, but I've seen worse.
Compared to the show, and why all the cards use their original official card borders. In America, there's a law that forbids cartoons from advertising real-world products in their show. And since Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards are real-world products you can buy, the change had to be made to the iconic anime original designs that ditched the card text. The movie itself is standard anime movie fare.
Yeah.
It kinda lines up with the original story and ties back into some series lore, but it can be ditched without losing anything major.
Yeah.
It's about a counterfeit millennium puzzle that houses the Egyptian god of death, Anubis. Through some duels with Kaiba, the pyramid reawakens, and Yugi is tasked with stopping it. As a continuation of the show, it does wrap back around on certain lore beats, like dissension in the Pharaoh Atem's court, in some neat ways. Plot-wise, yeah, it's bare bones, but for what it is, it can be a fine little side quest during an original series.
I'm going to say something that might be a bit controversial. I think a lot of the bare bones movies are sometimes perfectly fine. Not every movie needs to be Schindler's List. In fact, I would honestly hope most movies wouldn't be, because if every movie is that level of detailed, one, oh, those get really heavy really fast. And two, I like variety. So seeing something that's just kind of a popcorn, the cotton candy of movie, it's like, you're going to enjoy it. There's not much there, and it'll go away really fast, but you're not going to regret it. I mean, unless you look at how much sugar is actually in cotton candy, but let's just ignore that altogether, like I always do. Because it's just fun. They're relaxing things you don't really have to think too hard about. I don't want them to be the only thing of it, but I don't mind that they exist like that.
Rewatch. Another aspect of the movie that's garnered a lot of attention after its release was the soundtrack. Pyramid of Light featured tracks made for the movie, like You're Not Me, as well as licensed music. The most infamous of which is a song made by the band The Black Eyed Peas.
Wait, what?
They sent their song For the People off the album Elefunk to be
You know what? There's a lot of various crossovers of media I was expecting. This is not the one. This was not my expectation.
used in the movie. God, we're not even that far in and we're already talking about G-Force collaborators.
What?
Oh, don't worry, it doesn't
What's G-Force? I have a feeling I'm going to find out, won't I?
mention Yu-Gi-Oh! Anywhere in it. Justin Timberlake gets a shout-out before Nunu the Ogdoadic Remnant.
What?
Now, there is one more thing that Yu-Gi-Oh! The movie is known for. It's god-awful. The film is routinely rated as one of the worst animated films of all time, and for a time was rated the worst on review aggregate site Metacritic.
Damn. Apparently I dodged a bullet on this one. Again, I only know of this because of the abridged series. It's probably why I never found out about it.
It only lost that throne on a dusty July 28th morning when the world learned the meaning of meh. Why was it so hated?
Oh, the meme movie. Oh, even I know that one.
Well, you gotta remember that this was released as a movie that anyone could watch. This wasn't a Dragon Ball movie you'd have to tape trade for at an anime convention, or a Pokemon movie that could easily be explained to even non-fans. This movie is a majority characters playing a card game that looks outright random to the untrained eye. If you weren't entertained by the flashing colors and cool dragons, you'd see through this movie like a window as a great big toy ad. The movie
So they didn't do the thing that would help them by making it very specific to the audience. Yeah, that would do it. And to be fair, they weren't wrong. It is a toy ad. That's literally all most of the show was after it changed. But the same way Pokemon is, same way Transformers were. Although I'll give Transformers credit. Their first movie still stands out as an amazing movie, despite being a toy ad.
He also missed out on the window created by the first 3 Pokemon movies and bombed at the box office.
Oh, so it missed the audience too.
Only making $29 million on a $20 million budget.
You remember when that was considered a big flop? That actually looks kind of nice by comparison, even with inflation.
Despite that being the case, it was still the 3rd or 4th highest grossing anime movie for a long time, despite being...
I think Spirits Within was a bigger flop. I'm not sure exactly how bad, but it, dissolved Enix as a company and created Square Enix for better and worse, depending on what time period we're talking.
Box office poison, until some bigger budget releases were made, like more Dragon Ball movies and the My Hero Academia movie. This would also be one of the few times that Japan would have to dub an American Yu-Gi-Oh! Production.
How'd that go over there?
Their version of the movie airing on Japanese televisions, with 12 additional minutes of animation.
Oh.
Nowadays, it's barely regarded, and even less often referenced, with Konami rarely reprinting the cards included with the movie. Although in 2018, it did see a very limited reissuing in select theaters to celebrate the release of Yu-Gi-Oh! Vrains. That celebration was capped off with a jump scare as the first episode of Vrains was shown following the film. You gather up a bunch of Yu-Gi-Oh! Fans into a room who...
So they got there for nostalgia or something they're not really that hyped for, but they just like because it's exactly what it is, even if it's not the best. And then suddenly, oh, by the way, here's the brand new thing. That probably got a lot of people excited.
His last exposure to the game was Wadapon, and then surprise them with Decode Talker? Just throw acid in their face while you're at it.
Definitely had a reaction.
Links. Now, we're not at a loss for Yu-Gi-Oh! Video games in this list.
Duel
Heavens
Links.
know that we have dozens.
Why does Duel Links sound familiar? I think I might have tried this game and just could not parse it because it didn't make sense to me at the time. But I don't remember if it's the right one I'm thinking or not.
Of them coming up soon, from the well-known
What?
to the obscure.
Why is...
But
what?
something that Konami
What?
seemed unwilling to do for a really long
Oh, it's Jaden during the corruption arc, isn't it? Okay. Again, this is part of what I never actually saw from GX, so it's a lot of things I don't understand.
time was
The
just
phone
give
one?
us a way to play the card game with other people online. There was Yu-Gi-Oh! Online, a defunct MMO that gave you the chance to play, but it was such a complex mess of broken laws and jank economy that we're not going to be seeing it for a really long time.
Oh.
The first game
First I've actually
in the
heard of that.
modern era that Konami gave us as a way to play Yu-Gi-Oh! With other players, not that one, was
Legacy of
Yu-Gi-Oh!
Duels?
Duel Links, released on November 17th of 2016.
I know I've seen this before. Ah. It looks so familiar.
This was originally released on mobile devices before
If they have like some kind of background where you're looking at like a tournament from the top-down view like most mobile games at the time, like from the previous decade, it'll be exactly what I think it is, but it's...
making its way onto Steam.
It's
and
on
is
Steam?
Technically a way to play Yu-Gi-Oh, but not the
Technically?
way you might know. See, the board and turn structure have both been shrunk to only
Nope, maybe it's not what I'm thinking. Also, Pyle, I'm going to pull up your comment. 1, thank you very much. 2. G-Force is a movie about secret agent Gerbil stopping an evil mole from wiping humanity out with Killbot appliances. Well, those are words I just read that I still have no concept for, even though I literally just read it.
have 3 zones for monsters and back row, and now ditching main phase 2. The key draw for this game, though, wasn't the new gameplay style, but rather its dedication to bring back in lapsed fans with anime nostalgia. Duel Links leaned heavily on this by letting you unlock different duelists from across the series.
And this guy.
Starting out with only dual monsters, before expanding into GX, 5Ds, Zexal, Arc 5, Vrains, and even the Japan-exclusive Rush duels.
Rush Duels?
These characters would be voiced by their original actors whenever
Oh.
possible, and would get voice lines for when you summoned key cards they
Okay, that actually sounds pretty cool. Like, unironically cool.
used in the show. For their ace monsters, there were even special
Different art.
summon animations created for when they were played.
I don't remember so much summon animations in Master Duel, but some of the specialty art for cards popping on the screen is kind of cool.
Like Dark Magician and Blue Eyes. Included alongside them were various skills
That
that
is
each
kinda
character
awesome,
could
though.
use, that allowed them to emulate moments from the anime, or give boosts to decks that needed them. For instance, in the show, Bandit Keith would use sleight of hand tricks to add 7 completed
Hey, what's with the Canadian?
to his hand from his wristband.
I regret nothing.
And in Duel Links, the skill Sleight of Hand allows you to do exactly that.
What?
Even
Oh, you can actually just cheat with the characters.
down to saying you're storing the cards in your wristbands. Another example was Master of Destiny, Sartorius' skill, which allowed you to determine the outcome of coin flip effects, just like he could in the show.
So literally the show had cheating as a built-in mechanic for who you picked as. It seems like if you got the right cards for it, you would utterly break the game, wouldn't you?
There would also be events that cycle in and out every once in a while, either letting you play through story beats to unlock new characters and cards, tag team tournaments, boss duels, and board game style run-throughs of different arcs like Battle City. Now this all sounds well and good, until you remember this is Konami and suddenly the chills begin. Yeah, this game is a gacha game. You pull from packs to get a random set of cards at varying rarity levels. And you
So much of this looks familiar.
might say, well, that sounds a lot like regular card packs, because they are. And then you might say, how are card packs not under the same laws that loot boxes are? And to that I say, don't sell at the con job, narc! Boxes in this game, though, are something else, because cards are actually in limited quantities.
What?
Where each box will give you, at most, 2 of any super rare or above cards. In a silly world, you might say this is a good thing, since the more normals and rares you get, the more likely you are to get the supers or above.
Oh, so they didn't actually guarantee things, did they?
What this really means, though, is that if the card you need 3 of is an ultra rare, you're gonna go digging through the box 3 separate times, with no guarantee on when you're gonna get another one.
And you can't buy singles, which is something I actually do appreciate in Master Duel, because I can buy singles by just scrapping cards I don't need. And even though the 3-to-1 for most cards is an event, you can still do it. Most of the deck I have right now is literally just because of that. Also, Troa, Dragon Maids and Duel Links are really good, though. I mean, I've actually heard people are doing fine with them right now in the prelims, so they might have had a comeback. I haven't played one yet, but also I don't think I've played a single deck more than once. Every time someone beats me, it's always with a new deck that I have no idea how to play against. Every time. It's like there's 30 years of decks that I don't understand what the hell I'm facing. Who'd have thought?
I can't speak for all gacha games.
The fuck was that?
It's not a genre or payment model I'm really into, but as
Yeah, you should never actually get into it. As someone who has done that, don't do that. It is a terrible idea.
somebody who played this for 2 years until quitting, this is one of the worst when it comes to squeezing players for as much money as they're worth. I briefly tried getting back into it when the Rush Duel world was added, and while it is a super slick client with a lot of fun stuff in it, the grind to get new stuff without spending money is so insane I couldn't stick around.
Yeah.
It's hard.
That's probably why I wouldn't bring it up. Also, I'm being told by Demanus, Duel Links is constantly being patched to stop unstoppable OTKs made possible because of skills. It happened like 6 times so far. One of them was this month. Sorry, no, last month. Damn. And Zero, Fate Grand Order is worse? Oh, yeah, no, of course it is. It's one of the most predatory things out there. Their pity is like, what, 600? No.
Hard to argue that this system doesn't work, though, as here are the top grossing TCG apps in the world today.
I don't know what Mighty Party is. There's a WWE has cards? Shadowverse I've heard of. Played it briefly. Didn't really jive with it, but it was fine. Don't know what that is. Magic the Gathering Arena. I just can't, man. I just can't. But then again, I'm used to the actual physical cards. It's like, oh, I have all these great cards. They're not on here, and I'd have to rebuy them from packs all over again. No buying singles. Fuck that. I have no idea about the rest of them either. And then Hearthstone.
And here's Duel Links.
Goddamn.
It did fill a niche that no other official Konami released game did, and that was being able to play against other people from all around the world. The game did feature a very comprehensive competitive ladder that you could climb, going all the way from Rookie to King of Games. And it did have its own unique meta that was so unique, it has its own spot further down on the iceberg.
Really?
I can't say I didn't enjoy my
Wait, there's separate meta? Oh, because with a different board, there's probably different things they can't pull off.
time playing the game, because I did, and even met some great friends thanks to it. And it can't be stated enough how many people got back into Yu-Gi-Oh! Thanks to Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged, but then the on-ramp that Duel Links supplied.
Yep.
But between this...
I guess if I was trying to find a way to play a card game digitally because I just couldn't find people IRL, yeah, I'm sure no one who's ever tried to arrange a game for multiple people who have things to do would ever find this a problem. I could see if I knew about Duel Links and I was into Yu-Gi-Oh! This might become my thing just because it doesn't matter if you have the cards IRL if you can't use them.
And their next attempt, it's clear where most serious Yu-Gi-Oh! Players are playing nowadays. Master Duel.
Yep.
Released in 2022, Master Duel was Konami.
Huh. I mean, at that point, it's 4 years old, but for some reason, I thought this was older. Granted, with how polished and well it works out, I guess it makes sense.
His second major push to try to make Yu-Gi-Oh! Playable the world over. And this time, there were no alternate formats or anime emulating skills. This was far closer to traditional Yu-Gi-Oh! Where Duel Links served as a way for casual players to get serious, Master Duel was a way for competitive players to get even more serious.
And thank God for the single-player mode for casuals to still be casual and actually still enjoy it. Although I do play against other people because you get rewarded for just losing sometimes, so It's a good way just to get free stuff.
The main attraction for the game is having a Konami-sanctioned way to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Online with the slickest client possible.
Ah, Ash, I know that card. It's like I play 100 people who this would be the perfect card in my hand, and the one time I get it in my hand, it's against a deck that does nothing to interact with it. Every time.
With tons of love and attention given into summon animations, duel fields, music, and accessories.
Also, I'm being pointed out it was probably older from the Madness because it was 4 years ago, said a year ago. Actually, no, I'm just going to pull this up quickly. A year ago, how much was that exactly? January 2025? So it's roughly 5 years old at this point. Honestly, yeah, not bad. And the L, I just need the heart of the cards. Yeah, apparently the cards hate me. Except for when I'm drawing them, because I've had some obscene luck.
You can collect so many things, like mates that will watch you as you duel and cheer you on, sleeves for your cards, different mats that are...
Like, unironically, these things on the side where they just have random mascots, they start by giving you a cute little adorable bunny and goggles. I know there's other options, but it's a cute adorable bunny and goggles. It's the free one, man. Why would you change it? Oh, granted, there's also waifus and things that just look really cool, but still, bunny with goggles.
3D representations
I'm very biased.
Iconic cards and locales. There's so much to collect here. You might forget about the 10,000 cards that are being constantly updated.
Oh, also known as the small Magic the Gathering update. I am very salty about that.
But then you remember that Konami is making this and the chills start again. But then you actually start playing and the chills go away.
Also, I'm just going to quickly pull this up quickly. Quickly, even. So, Angry Brony asks, what did I do to piss off my cards? When we take a cooling down for the camera break, you're going to see how I play, and that should explain everything. I am very bad, which is literally how I play most games. I'm not good at any of them. I suck regardless across the board. I just seem to have really crazy luck.
For as greedy and money-hungry as Duel Links is, Master Duel is every bit surprisingly cheap and affordable.
Yeah.
All right, let's not try to set expectations too high here.
Like, yeah, no, they do give some deals that were actually nice, like $50 for 20 packs. I bought into that one. And then I got every card I needed for a deck that actually was decent. I mean, not with me playing it, but actually decent. So it was okay.
Still gonna be struggling for gems if you don't plop down a little cash, but the game actually does try to make things as simple as it can for players who want to stay on a budget.
Yeah.
You get a healthy amount of gems.
Also, the way they make this work out for them is they let you gain gems by losing. I know because I don't win. Just playing the game, letting other people have that easy win against you is something they reward you for. And I do appreciate that, because if you only got better by winning, which is what a lot of games do in PvP environments, it's like, oh, well, you didn't pay the money. Looks like you got to pay more money to actually win. Here, it's like, you played the game, you did things, you did a lot of various events, you did all these different types of things in game. We're not going to give you a lot for it, but here, take the little bit we give you. Roughly every day or two, you'll get another 10 pull for free. Sometimes more, sometimes less. It's not great, but it's something that a lot of PvP games don't, because it's like, you don't want to win? Where's that $1,000 you owe us, bitch? For most PvP style games, that's actually the starting line, and it only is the starting line. So I'm going to say something that I find painful. Thanks for not being as greedy as everyone else, Konami. Yes, I know this feels and sounds as weird as it does for me as everyone else. Yeah. So just going to pull this up to distract myself from the words that just came out of my mouth and it actually caused me physical pain. Yeah. Remember when the companion mechanic was spoiled? I don't remember what was spoiled. I remember learning about it when the cute little otter I just drew turned out to be banned. I just grabbed a random pack from the set. Airier is Airier. Also, they traded their TCG luck for TTRPG luck. Yeah. Unlike when I play a tabletop game, in which case I am going to roll every one possible. Every single one on every dice. Like if it's a heads or tails, it'll somehow come up with a 1. Like it'll just scratch itself so there is a numeral 1 into the metal of the disc to make that happen. It's like when you play Custodies in 40K and you realize nothing can hurt me unless I roll a 1, and there's 21s in a row. Okay, that happened. And Demandus, you've played maybe 20 or paid maybe $20 the whole time you've been playing. You got multiple viable decks? Yeah. I just kind of splurged a bit and bought some of the packs that they had up that were actually really good. It's not bad. And, ooh, L, 2 hours in, good for hydration? Yeah, that's what coffee's for. Wait, that's a diuretic. That makes you... I should probably drink something other than coffee. I'll do that later, though, because there's still coffee.
For simply playing the game, you can complete simple tasks each day to earn even more.
Yep.
It's got an absurdly generous battle pass that allows you to earn
I
even
should
more
probably do that,
gems
too.
on top of exclusive
I haven't done
items. And the crafting system means that any deck can be converted into any other deck with a little hard work.
That one I'm going to say is, that does feel like a trap because there's a general 3-to-1. If you get 3 cards, you might get 1 card off of it for the UR, the ultra rares. The other stuff is fine. The battle pass will give you the materials to do it. But if you're converting cards, it feels bad, man. Unless you know enough about the game and enough about what you want to make sure what you don't need and there's never any usage of it because you're never going to play a deck with it, then you might get rid of something that, even if you don't want it now, looks like it might be cool in the future or have a cool spot later on. It seems like it could be a trap. You could accidentally trash your deck without realizing it, which is why I'm glad when you get some decks that you got out flat or were given by the game that you can't trash certain cards, so you can never render your entire account unplayable.
Compared to most other gacha games or digital TCGs, Master Duel is insanely giving to the point I kind of expected the rug to be pulled out from under me. No, it really seems like Konami learned from Duel Links, how to properly price things out, and has seen a huge return on their investment. Master Duel has been a smash hit, bringing back in just as many, if not more players than Duel Links ever did.
Also, I'll add one thing here that is super useful to me as a new player. Even though you can make misplays, it's because you made a wrong choice, not because you played the card wrong. The fact that the card integrations are all tied into the game code itself is very nice. And if it wasn't for that, I know I'd be playing the game wrong to the level of just making it impossible for me to understand what the hell I'm actually doing. It's really nice to have that guide rail.
And has been the center point of pretty much all content creation in the Yu-Gi-Oh space. If you want something to participate in while playing, there's of course the competitive ladder, but also frequent events with themed restrictions.
Also, just randomly getting this card. Had no idea what it was. I nearly trashed it because I didn't realize how good it was. It was just a random pull. Neat. Is it good? I have no idea. Turned out later, yes, it was, and I'm glad I kept it.
Like only being able to use water monsters, or using cards of a certain rarity. On top of that is solo mode, which allows you to rent out a deck and play through a mini story mode that helps expand upon the storylines told across cards.
Yeah.
As somebody who...
And learning that there's storylines in the cards. I mean, I know Dual Terminal started going into this, and I want to watch more of their videos. Just need to get around to it.
Does love the game, it's so nice to finally be able to play it through official channels. That doesn't mean there aren't some other ways to play.
Oh?
Archetypes. Yu-Gi-Oh! Decks at the beginning of the game lacked any real synergy in their cards outside of extremely specific equip and field spells that might let your monsters beat over your opponent's monsters.
Yeah?
The best combo Yu-Gi-Oh! Players could cook up was Raigeki into Silverfang. They were...
What's Silverfang do? I cannot read it. Oh, that's right down here, yeah.
Cooking with hot breath at this point. The only time cards would mention each other would be in hyper-specific anime cards like Burst Stream of Destruction or Thousand Knives. Decks were really just all the best cards mashed up into one, with a theme maybe existing if they were playing something like Chaos, which needed loads of light and dark monsters, but not any specific light or dark monsters.
Which does sound weird because, like, I remember early Yu-Gi-Oh! Where that was kind of a thing. But then there's everything right now where I'm looking at this going like, yeah, getting into Master Duel, finding out about the card types, learning about the various themes and how they name thing and the name in the card is the theme name. I kind of like the new one because there's so many cool theme decks you play that are actually good or at least playable. Because they have
the characters
a
in the
style.
show would have a theme like water monsters or machines, but those sorts of decks were just totally impractical in the real game. So, in the pack Dark Crisis, they began testing the idea of archetypes. Cards that have a unifying gameplay style and visual theme to make decks less monster mashes and more you leading an army of cohesive monsters into battle. The idea was kicked off with Archfiends, an archetype that includes a metric ton of monsters, some of whom also belong to other archetypes.
I've actually heard about this deck as still usable, but at this point it's so old, unless it got majorly updated with new cards, it probably is not useful. Just because a lot of things can kill it. Oh. Also, according to James, Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel also made them a better Magic player in formats like Modern. Probably because you're looking into effects more deeply. Yeah, that would do it.
So like Labyrinth Archfiend and Red Dragon Archfiend. But the Chess Archfiends of Dark Crisis were the first ones to usher in the concept. What makes an archetype is really simple. As long as a name is listed in quotations on a card, it's officially an archetype. So of course the Archfiends don't actually have their names in quotations on their original printings. Alright, off to a great start.
Yeah.
Gotta love the ancient wording on these old-ass cards. Of course you
Did they have to do... Oh, because Archfiend was only in the title then, yeah.
have blue hair and pronouns. The Duel Monsters era would introduce a few other different archetypes
Oh, the pronoun would be Archfiend. Okay, I get the joke now. Let's ignore how long that took me to catch.
to the game, like the Gravekeepers, the first deck to introduce archetypal spells and traps, Amazoness and Nephthys, but in GX, they took the concept
I just think Yu-Gi-Oh! Has some good art. That's just really defined. Yeah, let's leave it at that.
and ran with it. Out were the days of anime characters playing Fish, the deck.
Fish?
Now they would be playing Elemental Heroes, Cyber Dragons, and Crystal Beasts. This also helped
Which probably
to change
came
up
around
the
with the
real
GX
game
era.
as well, as instead of being hamstrung by having to just print powerful individual cards, they could print powerful cards for specific archetypes. Instead of heroes having to
So then you don't have one card that's immediately good by everyone. You mean if this guy wants to play this deck, they need this card. So you might get it, and it makes more... How to put it? It's less this card is $1 million and more this card is $100, but you're guaranteed to sell it to these people.
just
But doesn't
rely on
bounce as bad, maybe?
reinforcements of the army, they could get their own version in Emergency Call. Cyber Dragons
Easier to
didn't have
bounce,
to
maybe?
bum it with boring old polymerization to get to their fusion monsters. They could go even further with Power Bond. Ojamas could blow up the entire field with Ojama Delta Hurricane.
The fuck?
An effect so good that the two cards that make up its effect are both banned. While the concept was still
Goddamn! Granted, blowing up the board, yeah, that's fun.
a little touch and go in 5Ds and Zexal, with both main characters playing Monster Mash decks that were retrofitted into archetypes, ArcV and Vrains both went whole hog, and gave archetypes to pretty much every character in the show, no matter how big or small.
Oh?
The game as well got dozens of original archetypes. And as the game advanced, they had to start getting more unique and creative with what they were based on. They covered
I wonder if this is going to lead into him covering Chronicles next, which I know of, but I haven't actually ever seen, so I would kind of love to find out more about it.
a lot of really basic concepts early on. Superheroes, cartoon cars,
Yeah.
dinosaurs,
Yeah.
tokusatsu,
Oh.
tokusatsu.
I'm seeing a theme here. They really like dinosaurs.
I don't know how many times I'm
Oh, actually, dino. Oh, timing.
supposed to say tokusatsu, but I know that I'll find enough archetypes to make
Kaiju.
it fit. Tokusatsu. What happens when you push them to be more creative? Well, that's how you get a recreation of the first Christmas.
What?
Except the Star of Bethlehem is a giant fucking dragon, and outer atmospheric electrical anomalies wearing cool coats.
Oh, yeah,
And
sprites.
now, if you'll allow me, I would like to name off just a few of the strangest archetypes Yu-Gi-Oh! Has for your enjoyment.
I know about Dragon Man. It's just because it's made dragons bad. I have a type. And I'm not even sure that would count as the weird one now, so I'm kind of curious what the weirdest ones would be even just a year ago.
Cosmos on the outside appears
Oh.
to be an archetype of spaceships and their
Damn. Was not expecting to go full on space. Cool.
pilots. But as you look closer, you'll realize...
Cosmo Farm Girl. Ah. Yes, good art.
Wait. A farm girl?
Is it Star Wars?
Can. A straw man?
It's Dorothy. It's literally a mix of Star Wars and Wizard of Oz.
A cowardly lion?
No, it's just flat out Wizard
Cosmos
of Oz.
somehow bridge the gap and are a crossover between Star Wars and...
It's an AT-AT. Oh my god! It's Wizard of Star Wars. Oh god. Oz Wars, even, you could say. Oh.
The Wizard of Oz. The lengths they go to make connections between...
Galinda the Good Witch is a freaking Jedi. And an elf, but a fairy. Oh my god. 96 even. I never knew about this. This is literally awesome.
Between these two franchises are insane.
Oh, wow.
Like making...
I am surprised they're allowed to get away with this. I don't think, no, because Disney didn't own it yet. Ah, they're probably never allowed to reprint these cards, are they? Yeah, there's no way Disney allows them to ever reprint this. In fact, it's probably one of those things where they're hoping no one from Disney ever sees this video, because that is a lot of, you like using RIP, buddy. Yeah, no, it's probably a little dangerous right now.
The ruby slippers into Dorothy's ship, the Slip Rider.
Yeah.
The stormtroopers get crossed over with the flying monkeys to
Yeah, that kind of works, actually. Like, unironically works.
Make sword troopers, and the Wicked Witch of the West and Darth Vader were merged.
That one is it's the gown doesn't work.
To make Dark Lady. One of Yu-Gi-Oh's most recent archetypes is also one of its most interesting thematically.
Also, I'm just going to pull this comment up because I think I have a good point here. 96 is the original copyright on all the cards, and it's different enough that Disney can't sue. See, that would imply Disney not suing, which they have actually been called to task for because they do a lot of shit, man. They sue for a lot of things that they probably shouldn't because it's different enough, and then they do it anyways. Because Disney, they have done some shit with when it comes to lawyers, man. They are very litigious.
Malice is an archetype of Cyberse monsters.
Oh?
Which means they're computer-themed.
Wait. Q, Red Ransom, Oh my god, it's Alice in Wonderland. It's not Malice. It's Alice. Okay, I see it.
Typically based on different viruses and malware.
Yeah.
However, it just so happens
Cheshire
that terms
Cat.
like White Rabbit, Mouse Jack, and Cheshire all line up with the characters of Alice in Wonderland.
Oh, that's so cool.
The archetype takes the two and merges them, turning the Cheshire Cat and Red Queen into ransomware. Boojins are
So nothing changed IRL. Got it.
one of the craziest, since the series it draws inspiration from is Yu-Gi-Oh!
What?
All of the main monsters in Boojin are designed after different characters from the GX anime.
Oh!
With Yamato being Jaden, Mikazuchi being Chaz, Harumi being Alexis, so on and so forth. An archetype really can be anything, from French pastries to Iranian birds to football teams to
They have football. I don't know why that surprises me.
extraterrestrials.
Yeah.
Variety in aesthetics and game.
Mecha Phantom Beast Draco Sack. It's a jet with a shuttle on it that's also a dragon with more dragon jets behind it, except it's a dragon wearing a jet. But the tail is also the tail of the dragon, but it has the more I look at this, the more I'm wondering who was on drugs here. The people who drew this or the people who accepted it, and how it's so awesome. I don't care.
Playstyles of archetypes, to me, is one of the
Penguins.
best parts of Yu-Gi-Oh! Not tying itself down to any theme in particular,
Just flat out Nyarlathotep. Okay. I guess I went full Cthulhu.
and instead
I mean, it is open source, so there's nothing wrong with that.
going nuts with all sorts of different art styles and ideas.
Yep.
Think really hard about any interest you have, and likely, you'll find a deck based on it. Ugh, I'm only into the 1821 German opera Der Freischütz.
What?
Buddy.
They have opera-based decks? Oh my god, that's so cool.
Retrains.
Retrains? I have no idea what this
Yu-Gi-Oh! relies
is.
on nostalgia more than any other card game.
Magic the Gathering reprinted most of its sets recently based on other franchises and their own things, and they don't actually reference their own setup other than a few times where they make some admittedly nice references to it, then immediately go with, hey, look, insert any other franchise here to get attention. It's all nostalgia for things that are not them. I am very much... you might get the impression that, I have feelings about this. I don't know where anyone get that thought. That's completely uncalled for.
Short of Lorcana, when you think about how most people got
Don't play
into
Lorcana,
the game,
I have no idea about that.
watching the anime, it makes sense that you want to go out of your way to cater to the demographic coming back to the game and looking for the cards they played with when they were younger. The problem there is that cards printed before WrestleMania 20 aren't going to hold the test of time versus WrestleMania 40 cards. Dark Magician.
How many WrestleManias were there? I legitimately have no idea.
As a level 7 monster with 2500 attack, was already struggling for relevance when it was released, when Summon Skull stuck its head in a toilet. So, in order to take these old cards and get them ready for the modern day, Yu-Gi-Oh! Will revamp, revitalize, and retrain
it's a pumpkin
monster into
with an eye.
New. Retrain as a term comes from the card Obnoxious Celtic Guard, a retrain of Celtic Guardian, who is named in Japan, quite fittingly, Retrained Elf Swordsman. Psych, the card was actually mistranslated on purpose due to people hating his real name. But the phrase
what was his original name?
Retrain stuck, so what are you gonna do? So what is his real name in Japan? Baffling Elf Swordsman.
Yeah, I see why they changed it. Also, I'm being told WrestleMania 20 was 2004. And it's every March and April since 90 or 85 even. Damn.
Just can't wrap my head around this motherfucker. The visual of Red Eye's Black Dragon having to go to the gym to get an effect is funny enough to make it worth keeping. Cards have been getting retrained for decades at this point, with our baffling friend over here being the first example.
Oh.
But if you have a favorite card from when you were a kid, chances are it's gotten a spit and shine. Dark Magician? Take your pick between Magician of Dark Illusions, Palladium Oracle Mahad, Nightmare
Damn.
Magician, and Dark Magician, the Magician of Black Magic.
Cool art, but that just... I hate this name on principle alone.
You think that's bad?
Oh god, no.
In Japan, this card is called Black Magician. Black Magician? No, thanks, I understand.
Well, that was the thing.
At least it's not Curse of Dragon, the Cursed Dragon.
We're just going to ignore this.
So, this is a cursed dragon.
I mean, can you imagine what it'd be like to live on a body that has spikes to hold you in the ground and no way to actually get on your ass? You're basically just going to have to treat your tail like you're a snake because you can't actually do anything with the rest of it. And God help you if you just lean back. It's like, well, I'm stuck now.
Who got cursed again?
Yes.
This guy's
double
life
curse.
Sucks. Blue Eyes isn't left out either, as he becomes Blue Eyes Alternative White Dragon. And because he doesn't have an original bone in his goddamn body, Red Eyes Black Dragon becomes Red Eyes Alternative Black Dragon.
Still cool art, though.
Sometimes whole archetypes are made up of retrained monsters, like zombies featuring famous dragons like
Zombie Dragon,
Red Eyes, Felgrand Dragon, and Coral Dragon after they bit the dust. Metaphys takes
an immortal dragon that's dead. Okay, sure, why not?
Classic boss monsters like Tyrant Dragon and Daedalus, and shows us what would happen if they fell into an alternate dimension. Mementos are a recent archetype who take old as dirt normal monsters from the beginning of the game and gives them new life by killing them. Don't worry, they seem to be in high spirits about the whole thing. There's even cards like Buster Blader, the Destruction Sword Master, and Ancient Gear Golem, Ultimate Pound.
I'm just going to say it. I don't care. It sounds like innuendo. I mean, Liz is like, hey, you got to go for the ultimate pound. You know what's going to sound on this one, man.
That show having more words doesn't mean you're actually better. It's one of my favorite things in Yu-Gi-Oh! To see old cards I recognize from when I was a child be given new life. And there's no telling what card will be given the chance to show what it can do. Even if it turns out to not be very great, it'll always get a pop out of me when I see a card I recognize. And seeing what they decided to give it is always interesting.
Oh, this thing. I just got my ass handed to me by this deck because I had no idea what I was doing against it. Oh. I wonder what the next one is.
Erratas.
Oh.
Everybody makes mistakes.
As a Magic player, erratas is basically like what the card actually says after the original printing doesn't say that. I'm wondering how that works in Yu-Gi-Oh! Because I don't actually know.
Mistakes. In Yu-Gi-Oh! We call them dual avatars. Sometimes cards in Yu-Gi-Oh! Are decided to have effects that are too strong to be left around. And more often than not, they're discovered after the card was printed.
Yeah.
Cards like Sangan, Ring of Destruction, and Crush Card Virus warp the game around themselves if they're left alone. And clearly cards as strong as these guys can't be allowed to just exist. The usual answer is to just ban them. Lock them up, throw away the key, no need to worry.
What?
But then the masochists start to look...
I just love this art. I absolutely adore it. It's like just the angel and the cuffs, Sangan just being grabbed by the werewolf. And oh, they have a bunch of jewels being taken out of something's mouth over here. Oh God. Is it bad that I enjoy referential Yu-Gi-Oh! Art this much? Because it absolutely is amazing.
Back fondly on these cards and want to play with them again. You give them downgrades and retrains, but no. They specifically want Sangan, Ring of Destruction, and Crush Card Virus.
Oh.
Alright, Konami says, tossing you back Sangan without any arms or legs. This is what you asked for. Erratas, Latin for mistakes, are when a card in Yu-Gi-Oh! Has its text retroactively changed to something that wasn't originally printed on the card. These are often used as limiters on the power of exceptional cards, and are used as ways to bring these cards back in line with the power level Konami wants them to be at. Usually this is done by taking a card like Catapult Turtle, who...
The original one, once per turn, you contribute one monster, inflict damage to your opponent equal to half the attributed monster's attack on the field. Yeah, that's a good way to say, hey, I nearly killed you, now you die. Because your turn as well as the enemy's turn. It also doesn't say your monster. Oh, I see. You contribute one monster. You probably need to clarify that.
Could be used an infinite amount of times in one turn, and restricting it to only one activation per turn.
The original one didn't say once per turn. Okay.
In more extreme cases, like Yugioh Guardian, they'll
that is... I know this is weird. I know it's based on, like, Japanese music there. Or, like, the theming. But all I can see right here is Kiss. I know that's not the case, but that's where my mind goes because white face paint. Again, I know that's not what they're going for here, but it's all I can see. When this card destroys an opponent's monster by battle and sends it to the graveyard, you can special summon that monster to your field and defense. So basically, you just steal your opponent's stuff. It doesn't say at the end of the turn, so you just get it immediately to attack them.
Pose a further restriction.
Kabuki theme?
Like requiring an Earth Tuner monster instead of any type of tuner monster. While these erratas are usually necessary, they oftentimes make cards feel watered down in ways they really don't need to be. Yugioh Guardian is a great example, as once it was released with its new allergy to everything but dirt, its usage rate plummeted. The three cards who got it the worst...
I guess any way to bring it up would mean it would work in any deck, and if you don't have an Earth stuff, then you're just not using it. Oof.
Though are Chaos Emperor Dragon, Envoy of the End, and the previously mentioned Ring of Destruction and Crush Card Virus. Chaos Emperor Dragon used to be the strongest card in the game.
Oh?
Able to destroy everything from the field to even the hands, which barely any cards are allowed to touch.
Really? I thought there was a few cards that did that.
And then in addition to a card like Sangan, it could bring out Yatagarasu, and then you would be able to destroy your opponent bit by bit, denying them their draw phase and keeping them out of the game. Chaos Emperor Dragon was eventually allowed to come back, under the proviso that you weren't allowed to activate any other card effects in the turn that you summoned Chaos Emperor Dragon.
Ew. Cannot be normal summoned, must be special summoned from your hand by banishing one light, one dark monster from your graveyard. Once per turn, you can pay 1,000 life points, send as many cards in both players' hands on the field as possible to the graveyard. 300 damage to your opponent for each card sent to the graveyard. This effect cannot activate other cards or effects during the turn you activate this card's effect. It's not a quick effect. If that was a quick effect and you could play it in your opponent's turn, yeah, that'd be fine. In fact, I would think this card would be overpowered at that point. But if it's only on your turn,
again, which not only turned off the Yada lock, but turned off your entire turn. Now you're the one getting your turn skipped. Ring of Destruction got absolutely ruined. Now instead of simply destroying a monster and dealing damage to both players, now you can only use it on the opponent's turn, it can only be used once per turn, you take the damage first, and to top it all off, you can't even kill the opponent with it.
Seriously? And if you do, take damage equal to less than or equal to their life. You can't even win the game.
Since the monster needs to have less attack than the opponent has life points. Crush Card Virus is
also, according to Phil, CED, Chaos Emperor Dragon, also used to be damage from all cards, not just your opponent's. Oh, so getting rid of your own cards would also be a way to do it. Yeah.
just pathetic in the state it's in, and doesn't resemble the original at all. Instead of destroying all 1,500 attack monsters your opponent controls, have in their hand, and draw for the next 3 turns, now it will destroy on the field and in the hand, but now the opponent gets to choose 3 cards from their deck to destroy instead, on top of making them...
Honestly, that would just mean 3 cards in my graveyard that I want, which I already pay cards for to do that intentionally.
Invincible for 2 turns. People often argue if it's even worth it to bring back a card as iconic and powerful as Chaos Emperor Dragon, if they're just going to be pantsed in front of everybody like this.
No.
Or if it's better to let them be mythologized on the ban list.
Yeah.
With retrains, it's possible to bring back fan-favorite cards while leaving the originals locked away for good. And some retrains even manage to bring back the original power of those banned cards at much steeper costs, but that's for later. Tier 0.
0?
A common question...
Okay, so I don't know what this would mean in Yu-Gi-Oh terms. I'm assuming... The Deer Servant? Oh, don't recognize the rest of the cards. But I'm assuming that means like the cards that are just, you have them, you play them, and that's all you need to know. Like if Pot of Greed was still in the game, it would be the Tier 0, but I'm not sure if that applies the same way here, though.
Question asked by non-players when Yu-Gi-Oh gets brought up is... So, like, what's the best deck? They usually lose interest after you tell them it's not Raigeki into Silverfang, but...
I mean, isn't it just the one you like the most, followed by the one that can fuck over the opponent the most? In that order?
Determining what the best deck is really varies. Depending on what decks are being played, what cards are legal, and what style of play is popular, it could be a bunch of different answers. Most of the time, the meta of the game is balanced around a few decks occupying the top spot.
Oh, that card. I've had so much bad luck with this card. The one time I drew it and it worked, and a guy dropped in 15 cards through multiple turns, and I had my entire hand, and I could have immediately comboed out in one immediately and lost connection on my end. And then I got another turn, started the game. The guy had a trap deck, which I didn't recognize was a trap deck because I played it immediately when he summoned the cards. Like, hey, I'm going to get a bunch of... He has no monsters. Yeah, that was fun.
Lot of best deck. But on rare occasions, a deck will be released that is so overwhelming, dominant, and so without counters that the community declares it to be a tier above Tier 1, Tier 0.
Which one
what makes
that right
a Tier
now?
0 deck is kinda hard to determine, with some people insisting that if it doesn't have 70% of representation at a major event, then it's not Tier 0.
I've actually heard similar arguments where other games, both for Magic and 40K, representation is not really a good way to do it, though, because, for example, you can have a bunch of new decks where they're the easiest cards to get, so there's massive representation for that deck because it's the easiest cards for people to get, but it could still not be the best. Or it could be the other way around, where maybe 70% of the players have one specific deck, but then the top winners of everything is the exact same deck for different people. Then it might just be this deck is more powerful. Or you can do a situation where the winner of every tournament is this one specific deck, but it's just the same person playing the same deck every time. He just keeps winning. I think that would be less likely if you're doing something international like this. But weirder shit has happened.
Commonly agreed upon way to think of Tier 0 is that if you're going to a premier event and you're planning on encountering one deck in particular and build around that matchup, you're in a Tier 0 format. The first ever deck to reach this status was the previously mentioned Chaos deck, featuring Yatagarasu and Chaos Emperor Dragon. No deck really had an answer for not having any cards in hand, and this was long before the days where cards in the graveyard could be just as useful as cards on the field.
Yeah, that would feel really different right now, because Graveyard in Magic, it's like, it's probably dead unless you have a deck built for it. Graveyard in Yu-Gi-Oh! Was like, hey, my second hand.
At the time of its release, you either played Chaos Emperor Dragon, or you played to beat Chaos Emperor Dragon. And that means it was Tier 0. This sets the template for every Tier 0 deck to follow.
So ideally, the healthiest way to make the game is to try and never have a Tier 0 deck. Because that way it's always an even matchup of this might win, but random bullshit off the side could still win as well.
Extremely dominant, take advantage of some mechanic that completely shuts off the opponent's turn, and are only countered by hyper-specific cards and strategies that are really only good at stopping the Tier 0 deck. After that came Dark-Armed Dragon, an easy-to-summon and extremely powerful boss monster that made any dark deck leagues better, including its use of a pre-errata crush card virus. Though it was mostly kept in check by other decks like Gladiator Beasts and Lightsworns, the release of Synchro Monsters, Emergency Teleport, and Krebons in the Duelist Genesis pack brought about a new variant called Teledad.
Teledad? Why does that sound like a dad who just calls you every other week and goes, I'm proud of you, son? Am I talking to the right person? It's fine, he doesn't know.
Which could vomit out Synchro
Maybe that's
and
just where
Dark
my mind
Monsters
goes.
with ease, while also leveraging Dark-Armed Dragon
I'm noticing certain cards are just incredibly common even now.
for unbeatable advantage. Zexal would be the first series to pass without a Tier 0 format, though plenty of people think Dragon Rulers was Tier 0, despite the fact that not only did it never get that full representation it needed, it was also kept in check by spellbooks. The next Tier 0 format would come in 2015, with the release of Necros.
Honestly, that's a lot less Tier 0s than I expected. Because again, I played a lot of Magic where, depending on the format, the Tier 0 was, okay, are you playing insert this year's deck that will win, or next year's deck that will win? Because the previous one had just enough changes that it can't win anymore. I'm very much thinking about Modern right now.
This was a ritual deck of all things that got unbelievable support, having rituals that did things both in the hand and graveyard on
Why do I feel this is a reference to something? It feels like a reference. I want to say something about Zodiac armors, but I can't quite name what I'm remembering here.
Top of the field, as well as having exclusive access to Djinn, Releaser of Rituals.
That is art.
Flat out stopped all special summoning when it was used as ritual material. The Performapal and Perform Mage archetypes joined forces in a strategy called Pepe, which was the Arc V era's second Tier 0 strategy. Which really just vomited guys.
Oh, yeah, people mentioned there was a guy whose entire archetype was the circus. Okay.
forever until the opponent drowned in rank 4 Xyz monsters. Zodiac marked the third Tier 0
what?
meta of the Arc V era,
Zodiac?
as the Zodiac deck was just better than every other deck.
Zodiac Trident is... Honestly, I kind of like the art. Looks like a deer girl, but with a... Oh, is that a claw? Oh, that's a hand. God damn.
It's really as simple as that. This deck didn't abuse a mechanic or broken card, because every card was the broken card. They could Xyz summon using just one...
They all have giant hands, don't they? Oh, it's a mouse girl here with a giant hand. Oh my god.
monster.
Zero Saint Seiya? Yep, that's what I was thinking. That's the one.
And every monster gave those Xyz monsters new effects. These guys are so strong that even unlimiting a few of their cards in 2020 saw them come back into the meta in full force.
Already?
Until Konami undid their in 2021. It was the pandemic, we had to make things funny somehow.
Yeah.
Moving into the Brains era, and our first Tier 0 deck was Spirals. Spirals were a deck made by the American Konami branch that accomplished dick-ass shit, but...
What? I'm sorry. So wait. There was cards explicitly made by the American branch alone. That's okay. Not expecting that, but okay.
Before the release of their Link monster, Spiral Double Helix. This monster proved that Master Rule 4 was going to be a lot of fun.
Master Rule 4? I don't know what... I feel like that's a reference I should get. I do not get that.
It turns out giving a deck a way to spam out every monster was a bad idea.
Oh, they gave it a... Oh.
The best part about Spiral format was waiting to see just how bad it got. When tournament results are released in Yu-Gi-Oh!, a common thing to do is release a pie chart to show their representation.
I've seen this a few times.
And Spiral's representation would be so massive that oftentimes the pie chart would just be a picture of Double Helix.
What was the win rate comparison, though?
Save for the face of Spiral Sleeper. People would then joke that we would know that things had gotten really bad when we saw Sleeper's face. Luckily, I don't think any major tournament ever got that bad.
Again, I would love to find out what the actual, like... Oh, I just realized Spiral Hair. Oh, that's what it was named after. I would love to see what the win rate percentages were, though.
But it was...
Also, Bill, you told me the TCG American version and the OCG original Japanese version have some of their own cards. Yep. It just feels weird that they don't cross over back and forth, though.
Almost that bad. From here, we got a brief reprieve from Tier 0 archetypes for about half a decade, until the set Power of the Elements, introducing the world to the Tier Element archetype.
Oh, even I've heard about them and think I got my ass kicked by them once already.
This was a deck that could fusion summon to no end, mill cards that would then fusion summon, and summon powerful boss monsters on the opponent's first turn. With the release of cards like Agito the Ancient Sentinel and Kelbeck the Ancient Vanguard that could mill up to 5 cards, Tier Element had become the undisputed best deck, and potentially the strongest deck of all time in the appropriately named Tier 0. Immediately after Tier 0 ended, we entered another Tier 0 format in Cash Tier.
Oh, I know this deck. Oh, I hate it so much. Mostly because I went second, and by the time they had their board up, it was essentially every card that you play gets banished. All of your positions don't get played. You can't play the game. And instead of beating you, I'm just going to solitaire for a few more turns, but not let you play the game. I hate this so much. Also, it didn't help that I literally got all the trap cards for required me to sacrifice or discard a creature card from my hand. But all I had were trap cards in my hand that required a creature card. It's like I had 3 and then 2 other cards that were just good if I had anything I could discard, but I couldn't. And it's just...
Psychic monsters who just made our eyes hurt and that's it. Why is it Xyz is always the one causing problems? You don't...
So much rage. If I had any counter, it would have been fine, but I didn't draw any of them.
I don't see Synchro getting up to mischief like this. The final and most recent Tier 0 format was for Snake Eyes.
Oh?
A deck of fire monsters who just kinda got everything. A Rhoda, a
Don't know this
double
one.
revive from grave, more starters than some archetypes had monsters.
Damn.
It was nutty. Tier 0 decks and formats can be extremely divisive, as some players like to test their mettle with one deck in particular and find all the ways to break it. Other players bemoan the lack of variety and how expensive it can get when there are no alternatives.
Yeah.
Everybody needs to play one deck, so everybody who has the cards to make that deck is about to make a lot of money. A very real complaint, though, is that the past 3 Tier 0 formats
I don't recognize any of these cards, and I kind of love that. Although I think I recognize Maximus, but not the rest of them.
have been within, like, a couple weeks of each other.
Seriously?
There was a real time where Kashtira and Tearlaments were stepping on each other's toes. How can we have 2 Tier 0 decks at the
Is it bad that I kind of like that, though? Because if you have so many decks fighting against each other, they probably hyper-specialize. So any third party that is just completely out of the gate, so just like out of the blue, might have a chance because of that?
same time? As long as Konami needs to keep selling booster packs, they're gonna keep making cards stronger and stronger. And it's likely we're gonna see a new Tier 0 format sooner rather than later.
Yeah.
Dual discs.
Wait. I mean, of course everyone knows what that is from the first show. It's like the thing they always have on their arm. And I wish there was a good thing you could do with that. I was going to say IRL, but is this a thing they have IRL? If that is, oh.
When a show has the intent of selling merch to kids, you're
Yeah.
gonna need that one item that every kid is gonna want.
Transformers.
Whether it be the Power Rangers
Power Ranger Transformers.
Megazord, the Pokemon Pokedex,
Also, I know what I said. I stand by it.
or Digimon's Digivice, every
Dude, I
show
remember those
needs
too.
one. Yu-Gi-Oh! At first seems like it might not have anything like that, since all that's required to play are the cards, a flat surface, and an English diploma. But they had
Oh, trust me, I have that. I still can't read shit.
the perfect accessory, the dual disc. Now, dual discs were not standard issue at the beginning of Yu-Gi-Oh's lifespan. At first, they dueled in these big custom-built duel arenas that would be a little hard to sell in bulk at Toys R Us.
But can we all acknowledge if they just had random things where you could just go in and have your cards do all this? Like, just think Master Duel, but 3D effects. It would be so cool. Also, since you have Master Duel, you have basically the program for it. You just need to figure out how to do the... actually, probably very easy to do that now. Hologram effects are pretty good. It wouldn't even be impossible. You know, there's probably a way to do this IRL right now. I think we need this.
Then afterwards, Kaiba introduced these weird dueling yo-yo tops where you'd place the card on top, let it rip, as it were, and then the monster would be summoned. It's the sort of thing that would be in line with what Kaiba would have made back in Season 0, but as a replicatable toy, it was as impractical as it was lame.
Dual yo-yos! No, actually, I can see that just being a random toy that's just branded this way.
The point that even in storyline, Pegasus calls it out as kind of a piece of junk. How are you winded after tossing a frisbee? In
Yeah, I am not so out of shape that would ever make me winded at all. That would never happen.
Season 2, though, with the Battle City tournament, a new solution was needed.
Yeah.
See, with the tournament's roving format, the dual arenas of old weren't really applicable. And the dual spinners stunk.
Suck.
Enter the dual disc.
It
A
doesn't.
portable dual arena that
It's sharp,
rested on the
it's
duelist's
spiky,
wrist,
it's Kaiba.
folded in on itself to create the arena, and housed the deck itself. To say this design was iconic would be to call water wet. As from this
I know he's supposed to be doing something there, but my mind went to a very different place.
moment forward, this became the standard.
Also, being told someone made it IRL. Oh, the dual disc, not the I was really hoping that was comment about the hologram usage. That would have been awesome.
way to play the game in the anime for every series afterwards. From GX all the way up to Go Rush, dual discs have been as important to a duelist as their deck.
What are the new series
with
called anyways?
Certain duelists even getting variants to fit their personality or theming. Axel from Yu-Gi-Oh! GX had a dual disc that could transform into a gun to fit his army theme.
He's American, isn't he?
Gil Ransborg from 5Ds had his fashioned into a shield. And by Arc 5, every dual disc was a hard-to-light construct with a glow specific to its duelist. They became a really useful shorthand to get across some element of a character, with nothing more than what they dueled with. Of course, though, the part that most kids cared about was when they could get their own. Yeah. Dual discs were released in America in 2003.
Wait, they were? How did I miss this? Oh yeah, not having cable probably.
And instantly became the prized jewel of any player's collection. Anyone with enough disposable income and enough parent to make
Okay, that's how I missed it. That's
income
why.
Could have the coolest piece of merch ever. It would pop.
Yep. Also, just gonna pull this out right now. So they also made an AR app for dueling. You okay? That sounds amazing. It's sharp as spiky. It's Kaiba. Could be the slogan for an in-universe ad. Yes, it would. Wait, they made IRL with mirrors? Yeah, I've actually seen a few of those. It's a very basic technique. You put a physical object in the bottle or the bottom of a, not quite a sphere, but like an obloid, and the reflections will bounce around so it looks like it's coming from the same image at every angle. That looks like it's a hologram. It's just an optical illusion. It's a very nice one, by the way. But you could do a lot more with just small drones from a distance, individually creating an image. Sometimes 3D, sometimes not as good, but it's entirely possible right now to do something similar. But that's more at like an overtly huge scale, not quite this. AR is probably the easiest way to do it then. Speaking of, someone did make it so you could do it in VR with complete full-size summons. Siren, that sounds awesome.
Open just like it did in the show. You could draw cards from it. You could put those cards down. You could flaunt it over your friends who didn't have one. Okay, we're getting the energy back up. Yeah, we kind of have a problem where the dual discs don't necessarily do anything on their own, but that was never really the point. They were just supposed to be a fun way to play the game. A way that is cluttered with all sorts of design flaws that don't really take into account how the game is played. The graveyard could only hold about 25 cards until you had to start putting them in your pocket, where they'd be fighting for space since there was no room for banished cards or your extra deck. And the slots you were supposed to insert your cards into on the board itself were tight. Too tight.
Oh, it destroyed cards, didn't it? Oh. Also, Magtar Purple. Oh, yeah. They already showed that one in the VR? Yeah, but that's VR chat, or at least I assumed it was VR chat. I thought maybe like someone did something specific, like an AR variation of it.
If the cards were sleeved, they wouldn't fit.
Oh, okay.
And if they were unsleeved, they had a nasty habit of bending or creasing cards.
Oh, that is horrible. That's right up there with when I was learning to play Magic and some guy just didn't like my deck. So he stepped on it. On the ground. Because we were for some reason playing on pavement. And decided to twist his foot and so the card got scraped up. Dick move.
Which, even if you disregard resale value, is just a crappy thing for them to do. They don't do much.
Don't worry. You can always buy more, kids. Remind your parents.
But what they do, they can't do very well. That didn't stop every single person I knew from wanting one when they were younger. And nowadays, it's regarded as a huge piece of nostalgia for 2000s kids. And if you wanted to be even cooler, you could have picked up the rarer Orichalcos variant that nowadays goes for around $800. In 2019, Bandai Namco would create a newer version of the dual.
The old one sold for how much? What was it sold for originally? Like, there's probably someone with a warehouse full of these they couldn't ever sell. It's like, I'm sorry, they're worth how much now? God damn.
Disc that, while removing some functionality from the original.
Also, Magtar, did I get to punch that guy? No, because I was like 11 years old and they walked away and I was like, what the fuck, man? Wasn't even the guy I was playing either. They just didn't like Magic.
Would improve upon it in pretty much every way. Like adjusting the slots to hold sleeved cards, and adding lights and music straight out of the original anime. Parodies.
What?
When a property hits the
Oh, okay, we're talking online parodies. I thought they were going to like do internal parodies that are just meta, which admittedly would be pretty awesome too.
big stage as hard and as fast as Yu-Gi-Oh did,
Yeah.
it's impossible for people to not want to poke fun at it. I mean, Yu-Gi-Oh is the
Is this me,
poster
Canyon?
child for TV
Nah, probably
shows
not. Too
where the
normal
entire
looking.
world is centered around the game it's shilling. Wars are fought over individual
Oh my
cards.
God, poor
The
CD
world
did
is
this.
shaped by the will of who can summon out a 3K beater quicker. There is so much stuff to make
I'm sorry, a what? I don't think I want to know about people getting their beater. That's a very different. Yeah. Magtar, being 11 is not an excuse to punch someone. Yes, it is when they were not 11 and I know I couldn't reach their face. It was like, self-preservation wins right now.
fun of with Yu-Gi-Oh, it's an embarrassment of riches when it comes to how much you have to work with. You got the silly hair. You got the stupid rules.
Yes.
You got the long-winded speeches. And
They
unlike
actually did
Pokemon,
Yu-Gi-Oh in this?
didn't take America by surprise.
Robot
we saw this
Pharaoh.
one coming. We were ready. Parodies of Yu-Gi-Oh fall into two
I didn't realize Futurama did a Yu-Gi-Oh episode. I shouldn't be so surprised, though, considering Texas Speech did as well at this point.
categories. Internet
Oh, if he brings up if Texas Speech did an entire Yu-Gi-Oh battle as a part of their actual plot line, I'm going to laugh my ass off on this one.
parodies and the real world. On the internet, Yu-Gi-Oh is a pretty frequent target for jokes and parodies. Obviously the most famous being Yu-Gi-Oh! The Abridged series.
Yeah.
There are still a lot of animations parodying Yu-Gi-Oh! That span from the days of Newground all the way up to this very day.
Wait, they had Yu-Gi-Oh! Of course Newground would have parody animations. That's like saying is water wet. I shouldn't be surprised that's a thing.
The most popular ones include Yu-Gi-No! By
What?
Punch Punch Forever creator Speedro,
Really? Oh, I have never even heard of that, and I do follow their stuff. Apparently not that well, though.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Poker Night by Mashed, creators of Cuphead Cartoon Rap Battle Part 2,
Haven't seen
and
any of that, so I
Cuphead
don't know.
Cartoon Rap Battle Part 1, and Heart of My Cards by Rice Pirate. Funny thing about Rice Battle Part 1 and Heart of My Cards.
I just want to point out, that's the Millennium Puzzle. And it could be nothing else.
Cards by Rice Pirate. Funny thing about Rice Pirate, or Mick Lauer,
Yeah?
he's since gone on to become a very successful voice actor, now being heard in
Is his hair getting even bigger every time? Oh, that's the joke.
things like the JoJo's Bizarre Adventure dub as Leon Abacchio. But do you know what one of his first professional voiceover roles was?
Don't tell me it actually was Yu-Gi-Oh!
Rokojiro Misawa in Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal.
Huh.
Crazy to think
More
that
you know.
somebody who made a parody of the show would end up voicing a character in it.
Especially considering, again, like we brought up literally hours ago at this point, guys like Little Karibo were explicitly blacklisted for doing the same thing.
Although it is kind of backwards, since his role as Roku actually predates his Yu-Gi-Oh! Animation.
Oh, that's why. Oh, okay, that makes more sense.
Which kind of makes it funnier. There's even an Annoying Orange parody that I would watch, but it would probably be too funny, and I wouldn't be able to get this out on time, so,
Am I the only one who just knows enough about Annoying Orange to know that the name is accurate and just can't stand the humor? I don't know. Something about it just repels me. I don't know why. It doesn't click.
Sorry, pair. However, online parodies are one thing. With those, there's a much greater chance that the individual or team making it either grew
Yeah?
up with the property or enjoy it today. That's visible in the directness of some of the references they pull, and
Yeah, he'd be the kind of person that ironically were that. That makes perfect sense.
accuracy with which they nail how the original show was presented. The much more interesting ones to me are the ones made in more traditional medias, like TV shows and movies, since they're made
He did show that Futurama had one. I wonder what the other ones are that even make references to it.
with a much more outsider perspective.
Oh?
Rugrats All Grown Up featured an episode called You Gotta Go, which was about the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trend, with Chucky feeling ostracized because he's the only one at school without any cards. He somehow didn't feel ostracized by being Chucky from the Rugrats.
Yeah, that would normally do it.
Codename Kids Next Door didn't have a direct Yu-Gi-Oh parody, like playing with cards or anything, but rather had a recurring background character who sported Yugi's iconic hairdo.
Oh, shit, yeah. And it's literally just number 1 with hair.
Right down to his name on the wiki being K&D Scientist with Yu-Gi-Oh hair. Some other shows that used Yu-Gi-Oh as a background detail for jokes include The Simpsons.
That's official Simpsons. You know what? No, they've done so many weird things at this point. I shouldn't even be surprised. They went with like early 2000s, but not shiny CGI style.
Who didn't parody the card game, but rather chose to include an ad for a Yu-Gi-Oh price guide book. Yeah, in season 15's...
Oh, yeah. Yu-Gi-Oh price guides. In the children's section. Unironically, that might be a real thing. Everybody Poops, the video.
Magical History Tour, you can see in the background a poster advertising a Yu-Gi-Oh price guide book. These are coming up a little bit later, but what a strange pull for the animators to include. Given that it's right next to a poster for Everybody Poops, I guess the joke was just how dumb the idea of a Yu-Gi-Oh price guide was back then, but...
honestly, I've seen dumber things. Maybe it was a joke, but it doesn't seem that odd, actually, at this point.
More realistically, it's just a background.
And yeah, okay, they change every opening. Oh yeah, even before I saw the Super Eye Patch Wolf video on that, I knew that one. Granted, I haven't seen a lot of the new ones just because there's just a lot I haven't noticed.
Detail modeled on a real poster one of the writers saw in a bookstore. So you're telling me that Yu-Gi-Oh can't get more than a background detail, but Bakugan gets a whole B+?
Wait, that's a real game? I thought it was just like random toys for kids to keep them from just sticking their fingers in outlets. And I do mean that as the literal reason for it. It's like, you can try the fork in the outlet method, or try this $5 toy that you're going to break. You have to buy a new one for. I mean, as far as, it's basically a fidget spinner before fidget spinners were around. Or at least that's what I thought they were. Apparently, there's a game behind it. That's news to me.
Lot. And where there's smoke, there's
okay,
fire.
This is not surprising.
Family Guy, of all shows, included a Yu-Gi-Oh reference, sitting nicely alongside its Street Fighter and JoJo parodies. In the season 5 episode
Game of Thrones.
Road to Rupert, Stewie's teddy bear is sold at a yard sale. And in an attempt to get him back, Stewie finds the seller on the FBI's database. The 3 shows he's listed as watching include Cold Case, Without a Trace, and Yu-Gi-Oh! Finishing out the trio of adult animation is the perpetually canceled classic The Venture Bros. Except instead of a surface-level joke or background gag, it goes for way too deep a cut. In the season 3 episode Orb, Dean Venture finds ancient treasure that's little more than junk drawer garbage, including a copy of the card Ancient Gear Fist. The card is not notable in any way. It's not iconic, it's not good, it wasn't even especially common. The most noteworthy aspect of the card really is that it was referenced in the Venture Bros.
Because the point of it is, no one would know about this card because there's no media outside of it unless you're directly playing the game. So it's like that little indication to fans of, hey, remember how you know this card, but only if you play the game?
The last show I want to look at is Mad.
That was a TV show?
2010 parody sketch show that aired on Cartoon Network.
Oh, that would be why I have no idea about it. Okay, that would do it. Yeah, I did not have cable at this time, or more specifically, I didn't care to watch it because, YouTube.
Based on the magazine of the same name.
Didn't know it had a TV
One of
show.
their skits is the borderline unwatchable Grey's in Anime.
Borderline unwatchable?
Which parodies a bunch of different anime that were popular at the time.
And Grey's in. So it's probably also making fun of Grey's Anatomy in general. Which, admittedly, probably makes it better than the original show.
Including Dragon Ball, Sailor Moon, and of course Yu-Gi-Oh! Using the backdrop of Grey's Anatomy. Oh,
and again, still better than the actual show. I am very biased against it. I don't know why, but for some reason I just cannot stand it.
It's not unwatchable because it's bad. It's unwatchable because it gets too much stuff right.
What?
Watching this is like opening a sarcophagus and getting a disease that hasn't existed for years and doesn't have a name. Getting flashbanged with Caramel Dancin', Over 9000, and fucking Pedo Bear wasn't what I wanted to see on a Friday afternoon.
What? This was official? Also, Caramel Dancing's that old? For some reason, I thought that was just a newer meme because I just started seeing it recently. Or more likely, I'm just so far behind that old things seem new to me. That would also do it.
Afternoon, but I guess we're going down together. The other Yu-Gi-Oh parody they
What?
did was Yugi Bear. This sounds a lot more like what a lot of Mad sketches were, which was surface level word association. But what's weird is how clearly one person working on this liked the game, and the other didn't. Yogi Bear plays cards like Smarter Than the Average Bear and Boo-Boo-Eyed White Dragon, but then Ranger Smith plays Amazoness of the Sea and Gigaplant. These are both real cards.
Wait, they are?
And they're even rendered as close to their original artwork as possible. Frankly, I'm more confused now than if they had just made up all the cards.
I wonder if there was like a bet going on of who would get the better reaction by doing completely legit things versus completely bullshit things. I want to know the story behind this. Like, unironically, I'm invested in finding out what the hell led to this.
Speaking of Mad, though, the magazine itself did also contain a few Yu-Gi-Oh! Parody cards in their Mad Kids magazine, including Mental Zero Lame Wig Man.
How did they not get sued? Parody. Definitely for parody, and they're not Japanese. That would be why.
Moist Cyberstain, and Superior Sheriff Boss Frog.
Jar Jar. Morphing Jar Jar. That one I'm surprised they didn't get sued for. In fact, they probably did get sued for it because this is definitely wasn't Disney yet. Okay, that's why. Yeah, that would do it.
4, which, in another confusingly accurate reference, references the fan term for the card Dark Armed Dragon, Dad. One guy working at MAD was putting his whole back into letting kids know that adults like this game too. And to him, we salute you.
God. How deep does this rabbit hole go anyways? He's like, so far it's been a bunch of things that are wait, counterfeit cards. That's of course it's the thing. If anything has money, there's going to be a counterfeit of it.
Counterfeit cards. With the sort of success that Yu-Gi-Oh! Saw in its initial blitz,
Ghosts from the past? Oh, it's probably just reselling old cards.
it was inevitable that some sort of bootleg knockoff would find its way into the hands of kids. Anybody who's ever been to a swap meet, yard sale, or flea market can tell you they're fit to burst with all sorts of cheaply made knockoff garbage that you have to ask who they're even for. I'm talking these little freaky-looking Pokemon.
I have seen these around. Honestly, I thought they were just some like second party that just fucked around. Probably because it was a second party that just fucked around, yeah.
Figures that kinda look like the real thing, but not really. You've seen stuff like the Sense of Right Alliance, and no surprise.
I hate it. Is that just random Shrek? What? That's just a car over here. I don't... What? It is... No, I've never seen this before. I did not know anything about this. This is... It just has fire truck down here below it. What is going on? This is like someone's Chinese manufacturer just took all of the spare models that they didn't sell to the original manufacturers and sold off all the like misprints or something. Oh my god.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Has these too. Now, Yu-Gi-Oh! Knockoffs of course exist in the traditional sense.
The more you look at it, the worse it looks. Oh god.
With packaged figures that use the branding. But with Yu-Gi-Oh!, the much more common example are the bootlegged cards. No one quite knows where they came from, or rather come from, since they're still readily available as recently as the Link era. But given their appearance on sites like Temu, Wish.com, and AliExpress...
Chinese knockoffs, got it.
Which are infamous for selling cheaply made Chinese bootlegs, and that's probably our best guess. You might not be able to tell the difference between the genuine article and the copy at first glance, but there are finer details you can pay attention for that...
Card edge. And yeah, the printing over here. So it's not a bad one, but not horrible either. These are dark enough that you can see the edge is actually blurring to a separate color. Okay.
In the copy at first glance, but there are finer details you can pay attention for that will give up the
Off-center
ghost.
by extreme amounts.
Like the Anubis eye sticker in the corner, whether it's jagged or smooth edges, or if the card is called Toon Gebly Shock Troops. Yeah, these never fooled anyone. Some cards could get kinda close to the original template, but most of them are so far off and use this cramped text box that
They look bad. And somehow, they're still curling less than the normal, completely real Magic the Gathering foils. This is painful. This is painful.
Makes it impossible to list off a monster's actual abilities. They also usually have a couple extra numbers thrown onto the attack and defense, meaning Toon Gebly Shock Troops has 23,100 attack points on a level 4 boss.
Now, I'm not a good person when it comes to numbers, but that seems like a lot. Also, is it just me, or are they using the Pokemon formatting, but for Yu-Gi-Oh cards? But this is all original, but just the top of it reminds me so much of the pop-outs for Pokemon. Although maybe it's just because I haven't seen Pokemon cards in so many years.
Body. I'm still playing Alistair. The quality as well is in the toilet compared to the real thing.
Like I said, still better than most foiling in Magic. I am very salty about that for years now, damn it.
With this weird, waxy film on the front that you can actually peel off to remove,
Yeah.
and the blinding star foil that comes with it. These things were everywhere when Yu-Gi-Oh! Was at its most popular, and now tons of people with card collections somewhere in their childhood bedroom have these random cards that ask you to put back the cards into pack into standby bag, then reshuffle, then take out the ones with same number. This is a Magic card with 4,600 defense. Yeah, when I said these cards were probably from China, the quality wasn't all I meant.
Yeah.
The effects and names of
And
these
the
cards
translation.
are all over the place. Ranging from direct translations of the Japanese names, to close approximations of the English name, to whatever the hell Dog Sufferer is. The most famous.
I'm sorry, what? Dogs. I'm assuming there's an entire secondary market now just looking for this. Just looking for what exactly is going on and trying to get as many of these original fakes as they can possibly get. Because they're so weird. They almost seem like collector pieces in their own right. Because most people who got these would realize they're not actually real and trash them. So it might actually give them more value in the hindsight because they're going to be more rare.
Famous one is, of course, the Darkly Big Rabbi, but let's not forget your friend and mine.
What? Oh my god, that's so dumb. It's so bad. It loops around to being funny. Oh my god. That's a very different take on the King of Egypt movie than I thought I saw.
Cartoon Black Devil Girl, or Prince of the Devil's Underworld Hardess, who is only effective in the open country, alright? No borders. No power for the demons in your own open country during the fighting. This card has no way to special itself from the Semtree. Alright, don't even try it. Oh, and if you thought this was a US exclusive problem, France comes in clutch with
Wait, really?
Defendos Tablet NPL. This card says if there are 7 different 7 Instruments of the Ages cards and the stone tablet on the battlefield or in the graveyard, you can call upon and free the unlimited powers of the evil god of hell and destroy every card your opponent controls and win the game. Chain Solemn?
Okay.
Endymion text length.
What?
Learning Yu-Gi-Oh! Is far
Oh, I think even I know this one because when you look up the longest text, it's in Endymion. Although some of the new cards still have what looks like the same amount of text on it. And yeah, to madness, we can honestly say I have laughed and cried during this iceberg. It's been a ride, man. It is one hell of a ride, and it's going everywhere.
from easy. Outside of the
That doesn't sound like I'm describing watching this. Oh god, that's not that doesn't sound. Let's ignore what I
basic
said.
stuff like summoning mechanics and how the game actually works, there are so many different systems working under the hood that you could play 100 duels
Shuffle and cut
they
your
never
opponent's
come
deck.
up. But when they do, you realize this game is so much more complicated than it reasonably should be if it's marketed to children. We're talking about chain blocking. We're talking about if versus when effects.
Yeah, again, I really like Master Duel simplifying things that I don't need to know if I'm actually doing it right, because it just makes sure I'm doing it right. So when something goes wrong, it's because I'm an idiot, and only because of that.
We're talking about what counts as effect negation versus resolution negation. A player who picks up the game to play Red Eye's Black Dragon shouldn't have to worry about whether or not MST negates. Now, of course, you have to accept these, because it's simply how Yu-Gi-Oh! Works. And the appeal for a lot of people largely comes from mastering all these rulings in order to give yourself an edge. However,
Or finding the random deck that just ignores all of it and it's like, oh, it just works. Neat. Do I know what that is? I have no idea, but I'm sure it probably exists.
not everyone is going to accept these, on top of more surface level stuff, and they'll decry Yu-Gi-Oh! As having changed too much, and wanting to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Like they did back in the old days. These are called Yugi Boomers, and they're
Really? Oh, because Yu-Gi-Oh! First had Yugi as the main character, so if you start with that, you'd be the boomer because you're the old person. You know, that's actually completely self-explanatory. I don't know why it actually surprised me.
Yu-Gi-Oh's equivalent to Gen 1ers. They'll constantly complain that Yu-Gi-Oh! Has gotten too complex, without taking the time to learn how the game even works. Outside of a memory of playing with the zombie structure deck 20 years ago. Now,
Zombies?
if they took the time to learn the game, they could join the rest of us in complaining about how this game is too complex and being justified. Yugi Boomers have a lot of different pieces of ammunition to throw at people when they express joy. But the biggest blow they have is a single card. One that to them embodies everything wrong with the game and should be thrown into an incinerator. Endymion, the mighty master of magic.
Is it bad that I look at this and my problem is his art just looks kind of meh? It's like, it's neat, but it just looks like it just doesn't do it for me. Also, there's a lot of stuff here, but honestly, it's more just the art. I just don't really care for the art. I don't know why. It's probably because it's all just very black. We see the white hair, but it also looks like it has blue hair on top of it. So it's the Yu-Gi-Oh! Style, but also the horns on top of the crest, but I can't tell if it's part of it. But then it also has the thing behind it, looks like it's part of it. It's very busy. That's probably why.
This is a level 7 spellcaster pendulum monster who holds the record for the longest card text in the entire game.
I'm just going to pull up something right now that I think might offend a few people. So if you're still here, yeah. I'm just typing in MTG card in 2026. Like, all of these right now. Here, I'll just pull up the art in a new window. Here. This is just standard, normal card. And yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh! Has more, but most things are like these. It's kind of just... There's a lot of text and a lot of rulings on these things. There's a lot going on in every single card right now, so it might have more than a lot of what Magic does, but not by a lot.
Having a meaty effect both in its monster effect and pendulum effect.
Also being told it's a corrupted form? Ah, that would do it.
Those really out of the know, pendulums are basically monsters that can double as spell cards. Except I'm here to explain this as simply as I can.
And I still don't
This
get
card
it.
is not hard to understand. It's scary because of text bloat, but once you learn the effect once, it's really easy to understand. Pendulum effect. Remove 6 spell counters to summon it. Pop as many cards on the field as you have spell counter monsters. On the field, negate spells and traps by returning spell counter monsters to your hand. It's indestructible when it has counters, and you get a free spell when it dies. Yu-Gi-Oh's lack of keywords like magic and other TCGs have make effects look a lot longer than they really are.
And as Magic has got more complicated, I really appreciate when you spell out an effect right now, because I don't like needing a Google search every time a new word is brought up, because it has happened. It's not as bad as it could be. It's more like what they did when every single time a new set came out, they just created a keyword and then never explained the keyword, even if it was identical to a previous one, but they just wanted a new word for it for flavor. And ignored how having a new keyword for the same thing created its own hassles in its own right, because I'm complaining a lot about Magic, which is weird because I actually quite enjoy the game, even if certain things have made me more dissatisfied.
And Endymion is the biggest victim of this. Despite the ease of understanding the effect, Endymion has become the Yugi Boomer poster child. Always shown as an example that Yu-Gi-Oh! Is dumb and gay, and should go back to Feral Imp Beatdown.
I will have you know, I can be dumb regardless.
Now, full disclosure, I'm biased. I play Endymion. I love Endymion. It's one of my favorite decks in the game.
I never actually played against it yet.
This guy brought up is like a dog whistle, that the person complaining likely has no idea what they're talking about. If they really wanted to talk about a confusing card, they'd go for something like Mischief of the Time Goddess.
Wait, what? Neither player can activate cards, oh god, or effects, oh god, in response to this card's activation. Cannot be activated as Chainlink 2 or higher at the end. Oh, so it makes things just stop at the end of your battle phase. If all monsters you control are Valkyrie monsters, -1. Oh, minimum 1. Send this card to the graveyard. Also, immediately after this effect resolves, skip to the start of the battle phase on your next turn. If you do, you cannot activate Mischief the Time Goddess. Wait, what? Immediately after this effect resolves, skip to the start of the... So you're basically just skipping the opponent's turn, the second half of your turn, to get another battle phase. Which means that anything that triggers on entering and things ending turn would maybe go off? Would that... Oh god, this is why it's complicated, because they probably have to do rulings on what would or would not count as having happened when you just skip to the next phase. Oh god.
Or Clock Lizard.
You contribute this card, 1 fusion monster in your graveyard to your extra deck. Then fusion summon that fusion monster to your extra deck. By banishing fusion materials listed in your graveyard, if this card is banished from your graveyard, you can make special summon monsters your opponent controls lose 400 attack for each Cyberse monster currently in your graveyard until end of turn. So banish a bunch of things. You have to have things in your graveyard, your other opponents get weaker. That doesn't seem that weird.
Or Curse of Fiend.
Unless I misread it.
A card from those old ages they want to go back to.
I'm just going to read it because I'm curious now. Change the battle position of all attack position monsters to defense, and vice versa. These positions cannot be exchanged during the turn this card effect is activated, except by the effect of a spell, trap, or monster effect card. You can activate this only during the standby phase. Oh, so before you do anything in the main phase, but after you draw. And then you lock them in. So if they have an entire board of attackers, congratulations, you don't.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Has been and always will be a complicated game. They just don't...
Honestly, the last two didn't seem that complicated. The time one, oh, fuck me. There's going to be so many rule integrations there, unless they flat out say, ignore everything to simplify it. That would be an utter bitch.
Acknowledge this because that's not how they played Yu-Gi-Oh! Because the way they played Yu-Gi-Oh! Never really existed.
Because they were wrong?
Yu-Gi-Oh! As it was played at recess, in the lunchroom, and after school was never...
You just draw a card, you put it down, you ignore everything else.
Emblematic of what the game was actually supposed to be like. Nobody really fully understood the rules, had an idea about what rulings were. People today still have no idea how last turn resolves, and most importantly...
Again, thank you so much for Duel Masters actually having that as just hard-coded into the game, because I would get this wrong constantly.
Everybody has a different idea of what classic Yu-Gi-Oh!
Also, Magnetar, so time is complicated? Yes. Yes, it is.
Should be. I want to go back to classic Yu-Gi-Oh! Oh, thank God I finally found somebody to play the 1997 format with. Would you get mad at a new revision of Scrabble because it doesn't use house rules that you played with when you were 5 years old?
Yes, I have seen people get mad about that. It's like, for some reason, when you play Monopoly and you're not allowed to steal from the bank, who does that? Monsters, I say monsters.
No, that's ridiculous. But that's essentially what it comes down to with Yugi Boomers' complaints about Yu-Gi-Oh! Do they have legitimate complaints? Obviously. Yu-Gi-Oh! Does have a horrible new player experience. You basically need...
I mean, yeah, if you're trying to go into competitive right away. But thank God for solo mode. Seriously, it's the only reason I got in here before I figured out what the hell was going on.
Need somebody.
Well, let me rephrase that. That implies I figured out what the hell was going on. I have not done that yet. We're not even close to that.
Who already knows the game to walk you through your first 100 games to understand what's going on. However, just because they can make a good complaint doesn't mean they usually do. Yugi boomers don't complain about why certain card rulings are so obtuse and how wording doesn't really make sense when two cards with very similar effects do different things. They'll complain about Madolche looking silly.
Who?
Or not being able to play Gravity Bind anymore.
I don't know who Madolche is, but now if it's actually so silly people complain about it, I kind of want to know how. Also, Maktar, stealing from the bank in Monopoly? Oh, it's quite simple. If one player is playing the banker and they're distracted, you just take money from them and then they don't realize and you win. Because if you're playing a game that's explicitly meant that there's absolutely no effect you can play in the game because it's trying to show you that monopolies are stupid and based completely on luck, you should probably do something skill-based like stealing. Because if you get caught, you're wrong. But if you're not caught, you got away with it. And you did something skill-based in a game that was explicitly made to have no input by the players. Yeah, it was actually propaganda against capitalism. And then Mattel bought it, or was it Hasbro that bought it at the time? Whoever makes it now is the same owner as before, and they thought, hey, this will make a fun game. And then it was fun. And the person who got the royalties from it had very mixed feelings.
All right, fine. I was talking about the Actman video. It's really bad. Viacroids.
I mean, it looks stupid, but there's a variety here.
Ruined Yu-Gi-Oh! What are you
Also, who plays the banker? The person who is the most responsible or the easiest to dupe.
talking about? One of the cards he shows as an example of how cool old Yu-Gi-Oh! is from
2020.
2022! This dude got his dick knocked into dirt by pre-Difo Predaplants, and I'm supposed to take him seriously?
Predaplants? And Starving Venom. I had no idea what any of these do.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Didn't stay in stasis after 2006 when they stopped playing. Like any ongoing game, it's evolved. And trying to go back to an earlier format, while entirely possible, isn't going to happen for the newest parts of Yu-Gi-Oh!
This might sound weird, but the evolution is something that definitely happens, and I understand that. And some people just don't like change. I'm usually one of them because I'm stuck in my ways and an idiot. But I do like the one thing they've kept consistent. Even though they're all over the place, the game feels like it's consistently all over the place with, if you like this thing, as that type of deck moves forward, and it does do that, it'll get more things that look like that type of card rather than drastically changing how every single card looks to be almost completely dissimilar to the previous formats of art and integrations. I'm mostly referencing Magic the Gathering here, but I know other games have done similar things where they just discard previous ways of displaying context. I like that Yu-Gi-Oh! Still looks like a Yu-Gi-Oh! Card from when it started. Sure, the text is bigger. Sure, there's a lot more effects, but those are new types of cards you can play, not the entire format that even the old cards would look like. But then again, I also don't mind when systems are upgraded to have brand new looks to them. I just like that there's the variety, and that's why I'm looking at it right now.
Just won't. I know this conversation about Yugi boomers in the Endymion section might feel a bit disconnected, but it's an overarching thing. Endymion is just the poster child for this sort of problem. If you see my buddy Endymion now, make sure to treat him less like the redheaded stepchild and more like a sign that whoever is posting about him hasn't seriously played the game since Mirror Force was a problem card.
Is it?
The hygiene rule.
I'm sorry. I've been to conventions. I think I have an idea where this is going. Oh, this is probably going to be a thing. Oh, no.
The darkest day.
Please don't say it's what I think
history.
it is. Please don't say it.
So competitive Yu-Gi-Oh! Events don't really need an introduction.
Actually, I know exactly which one. I mentioned this one earlier. If you could... you can't see because my shoulder's in the way. I'll just remove myself quickly. Didn't remove myself. There we go. I know this specific duel. I've seen an entire documentary about this specific duel. The guy who brought Exodia back is the old grandpa playing an old grandpa's deck. It just is amusing to me as hell. I've also done this for other formats of other games where just random stories about people playing the game has amused me. That's why I've got into other stuff other than Magic. What was the other one? I think it was not Soulforged. Soulbound? Soul Eater? Dead Soul? No. I'm completely forgetting what it was called, but there's another game that came out within the last 5 years that just amused me when people played well.
They're about what you think they are. A bunch of people gather together in one place and play Yu-Gi-Oh! To decide who's the best. And of course, like any organized event, there are certain rules that need to be followed in order to participate. Codes of conduct and etiquette that should be common knowledge to just about everybody. Don't show up with a pornographic playmat or
Of course someone would do that. You'd think that would be obvious, but okay, sure, why not?
pornographic card sleeves or pornographic cards or
Leave it at home or with your very too close play group that definitely do not get described as with benefits.
pornographic clothes. This is a rule that has to be enforced. There is one rule, though, a rather recent rule that managed to breach the
Recent? Oh no.
Yu-Gi-Oh community and go viral all over the web for all the wrong reasons. On April 3rd, 2019, the official tournament rules got a new subheading under the Duelist Responsibilities section.
Oh, I'm not going to like this. I think I know exactly where it's going. Everyone watching knows where this is going to go. I'm still not going to like this. Oh no.
Subsection I, hygiene. This
is a new section requiring all patrons at the tournament to be clean and wear clean clothing. If your clothing is excessively dirty or bad smelling, you can be penalized. How bad did it have to get for them to make this a rule?
Subsection addresses a problem that had cropped up at events, in that players smelled like wet ass. The ruling...
Terrible, but not as bad as I thought it was going to be. If you've been to a con and there's the entire thing where there's people who take pride in being there for like 5 days and never showering. Just don't do that. Don't.
Now requires that if you plan on attending Konami-sanctioned events, you must be clean and wearing clothes that are clean. If you or your clothing...
Can we just change that to also just be wearing clothes? I would like that as an inclusion. Because apparently that level of specificity might be required.
...are excessively dirty or bad smelling, you can be penalized and potentially kicked out. Now, smell is not an exclusively Yu-Gi-Oh problem. It's actually...
Really not. It's the entire community. I've seen and experienced things I'm okay with not remembering.
...why we shower. Lots of hobbies like Magic and Smash Bros have had issues with smelliness in the past, and some of them are even more notorious for it than Yu-Gi-Oh is. The problem is that in these other communities, it's an unspoken rule that deodorant is strongly encouraged. It's a rule that isn't often followed, but whatever. Yu-Gi-Oh, meanwhile, is one of the only major organized hobbies like this, where the problem got so bad, it had to be baked into the rule set of the game itself.
So, I was working to the assumption that it was just something that just got annoying to maybe someone from the group, someone in charge of the game when they came to visit, and they made a rule just because of that, because it was a little annoying. But he's made a few caveats here that make my entire understanding very much break. He brought up how, yes, this is in other events. This isn't Smash. This is MTG. This is something that other people experienced. So what I'm thinking and what I've experienced, which was those, and he says, no, it's going beyond that. And I'm just thinking, oh, dear God. That's not scary. That is, oh, I'm in trouble trying to even imagine it because I don't want to imagine that.
It's now tournament illegal to be smelly. Yu-Gi-Oh is a game that needs its players to be in close proximity to each other.
Yep.
And for events like YCS's, where players are packed in tight, being surrounded on all sides by roadkill sounds like a horrible way to spend an afternoon.
Yeah.
That didn't stop people from clowning on Yu-Gi-Oh players hard for being told you have to shower. With reports coming out of people leaving...
I saw this because it was circulating, but considering the circumstance, it might have been me, but I left halfway through because I couldn't stand the smell. It's not like I lost or was sad.
events because of how bad they smelled, people refusing to go to events because they didn't like the new rule, and of course, the most demoralizing one. People began posting the officially licensed Yu-Gi-Oh! Shampoo kit.
I'm not sure which is more depressing, that it exists, or that they probably should just give it to people when they enter.
With Dark Magician Shampoo, Exodia Deodorant, and Millennium Puzzle Soap. God damn it, it's even on a rope too, like in the anime. Censored card art.
This one I do know about, and let's just put it this way. Every time you learn about a censored card, you learn that there's always going to be a bigger fixation on finding the original version of it.
How much censorship the original series underwent wasn't enough to fill you in yet. Yeah, Japan
Aggressive
has
fingers.
very different ideas about what is child appropriate for.
Yeah. Also, Mello, as a personal experience, there was this time when a chair was wet. I went to believe it was just water, or you want to believe. Ugh, there are so many things that could be, and all of them are worse. Like when just being a sweaty bastard is probably the best possible thing other than they just dropped a water bottle. Who knows? There's a whole range of bodily fluids that could technically be.
Versus what America does. In one nation, buzzsaws and boobies. In the other, dark energy discs and the Bible. Except we can't even have that.
Although blocking out the Bible in Japan might be more a reference to just the cult problem. There's a large group of cults that do recruit, which normally wouldn't be a huge problem, except they have also had a lot of cults that are essentially just scams that have then turned violent in their history. So a lot of processing, like a lot of government effects with it, are more taking into effect the, hey, remember the insert the random mass act of violence that doesn't normally happen in our country, but it did because of this cult? Yeah. The reasoning is different on that one. Although I'm not sure that's what he's referencing here, but I do know that's one of the things that does come up.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Card art is first and foremost made for the Japanese market. So it conforms to Japanese sensibilities, which are, in a word, loose. Cards like the Harpy Ladies, the Amazonesses, and Last Day of Witch are able to depict some pretty gruesome and explicit stuff that you
Really? This one got taken? Oh, yeah, because burned on a cross. Yeah. Okay.
just can't get away with in America.
Well, I mean, you can now, but during the 90s when it came out, to give people an idea, this was the time period where the satanic panic held tons of sway. Mostly because someone made a report that turned out not to be real. And in the process covered up for someone who actually was abusing children. Yeah, that part doesn't get brought up as much.
So, what do Americans do? Well, there has to be some censorship applied to the cards to make them printable without getting the packs labeled as pornographic gotcha games. We
Which now would basically be ZZZ, yeah.
save that for the pornographic gotcha games. Frequent targets for censorship include scantily clad bodies, violence, blood, or religious imagery. Shit, that's like half the card pool. So for the Harpy Ladies, all that bare skin they're showing gets covered up with a nice full-body skin suit that covers up anything naughty.
And yet somehow doesn't change anything.
With how much the Harpy archetype has been supported, this resulted in every single Harpy card ever released being censored in some way, shape, or form. Except Harpy's pet dragon, that guy knows how to keep it clean.
Goddamn, just right out there, man.
Amazonesses got a similar treatment, though there's still a good amount of...
Also, Demantis mentioned they're still censoring stuff now? Huh. Damn. Considering how much things... I guess it's more just because they've been doing it, they just keep doing it. Also, random aside, anyone else thinks this looks like Bakura? Like, it's the face and the hair. It's the face and the hair.
Of big buff ladies half nude for you to admire. And Last Day of Witch went from a horrific scene of witches being dragged to burn at the stake into...
It is weird, though, because I know for a fact Magic has stopped censoring nearly as much, and they started only because of the satanic panic. I guess Yugioh just never bothered stopping, according to chat. Huh. What?
Those are cards that at least realistically warranted censorship. Like Barrel Dragon. It's just a dragon made of guns.
Yu-Gi-Oh didn't. They didn't have any problem. Not Yu-Gi-Oh. Sorry, Digimon did that. They have a few things that are just all the gun.
But then you have a card like Artifact Scythe. Did you even know this card was censored in the TCG? Wanna guess how? Well, in the TCG, his legs are scrunched up like this, but in the Japanese version of the card, he's just letting his no dick hang out for the entire YCS to see.
Honestly, I think they did him a favor on this one. It's much more depressing this way.
Or what about Tier Element's Havanus, where they added an extra layer to Havanus's boob cage? A lot of cards Havanus ship is where they added subtle extra entire layer to Havanus's boob cage. What about Tier Element's Havanus, where they added an extra layer to Havanus's boob cage?
I don't see it.
What about Tier Element's Havanus, where they added an extra layer to Havanus's boob cage?
Oh, it's the... Okay, there's like a little thing on the side. Oh, okay. I took me a second to even recognize there was a difference.
A lot of card censorship is so subtle that unless it's pointed out to you, you won't ever notice it's there.
Was that the same card? Oh, it was probably a different card.
And when you do notice it, you'll get flung into a blind fury, because 5% less of Havanus's armpit is visible. The most infamous example of puritanical Yu-Gi-Oh card censorship comes from the Fluffle archetype, which contains both the soft and cuddly Fluffle monsters and the Edge Imps, who are various bladed weapons.
Oh, they're edgy, that's why. Oh, fluffy and edgy. Oh, God.
Fuse the two together.
This is literally I swear it's not a phase mom archetype, isn't it?
And you get the Frightfur archetype, a collection of stuffed
Freddy Fazbear cosplayers.
Animals with bladed weapons shooting out of them, based on the old myth of teddy bears having razor blades sewn into them. Even with the darker slant to the original Fluffle designs, they're not that bad. But the TCG chose to censor these cards by turning all of the bladed weapons into energy discs.
Am I the only one who actually likes this change? Like, this might be weird, but I kind of like glowing energy scythes. Maybe it's because I'm a player of 40k and just glowing energy weapons looks cool to me. But I kind of think it looks cooler this way.
This is a decision that nobody fully understands.
Except for here, where this makes it almost completely impossible to tell what you're looking at. That's just bad there, yeah.
I don't think anybody would have gotten up in arms over the Fluffle's designs, but to be
that
safe, I guess they decided to change them anyway.
Also, I kind of like this just because it means the main body of metal stands out a lot more with all the spikes around it, so there's more differentiation of art. So I guess it's good and bad.
And of course, if you're looking for the card with the most censorship, look no further than Spy See Spy. This contains smoking, alcohol, and a pretty lady.
Multiple.
Those are like the 3 worst things you can have. That doesn't mean all and fun can pretty lady had with me. Those are like the 3 worst things you can have. Alcohol, and a pretty lady. Those are like the 3 worst.
Is it just me, or does this look creepier this way? Like, they took out the cigarette and he's playing with his mustache. His mouth is now open. It's like, yeah, I'm just actually leering at you right now. Yeah. It looks creepier this way. Oh, and the leg is showing. Oh, they changed the wine? Oh, yeah, they changed the wine as well. They just removed one bottle entirely. Still left the wine glasses, though, so it still looks like wine. Okay, sure.
Worst things you can have. That doesn't mean some fun can't be had with their...
It looks way pervier, though, this way. It looks like he's just explicitly leering at her.
Censorship. Like with Barrel Dragon. Instead of being made of revolvers in America, he's made out of laser cannons.
That are also still revolvers. Oh my god. Oh.
Well, when Barrel Dragon was eventually toonified into Toon Barrel Dragon, the Japanese half decided to have a bit more fun with it, and designed him after the TCG version of the card, since it was meant to be a silly version of the original monster. Let's just say you really want to see the original Last Day of Witch, though. You're in luck, because you can get a TCG printing of the uncensored Japanese card.
Damn! That goes hard.
By participating in the Lost Art promotion. These are events you can play at officially Konami-sanctioned card stores that will have the uncensored versions of cards you can finally see in all their NSFW glory. There are a lot of cool cards that have been released this way.
God, that is very unpleasant to look at.
Like Dark Ruler Hades, or as you may know him, Prince of the Devil's Underworld Hardis, getting his horns back. Or
Oh.
Ring of Destruction, getting grenades instead of fireballs. Or the golden statue version of Senju of the Thousand Hands. Since these are sold in specialty stores and not hidden away in packs, they're not held to the same standard as other cards and
Wait, so buying cards singles is better? Who would have thought?
are free to show whatever heinous stuff they want.
I guess it's more the location than packs, which can be sold anywhere. But still, details. Buy singles.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Players can't read.
Are we sure we need to point out the obvious on this one? Oh, because we're probably still at the top tier of the icebergs on this. Oh god, this is the top tier. Yeah. Hi, everyone. I'm going to be the person he's making a good and accurate point about here. I'm guilty of this.
Alright, so as we close things out here, you're about to enter the world of Yu-Gi-Oh! Proper. And if you're doing that, there's one thing you need to know above all else. One fact that you're going to carry with you from your first deck held together with rubber bands and stored in a sandwich bag, all the way up to the World Championship. Yu-Gi-Oh! Players can't read. It is an affliction that is widespread.
Yep.
No one is immune from it. It's a truth.
Do you know how many times I've ashed my own characters without realizing? The answer is not 0, and I'm not going to say the real number.
Every Yu-Gi-Oh! Player must admit, Yu-Gi-Oh! Players are incapable of reading. Alright, so what do I mean by this? Well, Yu-Gi-Oh! Effects are pretty hard to summarize from just the funny picture on the card. Quick, what does Zany Zebra do?
I hate and love this art. Also, why does he have is that a pull tab or a shovel?
So, Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards have these handy sections called effect text, where you can learn more about what this guy's all about. Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yep.
Cards have effects. Most of them do at least. So you'd think it would be important for players to learn the effects of their cards and what other cards they can expect to see. Nope. Yu-Gi-Oh! Players are infamous among their own community, and TCGs at wide, for being incapable of reading their own cards and remembering what they say or what they do. And of course, I have a very personal example.
I just feel accurately called out about this.
Every Paleozoic monster has the ability inherent to them that they are unaffected by monster effects.
What?
And yet people will throw
Everyone? Oh shit, that actually almost completely stops my entire deck flat out.
Ash Blossoms, Effect Veilers, and any sort of monster with effect negation at them, only for them to do nothing. Watching Zeus resolve and the Paleos just don't go anywhere is like heroin to me. You want a really good example of this? Yu-Gi-Oh! Players not being able to read just won a major YCS in Japan. Yeah, the duelist on the right summons a Ryziel Xyz monster, which normally can only use Ryziel monsters as material. But he uses a monster that isn't a Ryziel. The opponent didn't notice and let the play go through, resulting in him losing.
He lost because he didn't read his opponent's stuff. Now, did his opponent know? That's the other thing.
Obviously, this joke is just that.
Also, I'm being told they all had at least 1,000 attack and 0 defense. Oh, so on the one hand, they can't be destroyed except for combat. On the other hand, they can easily be destroyed through combat. Ah.
A joke. Yu-Gi-Oh! Players have a hard time remembering all the effects on the field or...
Yep. Also, I'm being told... Actually, I'm just going to pull this up. The meme for Master Duel is that everything is automated. You just click buttons and never read. I've done that before when I was like, oh, well, the deck is showing me I should do this, so I should probably press this button. Oh, I shouldn't have pressed this button. Yeah, you, or at least I learned really fast I should read. And then in play where it's against other people where it's time, it's like, oh, shit, I don't have time. It's a problem. I'm bad. I'm really bad.
that linger after another effect resolves. It's a complicated game, and those sorts of mistakes happen. I'm not even immune to it myself. I constantly have to remind myself that the card Lost Wind can only affect special summoned monsters, so I can finally stop negating my own special summoned monsters when my opponent normal summons.
Or remembering there's a difference between Link, Fusion, Summon, Synchro, Pendulum, Ritual, Normal. Ugh. It's like they're all obvious, but when you're just getting into it, it's like, which one did I just do? Shit.
It's simply the frequency that these sorts of mistakes happen that led to the term being coined. And as long as the game stays as complicated as it is, people will continue to make mistakes.
Jeez. Is that only the first top of it? Oh god, that's just the top.
Ooh, and now it's time to get a little spooky.
What?
Every Yu-Gi-Oh pack is personalized.
What?
Yeah.
Hopefully it's a little less tear-jerking than the first one was. I have no idea. Yeah, that first one. Inappropriate jokes weren't inappropriately known.
Hi, this is part 2 of a multi-part series explaining the Yugioh Iceberg. If you haven't seen part 1, watch that before coming back to this one.
Do people usually watch these out of order? You know what? I have no right to do anything. I've been doing like the villain songs out of order, so yeah, I can't say shit.
This is your final warning. Before getting into the list proper, though, I do have to lightning round go through some very minor, almost insignificant, barely worth bringing up topics that I reported on just a little bit incorrectly. Archfiends weren't the first archetype introduced to the game. The first Archfiend monsters were released in the very first set of the game, Yu-Gi-Oh! Volume 1, with Archfiend's Mirror and Archfiend Marmot of Nefariousness, but they wouldn't get the tags that recognize them as an archetype until Threat from the Dark Demon World in February.
Archfiend Marmot of that's an air marmot that has nefarious horns and wings and attacks by throwing acorns.
2003. While the
Gravekeeper
archetype was released in the New Rulers in May of 2000 and did have archetypal tags. So, if you're saying that Archfiends became an archetype by the introduction of Archfiend cards, then I'm right. If you're saying Gravekeepers are first because they were the first to have archetypal tags, I'm wrong. What's important is that
What exactly would the tag be? Now, this is just me not knowing how the game plays. Because I thought just the name alone in somewhere would be the tag itself. Or I guess maybe just official?
I'm right. Season 0 does cover the Death T arc, though it's been modified extensively to the point of feeling much different, removing a lot of the death games and swapping out a major...
Can we all just acknowledge this is a, like, look at this guy in any other context and say this is not an Akira Toriyama character. Like, the reference here is so, like, I'm not even sure it's intentional, but it looks exactly like something Akira Toriyama would do. He just needs an afro and to go, ha ha ha, and it kind of fits perfectly.
Character. The God cards were made available before Battle Pack, but
name and quotes on the card? Oh, it's the quotation marks that do it. Okay.
Readers of Jump. First Obelisk, then Ra, then Slifer. Battle Pack was just the first time they were made easy to acquire. For the People by the Black Eyed Peas was actually not off of the album Elefunk.
Oh, it wasn't?
It's simply included in the album's 2023 re-release.
Oh.
Most embarrassingly of all, Brooklyn Rage is not a parody of Lady Gaga's Bad Romance. It's a parody of Poker Face. I think by that point...
Is that a different band? I don't know music. Also, Bill mentioned the Pediplant archetype has Predap as its tag. That is a very unfortunate tag.
In the process, I was so...
Oh god, the Joey face.
That my brain just made me lie to see if I was paying attention. Which
I hate when my brain does that.
Alright, on to more incorrect information.
Oh yeah, Crypt, I played Master Duel on stream? Yes. I got my ass kicked and won a few times. And then thought I'd win time in a qualifier and failed at the grasp of victory. Also, Archfiend is called Demon or Daemon in Japanese. Oh, I thought I paused without realizing.
Bonds Beyond Time.
Isn't that the movie?
Yu-Gi-Oh! As an anime is unique in regards to series with multiple linear entries. If you look at its contemporaries, namely Pokemon and Digimon, characters from earlier seasons will oftentimes reappear, if not tag along for multiple seasons.
Or in Ash's case, be a 10-year-old for 20 years.
Like Misty and Brock following Ash up through Johto and Sinnoh, or TK and Kari becoming main characters in Adventure 02. Yu-Gi-Oh!
And then whatever they did later.
Not like that. Essentially, each series is treated as a return to zero when it comes to plot and characters, with references to previous series being incredibly rare. There are examples...
Wait, they actually happened? Because I thought it was just new series, completely different everything. Let's do it from there. I didn't realize there was any carryover.
Of previous series
I mean, except for GX for the obvious reason of it's literally after that.
A good example is in a previous entry when the Nordic gods of 5Ds are directly compared to the Egyptian gods of duel monsters, but the only series to try to keep continuity between series is GX. That one includes multiple cameos and duels with duel monsters characters like Kaiba, Solomon, and Pegasus.
I wonder if the reason they did it less often later on is just because it made the comparisons between Jaden and Yugi more common right off the bat. Maybe they're intentionally not doing that for that reason.
As well as episodes like King of the Copycats, where a character steals Yugi's deck. Of course, the big one is the ceremonial duel for the series being between Yugi and Jaden. But after this, no series would attempt a crossover like this. At least in the show proper.
What?
As in January 2010...
I actually only know about this because of the abridged version they did. That's the only reason I know about this movie.
A movie celebrating the 10th anniversary of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime would be released, Super Fusion, Bonds that Transcend Time. The film follows all three protagonists from the first three anime series.
Oh wait, that was the third one? I thought the motorcycle one came later. Apparently not. Huh.
Yugi, Jaden, and Yusei. A villain from Yusei's time called Paradox is going back to the past to steal powerful dragons from legendary duelists, and is plotting to kill Pegasus to stop duel monsters from ever being created. The plot is dumb, but not Yu-Gi-Oh! Specific dumb, okay? Every time travel plot falls apart the second you think about it, so let's just
This is why I like Doctor Who. The response is, timey-wimey shenanigans, don't think about it too hard.
Focus on the big dragons. The movie doesn't have any substance to it. It's a little busy work to set up the protagonists' meeting before getting to a big duel which goes on for 8 turns. 4 of which are paradoxes, and 1 each for Jaden and Yugi. It's fan service, and there's nothing else really to it besides that. The film doesn't try to tell a story or have a message, it's just spectacle. Now that said, to a child in 2010 when the movie was released, they might as well have told me Santa was coming to visit, because this was all I cared about for months leading up to the release.
Yeah, I can see that. Honestly, it's like anyone, like, if someone told me there was going to be a Pokemon movie and Mewtwo would be in it, I don't play Pokemon. I haven't been into Pokemon. I haven't collected it in more than 30 years. Granted, I also never learned how to play when I did collect it, so that doesn't change anything. But I love that first movie, unironically. The later ones were like, oh, that's fine. But like the first movie was just damn good. If they said there's going to be another Mewtwo, I'd probably go see it now. And probably be disappointed because I'd be holding against my nostalgia vision of the first one, which is completely unfair, but I would do that regardless. But that's beside the point.
I would sit at my dad's computer after school, refreshing the Yu-Gi-Oh! Website, praying that any new information would come out about Bonds Beyond Time. I was excited about this to a frankly unhealthy degree, and when I finally got to see it, I couldn't give less of a shit about the plot or anything. Neos, Dark Magician, and Stardust Dragon were all on the field at the same time, and I was going crazy. I even brought my original Shonen Jump Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon with me because I was so excited to see it. I showed it off to the fully grown adult man sitting next to a 10-year-old, and he said I was dumb. My dad, who took me to see the movie...
There's a fully grown adult man in the theater to see the movie, and he's telling the kid who's enjoying it for the audience it's meant that it's dumb. The fuck, man?
Then told the guy to stop being a dick, and the guy moved his seat. I love my dad. Is it a good movie? By no means, but did I enjoy it? Obviously, it's some dumb fun. Now, despite sounding like nothing but fan service to let you watch all your favorite characters...
Also, I had to remember for a second that fan service also means just getting to see fan favorite characters from previous generations, also known as every Limbus Company character.
This movie is actually canon to the 5D story.
What?
Since the villain of the movie Paradox is one of the 4 ruined stars of Iliaster, a group consisting of Zone, Aporia, Antinomy, and Paradox. And of this group, you have the guy who teaches Yusei how to excel Synchro, a major antagonist, the final antagonist, and Paradox. Without Bonds Beyond Time, one of the 4 stars just fucks off and dies in a household accident. Along with the release of the movie,
I mean, he kind of did fuck off and die in a household accident. It just has to be my house, bitch, and you're in it.
people who went to go see it in theaters got the first volume of the 5D's manga.
Seriously?
And a promotional Red Eye's Malefic Dragon based on...
I know that this isn't something or I don't think a lot of movies do anymore, but I like when you got things for seeing movies. Or if that's something that still happens. I am completely unaware of it.
On the card used in the movie. I had that thing for years and...
Yeah. Cannot be normal summoned. Banish your red eyes from your deck. One malefic monster on the field. Other monsters you control cannot declare an attack. No face-up field spell. Destroy this card. That... It's unique, though. Looks pretty cool. Also, fun fact from A. Bonds Beyond Time has 10 extra minutes in Western version because they extended GX in Season 3. They had to explain how Jaden, or Judai Jaden, was there and doing recap. Yeah, that's cool. Although, if they just made it more time for Yugi, I don't think anyone would have complained. Well, maybe a little bit.
And years, but I recently gave it away during the most recent charity drive, so...
Good reason is a good
reason.
reason.
Has a malefic Red Eyes Black Dragon with a large amount of positive energy. I want it back! I regret giving it away! As for the critical reception to the movie, what do you think the reception was?
But from the audience it's intended, the important one.
Do you think Roger Ebert had many nice things to say about Neos Night? Everybody said that fans would probably like it, but it's completely impenetrable to an outside observer.
Yeah.
The biggest positive for non-fans is that it's half the length of Pyramid of Light, at only 50 minutes, compared to that movie.
It's only 50 minutes long? Oh yeah, movies used to be really short sometimes. Hell, there's TV specials that are longer than that now. Not many, but they do that. Oh God, it's literally just... That barely counts as a movie, man. That's an OVA.
Hour and 40 minutes. If you wanted a good movie that happened to be about Yu-Gi-Oh, you were out of luck for the next 6 years.
Wait, more came out? Unironically, I knew about Pyramid of Light, and I knew about this one, again, because they were both abridged at one time. I don't know any other movies they made.
When that time was up, though, it would be worth the wait.
What was it?
The Dark Side of Dimensions.
Why have I heard that name? Oh, no, wait, I do know of this one. This is the time travel with Kaiba, right? I've never seen this, but even I've heard of it.
Yugi has started to take up game design for himself.
Oh.
Taya is moving away.
Wait, they actually got to have lives after this? For that reason alone, I kind of want to check this movie out.
Everybody's moving forward, except Kaiba.
I mean, let's be completely fair here. Does he have to do shit? Like, unironically, he started the series with, I've already won, and then it goes from there to, I've won harder. Even if he doesn't realize it, because it's Kaiba. Oh, man. But apparently, according to Cyber Dragon, this actually follows the manga's continuity. I can't speak to continuity. Huh.
Manga Kaiba.
He made a machine to go into the afterlife to play a card game. Yeah, that makes sense.
Never got any sort of closure regarding the Pharaoh, and has begun spiraling. Nobody else gave him the sort of challenge that the Pharaoh did. And without that competition, he's found life to be extremely unfulfilling. Despite the finality of the Pharaoh's return to the afterlife, Kaiba attempts to revive him for another duel by reconstructing the Millennium Puzzle, with only 2 pieces left out of his grasp. As Kaiba searches for the final 2 pieces, a new villain named Aigami appears.
Oh?
A former student of Shoddy who watched him be killed by Bakura, and is now seeking revenge by creating a brand new world free from conflict. From there...
I'm assuming over the ashes of the current one. I'm assuming, and this is me making a few assumptions, it's like, oh yes, I want to remove all conflict, followed by Kaiba going, the fuck? No, I want to beat people up. Do I think that's how it actually went? 50-50. Oh, God. Also, if I had a nickel for every time the villain's entire motive was, I want to make things better, I'd actually have quite a few nickels. Maybe not $1, but it would be quite a few.
swear it's a lot of dueling, but this is the first and only of the 3 Yu-Gi-Oh movies that feels like it's trying to be an actual movie. The story is all about moving on and growing up, shown in how our heroes are trying to look to the future, while Kaiba and Aigami are stuck in the past, either trying to recreate it or escape from the inevitability of the future. It features so many moments that hit perfectly for fans of the series.
Obelisk.
Like Kaiba's willpower being able to bend dimensions.
Oh, not
or
Obelisk.
Yugi proving to Kaiba that the pharaoh isn't in the puzzle anymore, and he's really gone. I adore how the film handles Atem in his absence. Even though he isn't physically there anymore, that doesn't mean his actions were undone. Yugi is a much different person than he was in the original, thanks to his adventures and duel with Atem. Joey is able to stave off Aigami's powers by holding on to the memory of Atem and his friends. And
I don't know what his powers are, so that doesn't make sense to me, but still cool though. Also, according to Wave, yeah, in the manga, Kaiba wasn't there at the final duel between Yugi and Yami that he was in the anime. Oh, that's the continuity difference. Oh, okay. And Cyber Dragoon mentioned, unlike the anime, Kaiba and Mokuba weren't there for the ceremonial duel. Kaiba wanted to do, and according to Zero Gardner, you wanted to do Yugi so badly he created a mechanical way to go duel him in the afterlife. Konami made an entire special world and duel links for this.
Kaiba is so driven because he recognizes that Atem is his one true rival. Do the duels all make sense? Of
Do
course
they have
not,
to?
But if you're in the theater with a pen and pencil counting the times they miss lethal, my dad is barreling towards you to tell you to stop being such a dick. It's a beautiful...
Also, there's a lot of lasers in the crowd, and they look like they knocked things into non-existence. There's a lot of Shadow Realm going on.
Full movie that, unlike the previous ones, has something to say. And that's because of the involvement of one Kazuki Takahashi. The marketing for this film heavily leaned on how this was the first movie to have Takahashi's direct hand in the creative process.
Yeah.
Working on the story, script, and character design.
Because beyond just, well, being a badass and creating this show, his initial writing was horror-based, so he could pull together a story that had that stuff.
You can feel that involvement in so much of the finished product. From stuff as major as the designs of characters like Joey, incorporating multiple designs from across the series, or in Yugi wanting to become a game designer, just like Takahashi himself. It gives the movie a sense of life to it that makes it unquestionably the best Yu-Gi-Oh movie.
Also, the animation is very nice on this. I love heavy shading like this, where it's nearly black and white, because those are the biggest highlights and desaturations. Even though there's tons of other color, it looks like it's in grayscale almost.
And, in my opinion, the best piece of Yu-Gi-Oh animation ever made. It even features the only piece of animation Takahashi ever made for the series.
Wait, what?
As the sequence of Yugi putting on his dual disc for the first time was animated by Takahashi himself. It's a little wonky.
Sorry. Now that's just fan service flat out, and I kind of love that they would do that. They got a manga artist to do animation just one time.
Looking, but having it in there is such a lovely addition that I can't help but adore it. The movie was also a great chance for the English 4Kids cast, as they were brought back to revoice the characters they had done so long ago.
Apparently I have a thing for ponytails. Who'd have thought?
The experience they've gotten from years of work and the more serious tone of the movie do wonders to showcase that they've always been Class A talent. Of course, everybody from Wayne Grayson, Greg Abbey, Amy Birnbaum, Ted Lewis, Tara Sands, and Mark Thompson all do great.
Oh shit. Sorry, is it weird that I never thought to actually see the internals here? And I recognize so many of the things they're supposed to make it look like, because the green background with the circuit paths on, it looks like someone basically designed a motherboard around here custom. And it looks like all the various aspects, including like the power cords over here. Someone actually knew about circuit design to do this. This is actually really cool. By the way, my knowledge of circuitry is literally just recognizing that it's supposed to be a motherboard. That's about as far as I go.
Then all do great, but the two standouts are, of course, Dan Green and Eric Stewart.
Yep. Also, Zero, Gardner, do I know that the voice actor for Goku is also the voice actor for Yu-Gi-Oh! And 5DS announced her? They were the announcer in Turbo Duels. No, that sounds awesome. I wonder how many jokes they snuck in there when they got that guy. And what made you want to do a Yu-Gi-Oh stream? It was a goal in the subathon, and I'm okay with that.
The two do fantastic work in their roles, and it's a defining performance for both actors. No matter what level of fan you consider yourself, you owe it to yourself to watch Dark Side of Dimensions.
Damn.
And if you have watched it,
Do it again?
watch it again.
Do it. I wonder what comes
Blue
next.
Eyes wins the big game.
I mean, yeah, it's a good deck, but are they talking about a specific event? So now we're getting to stuff I'm not aware of.
Yu-Gi-Oh's nostalgia pandering before, but for as good as Dark Magician and Red Eyes are treated, good in this case is a relative term.
Yeah. I've seen a good magician deck. It beat my ass.
Blue Eyes is treated leagues better. Kaiba's Ace Monster is the most iconic card in the game's history.
Yep.
And
it's the most iconic monster for reasons Konami's probably willing to talk about. I say the next one is probably the Dark Magician Girl.
Konami is not afraid to let you know how hot it is. Alongside its other DM nostalgia buddies, Blue Eyes is granted frequent new support every couple of days. Whether it be Altard of varying qualities, wow, what a majestic creature with unlimited power. Or brand new cards to bolster
Someone had a feed fetish on that one, didn't they?
the strategy, no one would dare claim that Blue Eyes is hurting for support. But in 2016, to coincide with the release of Dark Side of Dimensions, Konami started acting really weird.
When did they fire Kojima, by the way? Because that might explain a lot of things trying to draw attention away. Also, wait, man, it's wild how all the Blue Eyes retro support is league stronger than the other retro support. Maybe. I actually don't know how strong the Blue Eyes support is, just because I've run into I don't think I've run into a single deck of them yet. But I have run into a... Did anyone else just hear that? I think that was thunder, but it's not raining. 1 second. You know what? No, I'm going to leave this at the not fucking around. I still have internet. I have power. It's probably not a big thing. I'm just going to ignore it and hope it goes away. That was a very loud explosion. Or thunder on a cloudless day with no rain. I don't know if the mic picked that up, but that was terrifying.
The release of the movie came the Dark Side of Dimensions movie pack.
Wait,
which predictably...
They had packs that came... Oh, okay, no, they sold them. I thought they were giving them away. If they were giving away movie packs, that's... Oh.
They contained cards used in the movie.
Yeah.
This included a particularly nasty piece of Blue Eyes support in the form of Blue Eyes Alternative White Dragon.
Oh, I've heard about the alternatives. Cannot be normally summoned, must first be special summoned from your hand, revealing Blue Eyes in your hand. You can only special summon Blue Eyes alternative once per turn this way. Blue Eyes White Dragon when it's in. While it's on the field, graveyard, once per turn, you can target one monster and your opponent controls, destroy it. Cannot be This card cannot attack the turn. This effect is activated. Dude, that's actually really not bad. I mean, other than not, getting to attack the same turn that the effect is activated. On the other hand, just saying, nope, fuck that thing. Not bad.
This was a monster with insanely good effects, letting you special summon it for free at the cost of revealing a Blue Eyes in your hand, and letting you destroy a monster at the cost of an attack that turn. This card in 2016 was extremely strong, and paired well with the support that Blue Eyes had been getting for years. See, back in 2013, Blue Eyes had gotten a structure deck all to herself
I heard of
called
this.
Saga of the Blue Eyes White Dragon. And included in that deck were a series of new monsters meant to support Blue Eyes, the Eyes of Blue monsters.
I've heard about this
These were
one.
level 1 light tuner monsters that excelled at cheating out Blue Eyes to use for synchro plays to make level 9 monsters like Azure Eyes Silver Dragon. Yes, that does sound like they weren't allowed to use the name Blue Eyes and had to think of a workaround.
Because they're probably trying not to dilute it any further than they already have then. Also, Luna, it lagged? Who knows, maybe something did happen, but it was, if you heard that. Samantha, fireworks probably? No, and also there's been subsequent ones after that. I'm actually a little worried.
While these cards, plus Alternative, were enough to make the deck playable, it was the pack Shining Victories, a short while after the movie pack's release, where Konami played their hand.
I don't know what's going on, but I love the art for all of them. Is it bad that, like, I don't actually have nearly as much Blue Eyes nostalgia as some people, but I look at this and just go, yeah, that's pretty awesome. Art gets me, man.
Blue Eyes received previously unthinkably good support in the form of Sage with Eyes of Blue, Whitestone of Ancients, and the synchro Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon. With all of...
I think I've heard of this one. Neither player can special summon 2 or more monsters at the same time. Oh, that would be bad. Once per turn during either player's turn, when an effect of a card in the graveyard is activated, negate the activation. You can tribute synchro cards deck from your extra deck in defense position, except but destroy it during the end phase. But if you want it in the graveyard, then you get to have an effect on the field and then in the graveyard as well, because there's plenty of interaction with that.
These cards put together, suddenly Blue Eyes had found herself somewhere she had never been before. First place. Blue Eyes had become a viable meta deck overnight with the Shining Victory support, and to say people were caught off guard would be an understatement. Nostalgia support isn't supposed to be good, it's supposed to get you 1% closer to seeing Dark Magician Girl naked.
That's what the internet's for.
These were actual good cards. In fact, a little too good for some.
Really?
See, Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon has 3 effects, all 3 of which kind of broke the game.
I mean, I'm just looking at this right now and thinking, I got some broken cards in Branded, and this would fuck me over. Just the limit on summoning. Oh, God.
First off...
heading out, Crib? All right. Or, sorry, Curb. Thanks for dropping in, then.
Is an effect that
Skywolf,
says your
yes.
opponent
Not the entire
can
thing, but a lot of it.
summon 2 or more monsters at the same time. It can negate graveyard effects, and can tag out into a different light synchro whenever it wants. What makes these effects so funny requires you to look at the context of the 2016 metagame. The 3 best decks were Domain Monarchs, Burning Abyss, and Pendulum Magicians.
I've played through a storyline on Master Duel for the Monarchs, so I know a little bit about them, but I don't know anything about the rest of them.
All 3 decks that were hard countered by Spirit Dragon.
Oh.
Pendulum Magician is a pendulum deck, which means it wants to summon loads of monsters all at once.
And saying no fucks it over. Oh, yeah. Also, Anime's mentioned 1 negate, 1 floodgate, and already insane, and then it has a dodge, yep.
Once, which it now cannot. Burning Abyss was great at playing out of the graveyard, but now it couldn't because Spirit would just negate it. And Domain Monarchs would use their field spell to lock out the opponent from their extra deck, except whatever monster was keeping it alive was then destroyed by Alternative White, which then unlocked the extra deck and gave you access to Spirit Dragon. The word overtuned doesn't begin to describe this card.
If it came out, I'm assuming this card just got banished? Wow. Restricted or probably just forbidden from play.
It was meant to beat anything and everything that was popular in 2016. Not just having a winning matchup spread, but beating the next 3 best decks into the dirt meant that Blue Eyes was primed to do well at the following World Championship. And it even outperformed those expectations. The finals of that year's World Championship ended up as a Blue Eyes mirror match.
I just realized this is 2016. I know he said that, but I kind of just noped over that one. Huh. So it's literally just going to be something that I thought is in power level for 2026 in 2016. That would probably be why this was so much of a problem for people.
As Hayami Shinsake and Eric Christensen battled it out. Eric was then punished for the sins of a past life with the 2 worst hands his deck could produce.
Yeah, I've done that.
Even when Blue Eyes wins, it loses. Blue Eyes etched its name into the stone of history as a world championship caliber deck, and everybody immediately called foul. It was plainly obvious all this Blue Eyes support coming out at once was meant to make Blue Eyes a world championship tier deck. You don't
Yeah, but at the same time, they could undertune things or overtune them in ways that's so specific, it's easy to break. Also, I'm being told from Gardner, Destiny borders an alternative win condition. Oh? And you can still play Spirit Dragon. Oh, it wasn't actually banned. Huh.
Usually realize that it's in Kaiba's character to stop more than 2 special summons at a time. It's an extremely cynical move, but it can't be said that Konami didn't get some good press out of it. Up until this year in big box stores like Target and Walmart, they carried that original Blue Eyes structure deck, because it was an
I don't know what the hell's going on. It's still not raining. But damn, is there a lot of thunder.
extremely hot product. If people are coming back into the game, they'll want to play with Blue Eyes.
Yep.
If they find out this $10 deck was the basis for a world championship deck, they're gonna buy the other products to hope to recreate it. The only thing that pushed those old decks off the shelf was the retrained deck, Blue Eyes White Destiny, the most racist sounding Yu-Gi-Oh product to date.
Okay, 1, I actually love the art. 2, wow, they did not name that one well. It's a Japanese company, that's fine. But of all the things to not localize differently, someone probably should have gone to the American branch and go, hey, you know how sometimes you change names? We should give this the obnoxious treatment, because right now we're asking for problems. I wouldn't have thought of it. Then he pointed out, it's like, oh, nope, right. He's completely accurate about this one. Oh,
Look
God.
out for Structure Deck Red Eyes Black Power coming soon. In both Japan
Oh my God, that is so bad. But if they did that, oh God. Also, why are they red on this one? I don't know, but it looks cool.
and America, the deck has been seeing great results thanks to the new support from the Structure Deck,
Oh?
as well as its synergy with the Prime engine, which works
That effect was a lot. Oh God, this fucker. I have played against this thing. You're going to hear this effect, or this phrase that I might have said before, but it kicked my ass.
fantastically with normal monsters like Blue Eyes. Will this bring about
Why
the
is that
first
effect
ever
so
deck
loud?
to win 2 different world championships? For Eric's
Damn.
sake, I hope not. Yugi tubing.
What?
Now this is news to me, but it turns out people actually go on YouTube and talk about Yu-Gi-Oh! Crazy, right?
Well, that's just ridiculous, man. Who would actually just go on Yu-Gi-Oh and watch a video about YouTube? I think I have that right.
Yugi tubing is just about the easiest topic to grasp on the iceberg. It's a term used for channels that specialize in Yu-Gi-Oh content almost exclusively.
Also known as, you know, how YouTube is mostly used, where someone has a channel about one thing and then they do the one thing. It's like a Destiny 2 channel that only did Destiny 2 content, or a reaction channel that never looked at anything else other than reactions, or me actually being competent. You know, there's certain things that just don't happen. So that's probably one of them.
Goddamn Molestrals. Now these channels can span the breadth of the entire series, with some choosing to focus on the game itself, while others focus on the anime and manga. Some people even use the platform as the basis for their own fan works around Yu-Gi-Oh!
Really?
We've talked about parodies
I guess abridges, but there's other types?
previously, but there are plenty of earnest Yu-Gi-Oh! Fan works as well, including Yugi-Mation's Dual Terminal series,
That one I do know. That one I do know, and I want to watch more of it, damn it.
or Komimari's live twin videos.
Really?
Yugi tubing as we know it has been around for as long as YouTube's been around.
2008,
With
right?
some of our oldest channels like Team APS, Asian Persuasion 2008, and MCOL 40 spanning back at least 17
I don't know
years
any
to
of those.
2008.
But that
Even
doesn't mean
back
much.
then, a lot of these channels uploaded content we still see today. Deck profiles and game replays, product openings, and discussions about card design.
My god, they mastered YouTube immediately.
This video, discussing what a blue gadget would do, evolved into the current phenomenon, what if Fiendsmith was green? These
I'm assuming he ate a lot of broccoli?
three were and still are trailblazers and active members of the community, which in a format that can chew up and spit out creative types so easily is a joy to see. Modern Yugi tubing is much more bussy based though.
It's what?
Is a joy to see. Modern Yugi tubing is much more bussy based though.
Also, Bill, I'm thinking of the wrong dual terminal series. Oh, okay. That's on me then. Interesting choice of words here.
The tides shifting and all. Getting into Yu-Gi-Oh! In any capacity means you're going to run into the Yugi tubing community sooner or later. So the question arises of where exactly do you start? Well, a place.
Oddly enough, the place I wanted to start but never actually checked out yet was the Magic Player Reacts to Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards. I've seen it. I've been recommended. I've never clicked on it. I don't know why, and I probably should. I just haven't.
To begin would be with Simo! Alex Simo actually has another accolade to his
I was just told about this guy, and he's the other YouTuber who just passed away recently. Ooh.
name, aside from getting a Bakugan named after him.
Damn.
And he's one of the longest tenured Yugi-tubers still going today.
Oh! It's a year ago. He made this video a year ago. Oh.
Simo began uploading over 10 years ago, just a half-decade after the previous channels, with the very definitively titled, Simo is the next great Yugi-tuber. Somebody asked 2015 Simo for lottery numbers. Simo at first did what a lot of up-and-coming Yugi-tubers did, opening sealed products, doing deck profiles, and uploading videos analyzing individual cards as they apply to the formats of the time.
I can't give him any shit for this. I did the same thing for Magic cards. No one can find those videos anymore. I hope.
He was already incredibly popular thanks to these videos, but one video in particular would make him one of the most famous members of the Yugi-tubing community.
Oh?
Alongside fellow Yugi-tuber Nim Nim, who is very accomplished in his own right, the pair would play the entire history of Yu-Gi-Oh! Going from pack to pack, adding to their card pools, improving their strategy, and giving anybody who watched a way to experience every era of Yu-Gi-Oh!
Wait, they went pack to pack improving their deck or their strategy. Did they just play a deck that was built from one pack of every generation? Maybe I'm misunderstanding that.
This was the Progression series, and it lit the Yu-Gi-Oh! Community on fire. Never before had this format of video found so much success. Alex and Gage had incredible chemistry, and to this day are still one of the best combos of Yugi-tubers whenever they work together. The format allowed for as close to plot lines as you could in an unscripted series, like Simo's Blackwing dominance, the mythical Age of Gage, and Gage's misreading of cards like Verdant Sanctuary. The format as well meant that you...
Can you imagine someone just misreading things all the time? That would be very unrelatable. I wouldn't know what that sounds like at all.
We're certain to see the era of Yu-Gi-Oh! That you're most nostalgic for sooner or later. If you're a GX baby, watch Glad Beasts tear up the meta. If you're for Synchros, get ready for Blackwings. Xyz? Dragon Rulers are back. Plenty of series have been inspired by Progression, and there's no other series in Yugi-tubing with half the influence that this one has. It was truly a trendsetter. One of the people that used a very similar style for one of their series is Mr. Mono Bluetron, aka MBT. Now what is an MBT? Well, he's kind of a quirked up white boy. Some have said he's goated with the sauce, and he...
What? I feel like there's a lot of words being used that I should understand, but I just don't.
Has goofy riz. Joseph Rothschild
Okay.
has been Yugi-tubing for about 8 years at this point, and has done pretty much everything one can do. He's amassed a whole load of series, from 10-minute testings, where he looks at a deck and gives a rundown of its viability in 10 minutes.
Oh god, it's Kashtira. Oh. If there's a deck I hate playing against, it's literally this one. I've had a lot of bad luck, man.
That's give or take.
The second
There's
wave is real?
Progression Playoffs, which is like the Progression series, but with a larger group of people, and other rules modifications to help it
Also, I'm being told the translation was best a big shot. Wait, so when you call someone sauce, that's what it means? Oh, okay.
stand out. Dual-taining is a series where he tasks his audience with trying to get them to laugh at their Yu-Gi-Oh setups,
God.
which has produced masterpieces like activating Nibiru on yourself to represent the average Salaman Great End board, to recreating the incestuous Folgers coffee ad in Yu-Gi-Oh! And now
The what? I'm sorry. No,
board to recreating the incestuous Folgers coffee ad in Yu-Gi-Oh!
Okay. I have apparently missed something. What? You know what? No, let's just not cover that one. Also, Izak, you love that I just started now and already know Cash is the worst. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I'm aware of it.
And now, I would like to recount the very first conversation me and Mr. BT ever had. Hello, Joseph. I'm Jack. I run the Bumbles McFumbles channel.
Oh, that's his
and
name.
I'm working on an extremely long-form Yu-Gi-Oh! Iceberg. The first part released recently, and I'm starting to work on a part 2. A topic on the second layer is Yugi-tubing, and I wanted to know if I could get your permission to use a photo of you in the thumbnail.
Is he just going to get a picture from him directly? Oh, God. Fuck you.
Loud and clear, boss. Frequent collaborators.
What did it actually say? Oh, I want to see what it actually said right after that. Loud and clear, boss. Oh, that's what he wrote. No, wait, I went too far back. No, of course, that's fine. Let me know if you need anything else from me, too. Oh, he had him on red for a bit, and he immediately responded before he can respond back. So, of course, the joke was that he cut out right as he showed it was there, but before anyone would probably see it.
Frequent collaborators of MBT include Farfa, famous for his Table 500 series where he goes over the jankiest and worst decks that have ever been crafted, and Dizif, who you'd know for his series
Is that a giant koala? You know what? Sure. You go. Giant koala monsters. Sure.
explaining why fan-favorite cards are, in fact, kinda bad. I actually wasn't a Dizif fan at first. I thought he was kinda dull, but after watching his collaborations with other creators, I realized he's the funniest of them all.
Really?
No one makes a ban list prediction quite like him.
It's a piece of shit, and I don't like it.
I also want to give a special mention to Rada Rank 10 Yu-Gi-Oh! Most famous for his Ultra Kill video, but he also makes Yu-Gi-Oh! Stuff, I swear. My brother showed me his videos.
Okay.
Specifically the Cyberdark one, and I really attribute that to being what got me back into the game.
Really? Oh, this got him
I
in.
won't relate him too much publicly. I did plenty of that when I asked him for facts via DM.
What?
I want you to understand that
Can we get a picture of that one, please? I would love to see just how much that was. Also, Amazoness Onslaught. I have the slight urge to look up to this deck more.
this select group doesn't even begin to get your foot in the door of Yugi tubing, as there's dozens and dozens
There's
of
more?
creators who
Probably a
make
lot,
loads
actually, yeah.
of interesting and unique content. So, in no particular order, here's a load of other channels you can check out that I think make great stuff. Team Samurai X, The Cali Effect, Hard Like
Was that Charlie?
check out that I think make great stuff. Team Samurai X,
Oh, yeah. I'm assuming I've heard of Team Samurai X. I recognize this guy because I've seen a few of his videos. That's why he's critical. Okay. Apparently he plays Yu-Gi-Oh!
The Cali Effect, Hard Like Joe, Dyer, The Dual Logs, Golden Nova, Davinator1212, Ruxin34, Dark Arm Duelist, Peeps Yu-Gi-Oh!, MSTTV, Mega Capital G, Exordio, Dual Evolution, Sarah Hyde, TGS Anime, House of Champs, Lithium 2300, And even with that great big list,
Damn.
there are still plenty more. Even if you don't actively play the game and keep up with the goings-on of individual tournaments and card releases, you can still stay an active part of the community by watching and interacting with figures like this. And in that, they're really the oil that keeps the gears of the Yu-Gi-Oh community spinning. Yugi-tubers get more people into the game, either being welcoming to new players or bringing back in lapsed ones.
Or in my case, being an in-ramp to just seeing all the crazy shit I haven't found out yet and just maybe going down a deeper rabbit hole than I had any intention to. You know, most of YouTube.
And without a community like this, Yu-Gi-Oh would be something wholly different. Even if some of them shouldn't be allowed to say
a dragon wearing a dragon on top of a dragon with a baby dragon. Yeah, that makes sense.
Smiger or sarcophagus, you can be sure I'm thankful for every one of them.
Jeez.
Summon Dark Magician, declare direct attack.
What? Isn't that just a attack step? Or it's probably a meme from the show, isn't it?
So Duel Links as a game requires some level of
Oh,
explanation.
nope, never mind, Duel
gate.
Links.
It's a format that seems like it's similar to the real game, but only a few games are needed to let you know that they're very different. The game has very different rules with different hand and field sizes. Skills play a massive part in it. The card pool is massively shrunk. You have a lot of learning to do. That's what made Konami's early efforts to market this thing so much fun.
That is a lot of clocks. Also, wait, you mentioned famous owner of VTuber group Glitch Stars, the Duel Logs? Oh.
Summon Dark Magician, declare direct attack refers to one of the earliest ads ever put out for Duel Links.
Wait, they made a video ad for a game that's digital by playing the actual game, even though it has different rules and they're not technically the same?
Which follows a guy playing Yu-Gi-Oh with his friends, getting stalked by some malicious duel pervert, and then being transformed into a moving PNG of Yugi. It's a really weird ad with
Is it bad that I think the PNG of Yugi has more normal hair than the guy who just actually has it slicked back out of the way? Like, just tell me you're someone who's probably said, ignore the body in the back, without telling me you're someone who said that.
with bad acting and not much of an explanation about what Duel Links really is.
Oh, this was a web ad, wasn't it?
Overall, just very poor. It does have some star power behind it, as
Really?
Konami did something it rarely did at the time, and got influencers to play the main characters of the ad. Only problem
They
was
did?
they didn't get Yu-Gi-Oh influencers to do it. The creators in the ad are Brandon Martin, aka Mystic7,
Don't know him.
and Trisha Herzberger, aka That Girl Trish.
Don't know
Now,
that
they
one.
got kinda close. Brandon plays Pokemon.
How to turn Pokemon card collecting into a career. Don't they always just break these because they just resell packs?
And Trisha is a lifelong fan of Magic the Gathering, so we're getting there,
Halfway there.
What rocketed this ad from being simply cheesy to legendarily annoying is the very first spoken lines in the ad.
What?
Brandon sitting with his friends and utters the now infamous phrase, with no monsters left on field, summon Dark Magician, declare direct attack.
With no monsters left on the field, I summon Dark Magician. Declare direct attack.
Ah, you got me.
Told Joe's the master.
Now this line is already confusing, because it sounds like he's saying there are no monsters on the field at all, when it's supposed to mean his opponent's field is empty. And that led people to think he was slapping down a raw Dark Magician with no tributes.
Did he have anything on the field? Because it looked like he just put it on an empty board as well from the less than 5 seconds we saw already. I realize why this annoys me. It's not actually the odd. This style of almost gray washing everything in a shot is very 2010. But I think this was in 2010 when it came out, but it looks like the style that was prevalent there to make it look a little more menacing. You see that a lot in, like, it's not Blair Witch Project level, but it's very much the step that came after the step that took inspiration from Blair Witch Project to make everything look slightly off.
Except, investigative journalist I am, I slowed down the footage and you can clearly see him take 2 cards off of his field and send them to the graveyard, which
that's what he was doing?
what appears to be a green
Oh.
gadget, which means he was tribute summoning the Dark Magician. Fuck you, 2017 SEMO! The reason this line would go on to become infamous is the same reason a line like The Legend 27 still rings in the back of people's minds.
What?
YouTube ads only let you skip after the first 5 seconds of an ad, and this line was in the first 5 seconds.
Oh no.
And given how often this ad played if you watched any Yu-Gi-Oh content, you heard this line a lot.
I watched a lot of YouTube. I never saw this ad. Ever. This is all brand new to me. Also, according to Wave, actually, Zero mentioned you just got to win by playing in casual match with the Destiny board. I don't know what the Destiny board is, though, but I want to find out, damn it. Duel Links already has archetypes like Branded, Labyrinth, and Sprite. Oh, wow. And Wave mentioned the card text on cards in Duel Links was... Wait, I'm just going to pull this up so other people can see what I'm looking at as well. In Duel Links was identical to the actual cards for a long time, until in the past few years, they basically halved all direct damage effects. Why? Oh, probably to slow the game down. Alt win condition? Oh, that would do it then. Okay.
If you so much as looked at a Team APS thumbnail for too long, you would have to hear Summon Dark Magician, declare direct attack.
Yeah. Am I the only person who hates the audio playing when you just hover over a video? Maybe just me.
Followed by the smuggest face a man can pull without tearing a muscle. This isn't the only horrible mobile game
What
ad
the fuck?
Yu-Gi-Oh's ever had, as they've learned nothing and released an even worse ad for game ad Yu-Gi-Oh's ever had.
This looks like they're about to advertise a gacha game for plant farming, but they do it with like, oh my gosh, she was abandoned and now you need to raise farm plants with her so she can get back at her ex. Is that in the game? No. This looks like a scam. Oh, I see where this is going.
As they've learned nothing and released an even worse ad for Master Duel. Guy summons
from
Laundry
Master Duel?
Dragon Maid and ends his turn. Who does he think he is? Me? Honestly,
I don't know how to play Dragon Maid yet. I want to. I still haven't done it.
the worst part of the ad is them trying to convince you that people will want to play with you if you play Fluwanderee's Stun. Yu-Gi-Oh! Doesn't credit its artists.
Oh, really?
Artwork is one of the most
Yeah. That is one thing Magic does have going for it. On the other hand, I swear there's a lot of things that look like they're AI at this point. Do I know what they are? No. But considering how often Hasbro is been caught using it and not telling anyone.
most important parts of any card game success. Right after if the game is fun to play,
And, you know, if the art's good. And if they pay the artist well enough, which in its own right is actually very rare because they get screwed over a lot.
making the game fun to look at is just as important. Could you remove the art on every card and change nothing? Yes. There's no hidden effects on Xyz's Armor Torpedo's leg. But it would make the game infinitely less fun. Did you
Yep.
pick up the Pokemon TCG because you love flipping coins? Or did you pick it up because Charizard is cool? Personality is a huge part of what gets players to
What
pick
game
up
is
a
that?
deck, and
It's
artwork
Disney,
is
but it's
responsible
probably
for a
Lorcana.
lot of that. As a result, the artists who make that artwork are some of the most important people when it comes to making a card game successful.
What?
Nearly every other major
Oh, the
TCG
Digimon game, yeah.
gives back to these artists by putting credit on the cards themselves. Magic, Pokemon, One Piece, Lorcana, Digimon, Star Wars Unlimited.
Oh yeah, I forgot Unlimited was a thing. Did it like break or something, like the actual game go under? Or maybe I'm misremembering. Also in Duel Links, it's only a 4,000 HP. Ah, where everything else is 8,000. And Demattis mentioned, have you ever seen an artist name on any Yu-Gi-Oh card other than Takahashi? I mean, to be fair, I never bothered to look because that would involve reading, but I'm assuming the answer is no. Anyway, you mentioned one of the first things you know about playing Dragon Maid is the card Laundry Dragon Maid is not a good card and usually is cut from the deck. Oh, well, that's disappointing. I thought the art was cute.
Grotto Beasts credits the damn artists.
Grotto Beasts? Also, for some reason, I thought this was Germa.
That leaves just one game as the odd man out, and it's Yu-Gi-Oh! Yu-Gi-Oh! Stands alone.
Hey, look, it's my deck. Minus Ice Jade and Tri Brigade.
In this weird practice of denying card artists the right
Do they get to at least attribute them in their CV, or is it like just none at all?
to recognition. And as such, we have pretty much no idea who actually draws the cards.
Oh, they actually hide it. Oh, that is actually dickish.
We know which cards Kazuki Takahashi drew, since he's allowed to sign them, but for the rest, it's impossible to find out. Theories as to why this is the case are widespread.
Actually, this one is not that odd for the same reason that Games Workshop does not let its designers talk about who does what art. Because when they did, those people became popular and got jobs separately, independent of them. Not just with art, but with anything that they attach their name on. It's why you don't have the John Blanche collections of people who aren't John Blanche anymore. Because people would go to art books and games where John Blanche does art instead of just buying more of the art that looks like his, but you don't know isn't his because you never knew about John Blanche in the first point. I'm also bringing this up because I have John Blanche on the mind since he just passed away. Yeah, but this is something Games Workshop intentionally does so they don't make famous people of their artists who could then ask for more money or leave and start their own competing franchises, which is technically something that already happened with games like Trench Crusade, because those were previous GW artists whose names could go out to get a following, which they then used to build a competing franchise.
With one popular one claiming that if Konami released the names of artists, then they could be poached by other card games, and then they wouldn't have exclusive rights.
Yeah, that actually doesn't matter nearly as much because they just have to pay more, but then they'd have to pay more and it's Konami.
Now, this is just a theory, but it's such a dumb-sounding theory that nobody could have realistically made it up and expected people to believe it, so it might be true. Just because Konami keeps it—
Really? This is actually hard to believe? Yeah, I mean, it's basic greed and not wanting competition or to give people additional reason to have to pay them. Maybe it's just because I'm in a weird position where I try a little of everything, so I just know that this is standard operating procedure for other companies.
It's artists locked in a basement, they assume everybody else—
No, that's animators for most Japanese animation and American animation, and most animation in general. Seriously, if you hear the conditions of some base level animators, or just even the good ones who are well known, like Sweatshop would have been an improvement over some things I've heard, man.
is gonna do the same thing back to them. Artists work on different games all the time.
Unless they have an exclusivity contract saying they're not allowed to compete, and an NDA that they can't talk about it. Now, that would be something America has. I don't know what Japan has. I don't know if that crosses over or if they have different customs or ways that they're expected to behave or not. But those, you can fuck around a lot with business.
That's how we got Mitsuhiro Arita making the original Charizard art, but also Lumra in Magic.
Damn!
Run away once you take the leash off. A much more reasonable explanation is that Konami slaps artists with super strict NDAs.
Oh.
But that's—
Okay, so they do have NDAs there as well. I actually didn't know if Japan had that or not. I assumed, but that's also just me assuming.
To stop them from uploading artwork online, in order to stop high-quality artwork from being easily accessible.
And also because there's some artists who explicitly make porn of the characters they've created because that sells. Fan work. But if you draw it and then give them the art that looks similar to it. Also, according to Bill, that actually was Germa. Grotto Beast is the Germa card game. Oh, so it did actually look like him.
To curb the
It
production
was
of counterfeits.
him.
This means Konami likely has DeviantArt's picture on the center of a dartboard because it's not at all hard to find high-quality card art. It gets more frustrating when you realize—
Really? DeviantArt? Oh, this is probably... No, it's only a year ago. There was already probably AI shit before that. I mean, but why just DeviantArt? Like, just go Google images. Oh, because probably a lot of them are just scams and, malicious links.
Konami will release official concept art for cards, which gives us an amazing look into the artistic—
Okay, 1, nice art. 2, I actually love how you see the different phrases, or not phrases, the different ideas of how they were going to pose it originally, then the fake and the various art options. I love looking at this and seeing how they were almost the same pose, but slightly different with different background effects. One is looking from the down up, The other is looking as them still there, but not as much. So you see more of the sky on this one and more wind effect as well, where it looks like they're falling back here. And this one is jumping forward. It's so dynamic for the same person. I love this. Also, Cyber Dragon, from floating around Duel Masters community, I do see the JPR has come out on social media showcasing their involvement in a card. Okay, that's actually awesome that they're allowed to do that then, which would also disprove the NDA, because if that was an NDA and they did that on social media, the post would be down immediately and they probably would never work for them again.
Process, but finding out whose artistic process it is impossible. These concept art reveals showcase that the artwork that we know is actually far more expansive than we realize. Plenty of card art in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a full piece that is then shrunk down to fit into the card border.
Wait, they have extended arts?
Dante has legs, for God's sakes. Why don't we get to know that? The concept art releases for monsters featured in Dark Side of Dimensions is especially frustrating, because they'll show Kazuki Takahashi's sketch above the finished artwork, and while the sketch has a signature, the finished artwork doesn't. In going through the different Dark Side of Dimension concept art releases...
Is that a poop with teeth? That's a poop with teeth. Because he was called the poop by his teacher, the poop maker or something.
I saw the Dark Magician art used and noticed there was a name...
Oh wait, Dematis, you mentioned Duel Masters, not Master, Duel. Okay, yep, that's on me. That's disappointing. Ah, never mind. I'm disappointed. Probably is an NDA then.
It. Okay, I've got it. An illustrator actually credited by Konami. Koko Ichibanya. Let's go find out who they are. It's a curry company that got to debut the card artwork first. There is still artwork we can guess at who drew it. Like, I think it's safe to say that Prank Kids and Live Twins, due to some stylistic similarities between the two's artwork, were done by the same artist. You might even hazard to throw in Mimighoul as well. But we have no confirmation. Despite Konami's best efforts, though, some artists have art styles so distinct, we can trace their work across multiple mediums and find out who they are the hard way.
So people actually track this down? I mean, it's not the first time I've heard that, oddly enough. If they could get their hands on the original sketches, that would make it a lot easier, because part of finding art is actually tracking the materials, when it's used, when it's printed. Hell, even digital signatures could be a way to track something down. Although that's a lot harder around, because if you want to get around that, you just screenshot and you have the screenshot metadata, but not the metadata carrying over from the original image.
The most recognizable, for how easy their artwork is to spot, is Akina Fujiwara, a Japanese artist whose art style lends itself to cute, younger characters, which can be seen in Yu-Gi-Oh! Throughout cards like the Charmer series, Kishkis, Lucky Pied Piper, Whirlwind Prodigy, and Kalantosa, Mystical Beast of the Forest. The other artist we know for a fact is Genzo Man, an artist who does a lot of artwork for video games,
Okay, yeah, that's pretty awesome.
Including stuff like Street Fighter. His work on decks like Noble Knight and Cosmo was actually one I recognized all by myself.
Oh, so they did the Star Wars Dorothy set. I kind of want to check that set out, though.
Because they resembled his artwork on Double.
I'm not sure if it's anything good. It just looks cool.
What makes things even harder for most people is that because through 2022, all cards had Kazuki Takahashi's copyright in the corner, some people really believed that Kazuki Takahashi was sitting down and drawing everything from Drollbird to Droll and Lockbird.
How? It's completely different art styles, and that's so many pieces of art. I don't think anyone who's also making the manga at the same time could ever, or he might have even stopped the manga at that point, I don't know. But that's just way too much art for any one person. Wait, no, internet, that doesn't matter. Also, according to Wave, Noble Knight and Cosmo are also notable archetypes that premiere in the TCG first. Oh.
For a game with art diversity as great as Yu-Gi-Oh!, it's a shame we'll never be able to know who did them until...
Is that actually the little rabbit mascot punching a giant? Okay, that's awesome.
We wrenched them from Konami's cold dead hands.
Very different art style.
Maybe the guy who drew Emperor of Land and Sea just asked nicely so nobody knew how bad a job he did.
Yeah, that he just didn't get paid. Live duels?
One of my...
Like, just playing in person? What else would that be?
my favorite things about Yu-Gi-Oh!
What?
So YCSs and WCQs are massive gatherings meant to bring
I'm going to assume those collections of letters are big events, like a grand championship or just a big tournament. If I'm wrong, I got no idea.
together people who love to play the game. And while the events can be a great time
Oh,
for
yep,
those
events.
who play, those who lose early on and can't participate in the event anymore, or who came without the intention of ever competing, are hard-pressed to find things to do. Most of the time, Konami supplements these people's time with side events for the chance to win additional prizing, like giant poster-sized cards.
Oh, so that's why some people in the background of their videos have those.
But
Okay.
what else are you able to do? Well, starting around 2011, Konami decided to try a new format to give people a reason to come to the events. Scripted duels.
What?
These are events you can go to at certain YCSs and WCQs that will allow you to see the actors from the Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime get up on stage and play out a duel in character with
Oh, okay. That's why they would script out, because it's playing the characters they already have as the actor doing it. Okay, that makes more sense.
live voice acting. The first ever scripted duel took place at the Pittsburgh North American WCQ in 2011.
Really? Pittsburgh? Why Pittsburgh? I'm not even complaining about that. I used to live there. I travel there. I have family there who are moving, so I don't anymore. But still, Pittsburgh, of all places. Like if you said Anaheim, California, Los Angeles, San Francisco, Sacramento, Georgia, anywhere on the coast. Pittsburgh, though, being the largest city in Appalachia, technically, is not what I thought would be the first draw for Yu-Gi-Oh! On the other hand, it's a captive audience because if you're in Pittsburgh, you can't get anywhere else. If you could, you would have already.
Seeing Yusei and Yugi duel in a dream match. After that, these would become a yearly tradition whenever WCQ season came around. And they
God.
would get different actors up on stage to play out different dream matches. Pegasus versus Jack Atlas, Yusei versus Yuya, Joey versus Ashizu, all of which feature their original actors performing in front of a live crowd of fans. What makes
Oh, and they're performing on the side while the characters are, the actual models are being played out the side, so they can do that. Okay. And Bill, California, are you mad? They've got to put regional somewhere. Oh my God.
these duels so entertaining is the energy the crowd gets to bring to it.
Yeah.
Oftentimes during the duels, they'll make little winks and nods to the original series, bust out a pot of greed here or an anime quote there.
What does that card do anyways? Probably banishes something or other.
And getting to hear a whole crowd cheer on the event makes it electric.
All right, I won the die roll. Looks like I'll be starting this duel off. I said a
Oh my God. I just... Oh, wow. I'm sorry. I just got hit with such a blast of nostalgia. I was not expecting that for Joey's voice of all places. Oh, wow.
monster face down and end my turn.
Is that all?
Yeah, that's all I got.
Oh, I will tell you, Yusei. Don't you know what pendulum scales are? You can't pendulum summon without them.
I can't what? What in the hell are you talking about?
Do you even know how to play this game?
No.
While Lord of Dragons is on the field, my dragons are unaffected by your traps.
Oh, wow. They got Kaiba's voice. Oh, God. They got Kaiba's voice. Also, from the Seath video, according to Darth Scar, Bring Hom lore. Olden Era takes place before Hom 3, before the demon aliens invaded. The fuck? Blew up the planet, so they were back at the previous planet again. Okay, that's a thing that happened.
Say what? I said forget it.
They're also frequently used as a showcase for new cards coming out in recent sets.
Oh.
So if there's new Red Dragon support and new Super Heavy Samurai support, let's get Jack Atlas and Gong Strong together for a duel.
Tyrant Red Dragon Archfiend ruthlessly attack Gong's life points directly!
Jeez.
Impossible! That blast should have knocked you right off the stage, but you didn't move an inch. That's Gong's heavy, strong style.
What?
Gong is Gong.
I don't know anything about the characters from this series, but I kind of love his voice already, man.
Through extensive training, nothing moves Gong or Gong's monsters.
Am I the only one mishearing? It's not Gong. I'm not hearing a G in this. I am mishearing this every time. Oh, wow.
You might want to reconsider that statement.
Another example of this.
Okay, apparently I wasn't the other one. I was not the only person mishearing that one. Okay.
Of marketing was with the pack Shadows over Valhalla, a pack that premiered first in the TCG and gave new support to ninjas while introducing the anime original Valkyrie archetype.
Oh?
In order to promote the pack, they put on a live duel at the Fort Worth, Texas qualifier in 2018. The problem was the characters they were working with.
What?
One was Siegfried, the guy who played Valkyries in the anime, easy enough, but they don't have a duelist who played ninjas. Nobody of note except Moonshadow in Arc V used ninjas, and Siegfried versus Moonshadow would be the first duel nobody wanted to see. So they decided.
Are they just going to bring in some random character, or are they just going to bring in someone big name that doesn't make any sense? Might be cool either way. Also, according to Bill, fun fact, Gong is canonically around the same age as Yugioh, despite his immense size. He is bigger than most of the adults. Oh. Huh. Gong is the pilot for Super Heavy Sentai, or Samurai, sorry. I keep saying Sentai for some reason. Okay, I've heard about that deck list a few times.
To go for the one-episode jobber, source of Mai's only on-screen win, look it up, Jean-Claude Magnum. This sounds like a recipe for...
Wait, that was the only time she ever won? Okay.
Disaster. But it's one of the most fun live duels of them all, because they got two of the MVPs of this, Greg Abbey and Oliver fucking Wyman. This guy has so much stage presence, it's insane. His bombastic side-eye could blow a hole in a wall.
Dude, I can't even move my eyebrow like that. I just can't do it. Like, that's height on that thing.
I tap into the power of Goddess Earth's verdict to make your face-down card a spell of the past.
What?
I'm going to guess that your face-down card is Pot of Greed. Well, look at that. I was right again. Now
my
your
God.
Pot of Greed is banished by Goddess Earth's verdict.
Oh no! If I had gotten the chance to activate it, Pot of Greed would have let me draw 2 cards.
Who doesn't know that? First, I send my
I'm sorry. I just love hearing in the character's voice. Who doesn't know that? It's just like they're doing the joke, and then they're making the joke about the joke. It's so dumb, but this actually gets me. I can see why he's talking about this now. This makes perfect sense.
Card of Greed to the graveyard to draw 2 cards.
Who is writing this stuff, and how do we get more of it?
Activate Pot of Greed to draw 2 more cards from my deck. Finally, I activate Pot of Desire to banish the top 10 cards of my deck face down and draw an additional 2 cards.
My favorite for other reasons, though, is the 2022 WCQ duel between Jaden and Aster.
Also, just that little moment I need to point out right now. This is 4 years ago. This is historic now. You're welcome.
This was always going to be special, considering it was the first
Who's
one
Aster?
after the COVID lockdown, but it was who they picked that made it really
Wait, in 2022 it was over the lockdown? Yeah, I guess 22, 23 is when it kind of ended.
special. Matthew Charles Labrato is Jaden's English voice actor in the GX anime. And for a long time, he was pretty much persona non grata in Yu-Gi-Oh circles.
Why?
He did his role as Jaden, came back for Bonds Beyond Time, but after that was pretty much nowhere to be found.
I mean, I didn't like JX just because I missed all the cool shit, but I've heard that anyone who stuck around for the cool shit knew it was the cool shit. This is just me not having access to it when it was good and just didn't see it. But, oh, because he probably had a lot of hangover and I do mean hangover, from when he came in and replaced Yugi as the main character, and just like a big drop back. And since he took the fall for that in the same universe, which we talked about earlier, which probably led to things not being as well received. Yeah, that could probably be it.
He didn't do conventions like other voice actors and wasn't at all present on social media.
Smart man.
People speculated he just wasn't very active or that it was just a job that he didn't think much about.
I mean, that's also just called a job, so.
Or that people who didn't like GX would send him hate mail. All speculation, no proof of anything. He wouldn't return to the role until GX was added to Duel Links.
Okay, you can't hear this, but the cat is meowing right at the door. And my wife has the cat in her arms. You good?
I had that sangria and I ate the whole bag of those veggie things. I did not know they were ranch, and then I'm gonna lay down because I'm a bit drunk.
Oh, apparently my wife is having a fun day. I'm hoping none of that came to the audio. Love you, dear. My wife is drunkenly holding the cat going, I love you. And I like ranch. Love you, dear.
Sangria and strawberries. Tail them with sangria. Strawberry.
She had a small sangria. One of them. It knocked her on her ass. I'm sorry, my wife is adorable. She says not to bother her. I need to go bother her.
And getting to hear him again was a treat, especially when they added Season 4 Jaden and the Supreme King as separate characters, and we got to hear Matthew's different take on both of them. What I'm trying to say is that appearances from Matthew were rare, so seeing him booked for this was a big deal. On the Yu-Gi-Oh! Subreddit, there was a coordinated effort from people.
Wait, of course there's a subreddit. I should not be surprised about that. Hell, even I was on Reddit once like 9 years ago. I forgot everything I did. Jaden vs. Aster was awesome. Please voice your support for Matthew. I'm not going to try to say his name. So he's encouraged to interact with the Yu-Gi-Oh! Community more often. Also, my wife, even though she walked away into another part of the house, is still talking. I can't hear a word she's saying.
People attending the WCQ to attend the live duel and show as much love to the actors as they could, to let them know, in such a rare appearance, that they were loved within the community. And it took the energy of the usual duels and made it even more exciting.
Even more exciting, oh. Also, according to Bill, fun fact, they changed the ending of Season 3 English dub to GX to have Jaden die so they won't have to dub Season 4. Seriously? Oh, did they never even dub the end of it? I'm assuming you're screwing with me because that would be a huge change, but I also don't know if that wouldn't be the case because for all I know, that might be the case.
Whoa, wait a second. You need to discard a Destiny Hero monster before you can draw 2 cards with Destiny drawn, don't you?
Are you kidding? Dude, you must have fallen behind in your studies, Jaden. Oh, but don't worry. I won't tell Crowler. Discarding a Destiny Hero monster is a cost to activate the effect of Destiny Draw, but Diamond Dude only copies its effect. That means I get to skip the downside and go straight to drawing 2 cards.
Makes sense to me.
I absolutely love how he's mugging for the camera with so much exaggerated effect. It's like, you never get to see this when the voice actors do their thing because you see the character only. But damn, are they fully acting out every single thing they say. And it's so cool to see. Yeah, apparently, according to Wave, Yu-Gi-Oh! Season 4 did not get a dub. They never dubbed like the last 20 episodes. Pretty much how it read. Huh. That is absolutely horrible. And in it, Jaden and Yuba both turned to dust. A big part of the ending of 5Ds was also didn't get a dub. So they apparently for a long time just didn't finish Yu-Gi-Oh! Series. But they kept making them. If they're so bad they don't want to do them, why do they keep making more? Because apparently they seem very popular still. Or is it just one of those management's doing management things and just don't question it? Probably. Also, again, I mentioned my wife walked away while still talking. Love you, dear.
I send Destiny Hero Celestial and Destiny Hero Malicious from my deck to my graveyard. to fusion summon the one, the only
Dark Magician.
Destiny Hero, Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer! Wow! That's the card I saw duelists using this weekend and the North American Championship.
Signature look of DPE superiority? What's DPE? I feel like that's a phrase I should know, but I just don't know it.
These events are still going strong, with Yugi vs. Solomon happening.
The fuck? I didn't realize they had miscast the name so much and yet so perfectly. It's like Yugi looks like he should be Solomon, and then Solomon looks like he should be Yugi. Also, nice beards.
Last year to promote the Shining Sarcophagus and Millennium decks.
Wait,
And
what?
hopefully this year, we'll get to see another new combo we've never seen before.
Oh? That's actually pretty cool, man. Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer. Ah, or Dark Phoenix Enforcer.
Card storylines.
Okay, this I do know about only because I wanted to look up branded. It's like, what is this deck? Followed by, oh, hey, there's a story specifically for the storyline. Followed by, oh shit, this is good. What's Chronicles? Yeah, I went in that order. That was weird.
The artwork
Solomon
of
looks like Walter
Yu-Gi-Oh!
White.
May serve no express gameplay purpose, but its importance really can't be downplayed. Yu-Gi-Oh! Card art is the first thing they reveal when revealing new cards. It's the first thing many players look at when they look for a deck to play.
Yep.
And even cards with horrible effects can be looked on fondly because their artwork is so beautiful. That's
Yeah, unironically, it's kind of half the reason I wanted to get into Yu-Gi-Oh! Because I thought the art just looked really cool for the cards I liked.
why when archetypes like Mayakashi come around with artwork this good and gameplay this
Damn.
bad, people are gonna get grumpy about it. You
Love to
put
see the
some of the
full
most
art.
unique monster designs and fun cultural
Whoa.
references on a deck that has to summon the same 5 monsters twice to end on a turn skip. However,
Seriously?
Mayakashi is a great example of an advantage of this sort of artwork, because it's part of what's called a card storyline. Card
Oh.
storylines are when the artists of Yu-Gi-Oh! Use the artwork of a card in an archetype to tell a story across multiple cards.
And one of the cool things I found about that is whenever it's a deck that's been going for years, you could just get these storylines going and just be updated like, oh, here's an extra bit of the story in this one card's art. Figure it out. And then duels, like Master Duel, actually just showing you what the storyline is. It is kind of fun, though. I just love the idea of long-term storytelling that you build and start at random to see if people are paying attention. And if you actually like the deck, it just gives extra value to the type of deck you're playing. Also, the KISP, the last 20 episodes of... Oh, they didn't dub the last 20 episodes of GX and 5Ds because they can't afford to stall for half a year until the new show advertises the new card sets. Unironically, why you play Bandit Alias? Honestly, yeah. I mean, I'm doing it because I lucked into accidentally getting most of the cards just through sheer random chance. Yeah. I had actually picked up the structure deck for Dragon Maid. Decided, okay, I got some extra stuff from starting the game. Pulled. Got most of Branded. Yeah. That's literally the reason. Also, some of the story stuff, actually, I'm just going to pull this up right now. Some of the story stuff has been made more available through the solo gates in Master Duel. Oh, I think I've seen a few of those. Yeah, haven't played many other than like not the Archfiends, but like the Kings or Master ones. But there's a lot of stuff that's really hard to actually learn about. Branded has like 10 different archetypes. Yep. There's a bunch of stuff from the Dual Terminal arcade game. Oh, it's an actual arcade game. Oh. That gets glossed over in the brief solo gates for the archetypes. The Sword Souls are an entire archetype that is part of the Branded story. Master Duel follower code. Oh, that's my comment that's pinned. Oh, yep.
With Mayakashi, for example, it shows the story of a years-long war between exorcist samurai and the yokai they fight, including a young squire and ghost girl who become friends, until the squire finds out about the ghost's deception, and the two fight. Before the fight can end, a second yokai steals both of their powers, and the pair team up to take her down. This is among the more simple storylines, but serves as a great template to understand the format. Across the various Ghost Meets Girl cards and Faithful Hour,
there's more one of those?
see Daki and Squire meet, their fight begin,
Oh,
Yugioh
it was actually called Ghost Meet Girl and then Ghost Meets Girl again. Huh.
interrupt, and the two working together to beat her. Card storylines like this have existed for as long as the game has.
Wait, really?
And over the years, they've
Yep, I really need to watch more Dual Terminal, don't I?
only gotten more complex and intertwining as the
Also, I'm being told by Bill, Bumbles does spoil what shows up in Dual Terminal, maybe, but mislabels them as dormant tribes. Oh, okay. Honestly, I don't mind if he spoils it just because I want to find out more all the same.
game advances. A fan favorite example of this is the Skull Servant story.
Oh?
This follows a lowly level 1 monster named Skull Servant, as he gets into hijinks across his afterlife.
What?
We see him getting resurrected, him getting blown up, him trying to find the pride to fight on, him picking up dog poop. We get to meet his boss, the
How does a skeletal dog poop? Is it just all finger bones? Oh, that's probably worse. Let's not think about this.
king of the Skull Servants, but we also get to see his boss in his off time during white baking. We meet his friend.
Oh, white as in the ghost white. Oh, god damn it. Oh, that's like the white power deck they put out there. It is like, really? That's the name of it? Oh, god. That is such a horrible name.
Friends in The Lady in White.
Or
and
White Destiny,
Mare,
sorry.
As well as the kids he looks after in White Prince and Princess. We see him go on vacation, only to get stopped at the airport and there can be only one. And their pet dog, Skulldog Marin, gets taken in for quarantine.
Also, what in the hell is that thing in the background? It's a biohazard lab. Is that just a... Did they do a crossover with, what was it, Resident Evil or something? Also, Skull Servant was the OG cards. I think so, yeah. I think I remember it from the original stuff even, which isn't saying much because me remembering doesn't mean shit. Oh, yeah. Also, Yu-Gi-Oh! And Dark Soul have one thing in common. People will scrape up every piece of story. Yeah, it does seem like it. And it's there, too.
Skulldog Marin himself is actually a spin-off character
Oh, wow.
with his own storyline based around his early life as outstanding dog Marin.
Oh.
With a young boy losing him in Where Art Thou?
Oh.
Before he gets infected by darkness,
Oh.
dies, and then gets resurrected by the Skull Servants to be their new pet. The child who originally owned Marin then replaced him with a robotic version of the same dog, so he couldn't lose him or let him die. A story of a similar
That's kind of fucked up.
length is the Goblin of Greed storyline.
That's a storyline?
Starting on the card Upstart Goblin, with this haughty goblin noble throwing down coins to a beggar. Pretty soon, though...
Draw one card. Your opponent gains 1,000 life points. But it's a... If you have a very small deck, that might still be worth it, just because if you can do a lot more damage than 8,000, it could be worth it. I don't know. It's probably restricted, isn't it? Not many effects. You give them more life points, but I think life points are easier to deal with than cards. And this does shrink down your deck, so you just get to the card you want faster.
The stock market crashes, and the economic...
Oh, yeah, he's going... Oh, it's in the nose, too. Entire opponent has 8 or more cards in their hand. They shuffle their entire hand into the deck and draw 2 cards.
bubble bursts, forcing him to now beg for coins instead. With his only worldly possessions left being a stolen pot and jar of greed, he now roams the land looking for odd jobs to try to work himself back up to his former status.
Oh, God.
From performing in a circus to cutting grass. He even takes up work being the guy who puts halos on Moki Mokis. These last few aren't so much plot-focused, but rather act more like Looney Tunes bits.
They kind of do,
Every
yeah.
time you open a pack, there's a chance the Goblin of Greed might be getting his shit pushed in a brand new way.
Oh my
One more
God.
based around plot, you need look no further than the story of Gigobite.
What?
A story about a cute little lizard with the extremely foreboding flavor text that he carries a
He has a tranquil soul, but carries a destiny. One day his heart shall be tainted by evil. Okay. Also, Wave, you mentioned Upstart Goblin is a solid card and was limited for a time, but has been unlimited for years. Oh, okay. Not bad. Also, Bill, the reason the word white comes up is because the original Japanese name is white. Isn't that the same word? Yeah, white is actually a type of ghost. Here, I'll pull it up. Yeah. Yeah, white is a type of ghost. Also, it's apparently an island you can travel to. Surprisingly beautiful. The more you know. Not sure why that came up first, but okay.
Destiny that one day his heart shall be tainted by evil.
My
he becomes
God.
friends with Airier the water charmer and some other low-level normal
Oh, aren't the charmers like the spirit charmers? Some of the things that did have or not Digimon, the Chronicles animations for them? I haven't seen them yet, but I think I saw them there.
monsters
But they exist.
before taking on a mysterious power which evolves him into Gagagigo.
Ah.
Gagagigo is a much grumpier and eviler creature than his younger form.
This young evildoer used to have an evil heart, but by meeting a special person, he discovered justice?
And
Oh.
runs afoul of the warrior company of Marauding Captain. The two do battle until their fight is interrupted by Blazing Inpachi. And despite being enemies, Marauding Captain ends up taking a blast for Gagagigo in my body as a shield. Inspired by his foe's confidence to risk his life to save somebody he doesn't even know, Gagagigo does the same when a new foe, Invader of Darkness, attacks.
Damn.
Invader of Darkness is a much heavier hitter than Blazing Inpachi though, and Gagagigo can't walk off the attack. He's knocked out, and then captured by Kozaki, an evil scientist.
I think we all know exactly who this guy is based on. And if your first thought is, he looks like someone out of Final Fantasy VII that would have a dead-ish wife trapped in crystal, yeah, we're thinking the same thing.
Scientist of Dark World. He augments the injured Gagagigo into Giga Gagagigo, and sends him back as a
Mecha-Gigo.
warrior of evil, fighting Marauding Captain and his general, Freed. While they're able to fight him to a standstill, Giga Gagagigo mutates again into Gogiga Gagagigo. And not
He just wants to say these names, doesn't he? He just wants to say the name and how crazy it gets. Oh, God. Also, according to Wave, there's a decent amount of jank built around old card name translations, and the new support gets them released for. Oh, I wouldn't doubt it.
not only defeats Freed, but Inpachi and Invader of Darkness. He would have kept rampaging until Marauding Captain reappeared.
Also, for clarification, the original Japanese name for Skull Servant is white. Oh, okay, I see what you mean. And if they translated it into English, the white servant would definitely have a very different meaning. Even if it's differently spelled. Oh, yeah, I see where you're going with this one. Oh, yeah, that would be very off. Also, Wave said Evil Otacon. Yeah, I could see that one too.
And pleads with his friend to stop. And in seeing him, the man who saved his life and taught him justice, Gagagigo's heart is purified.
Oh.
And he evolves one more time.
And the metal changes with him and grows. Sure, why not?
Into Gagagigo the Risen. This plotline took place over the course of 9 years, from Gagagigo's original release in Dark Crisis in 2003 to Gagagigo the Risen's release in 2012. And to this day, people still look back fondly on it and hope new cards come out to continue the story in some way. This doesn't even cover half of the side quests these two go on during their mission.
Oh, so other cards have more... Because there's only the direct line cards and everything fleshing it out as well.
Like Marauding Captain having to take up the apron and become Marmiting Captain. Or
is it Oh, yeah, it's an Australian thing, so they probably knew about it in Japan.
the time Gagagigo gets really into ice skating.
Okay.
The formatting as well can be used really uniquely. Like for the Trap Tricks cards, where the storyline is written out as though it's an ecological handbook categorizing the various flora and fauna of a killer forest.
Oh.
Yeah, they're anime girls too. The theming is that the monsters aren't the girls, they're the plants and insects releasing pheromones in order to lure travelers in with anime girls.
Yeah, that would work. Unironically, if that was the plant adaptation, it would work way too well.
Considering most of them look 10, if anybody is lured in by these things, they're better off as mulch.
I know what I said. It would work way too well. I'm not disagreeing with him about the mulch part either.
Yugioh is flushed with storylines like this, and even summarizing a few like these could take hours.
When I looked up the storyline and branded just from the cards already, it did take about an hour. Not multiple, and I think that's just because he was going fast, which is crazy in hindsight, because I thought he wasn't.
Some other ones include the war between the Fire Kings and Atlanteans, which eventually reawakens a years-old serpent to come and fight both sides at the same time.
That would do it.
The story of a girl who made a website and then got really angry when nobody left any comments. And a warrior who wants to seek incredible power, who can either become an angel or a devil, depending on what field spells you play.
Oh.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Is given so much personality thanks to storylines like these. And seeing them pop up every once in a blue moon makes even pack fillers so exciting to look at. Before we move on, there is one...
I wonder if people sell collections of Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards just with the cards in order of storyline. Like literally a hieroglyphic wall of Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards at this point. And honestly, a hieroglyphic wall is probably the best way to put it because it's literally storyline by art alone. If that's not something people do already, I think it honestly needs to be done just because that sounds amazing.
More I want to bring up because it's my favorite. And it does something fairly rare, give a new story to an anime archetype. Yugi used plenty of cards that have since been spun off into their own decks, but the one we're focusing on is Buster Blader. Buster Blader was given a new lease on life as Buster Blader the Destruction Sword Master in...
What does he do anyways? Is on the field, in the graveyard. If a monster your opponent controls is destroyed by a battle or card, if it's sent to the graveyard, you can target one of those destroyed monsters, equip it to this card. Once per turn, send one monster card you control that equip this card to the graveyard. Destroy all monsters your opponent controls with the same type. If you're playing a very themed deck, which I think a lot of them would be at this point, that could be devastating. If you're playing Jank, you actually might be fine.
2016. It was a bum lease, but whatever. What matters is that we got new support specific to Buster Blader in the form of Buster Whelp.
What?
With this guy begins a storyline for Buster Blader that begins with the Dragon Hunter doing his normal business and slaying a rampaging dragon. While fighting the dragon, though, he decided to spare and save the dragon's baby, taking it with him to become his new companion. Buster Blader cared deeply for the baby dragon, outfitting him with weaponry like knives.
He gave the dragon a knife to hold in its mouth. I have so many questions about this. Also, according to Bill Cipher, Buster Blader kills dragons, never a kid. Yeah, pretty much a dragon slayer. Also, Alias, you got like collecting all the branded cards and trying to sort them into chronological order? Honestly? And you're doing that too? Nice. That sounds awesome. And in the anime, wait, there's an anime? Buster Blader was kind of there. Also was fusion material for Dark Paladin. Oh, you mean for like the anime, not an anime about him. I thought there was like a chronicle about him specifically at this point.
A laser sword, and eventually his own version of Buster Blader's sword.
Oh, damn.
Eventually, though, the whelp began to age. And when he did, his dormant dragon DNA sent him into a fury, evolving him into Buster Dragon.
Oh.
Despite being his closest...
Also, all the cards in the background changed their art as well. Like, they're all the versions here that are just the white and less on them. And then here, it's like they have the black cloak on top of the white armor. Also, as someone who just enjoys a good cloak, nice.
Fury, evolving him into Buster Dragon. Despite being his closest companion, Buster Blader still had to slay him all the same. And in a moment of mourning, fuses with his dying friend to become the Dragon Destroyer Swordsman. While the process meant that Buster Whelp was gone forever, he now follows Buster Blader as a protective spirit.
Oh.
This storyline features some of the saddest card art in the game, between Karma of the Destruction Swordsman and Destruction Sword Fusion. But these are comedies compared to Destruction Sword Memories. Showing Buster Blader.
And it's the sword that killed him with the memory of what they were prior. Oh, that is evil. Oh.
Recounting the times he had with his companion before having to put him down, reflected in the reflection of the sword he used to kill him.
Yep.
This is my favorite card art in the game. And if Konami would let me, I'd love to compliment the artist for making such a melancholy but beautiful piece but that info is more precious than the launch codes.
Yeah. I might know why Konami's doing it because it's something other companies have done. Doesn't mean I like it, and that's dickish. Ugh.
Concepts through gameplay. Yu-Gi-Oh's flavor
Concepts?
and personality isn't just limited to the artwork of the cards, but can
Oh, you mean like how earlier when I played a vampire deck, it was gaining life by doing damage. Okay. So it's like the flavor is how they act, which, yeah, that's cool.
also be found in the text of the cards themselves. What a card does and how it does it can sometimes be just as important in fleshing out a deck's personality as the artwork is. Something Yu-Gi-Oh has gotten really good at is using the effects of a deck to convey the overall theme of what the archetype is going for, and how the effects and artwork can correlate. This is a little hard to explain without an example, so before he gets his coat on, let's drag Buster Blader back in.
Oh?
Buster Blader is a really simple example of this.
Also, is anyone else looking at this and thinking he looks like the swordsman who he's used to summon, but just with, he looks like he's wearing the Dark Magician's hood as armor. That's what it looks like to me.
In universe, Buster Blader is a dragon hunter, so his effect is to gain attack whenever he fights.
Also, just realized with his gains 500 attack for each dragon monster opponent controls in their graveyard, that's actually really good against my stuff because I put a lot of dragons in there.
Dragons, and whenever he defeats a dragon. Gravekeeper monsters are meant to be guardians of an ancient pharaoh's tomb, and as such have the ability to negate effects that activate in the graveyard.
Oh.
Because their job is to make sure the dead stay where they belong. These are about as simple as it gets, but taking a step further into the game's more complex archetypes reveals so many interesting ways that artwork and gameplay can be merged. Take a deck like Mecha Phantom Beasts. This is a deck of different aerial combat vehicles that all share effects.
Wait, this wasn't just, of course it's not a one-off, it's an entire series of them, isn't it? Oh, dude, I want to hear more about this.
To summon Mecha Phantom Beast tokens. When a token is on the field, the opponent can't target a Mecha Phantom Beast for attacks, and instead has to destroy the token first. This token generation effect is meant to mirror the lore that the Mecha Phantom Beasts are generating decoys that divert attacks away from the main body.
Oh.
That's why you can't destroy a Mecha Phantom Beast while the token is up. Your monster is confused by the duplication.
That's a cool
Nemorelia
effect.
is a pendulum archetype with only a single pendulum monster.
How?
And while the other cards in the deck are these massive Hulk.
You know, I've seen a lot of monster effects that look like they're just made of candy in other games, but this is probably the most disturbing one I've ever seen because of the swirly eyes. That somehow makes it so much worse.
Monsters made out of sweets and cake. The pendulum monster is
Yep.
a sleeping little girl. She has an
Dreaming.
effect to place herself in the extra deck, and the rest of the monsters banish extra deck cards for their effects.
Oh.
Once the extra deck is empty,
Okay.
save for Nemorelia, you can special summon her, blow up the field, and then she puts everything back. The theme of the deck is that Nemorelia is sleeping and dreaming up these monsters.
Okay, so it's all the crazy shit in her dream. That's kind of brilliant, actually. I wonder if this deck is still in use, because it seems like such a fun one to play against, just for the art you get to see.
And the more she summons, the more time she spends.
Also, according to Wave, so this is an archetype of pendulum that is literally the exact opposite, or turns it on its head as a concept. Huh. Excuse me. All right, I'm just going to pull up this comment because I think it's relevant. And Alias mentioned, or the adventure token. Wait, there's an adventure token archetype? Is literally an isekai about summoning a token where you, the player, take its place, essentially. Even though I'm not a big fan of isekais in general, it's really cool. Honestly, yeah, I am a fan of isekais because I like relaxing trash to watch when I'm really stressed. It's fun.
Represented by losing extra deck cards. Once she runs out of time, or you run out of extra deck cards, she wakes up and throws a tantrum about having to wake up, being her destroying all the opponent's cards.
That'd do it.
Then once she realizes that she's going to be in trouble for blowing all this stuff up, she starts putting stuff back, represented by her putting cards back in the extra deck. They manage to turn Little Girl Dreams of Snacks into an archetype, and convince you that it works based on how the game words its effects.
Yep.
Super Quants are one of Yu-Gi-Oh's
Super
50
Quant?
tokusatsu-themed archetypes,
Oh, okay. Tokusatsu. Oh, okay.
and how they're handled is one of the best executions of a concept through gameplay of them all.
See, I know Tokusatsu is such a wide genre at this point. It goes anywhere from Kamen Rider and, well, No, not Trans... Nope, technically there are Tokusatsu elements in Transformers whenever it's the people doing it, not just the Transformers alone. But like, I was going to say Power Rangers, but yeah. How many different types can they pull into it, though?
Each of the 4 main deck Super Quants has an associated mech they can pilot, the Super Quantal Mech Beasts. You can use any of the Super Quants to pilot any of the Super Quantal Mech Beasts, but if you don't pick the right one, then it's not going to work at full capacity.
Oh?
Only by having the proper color-coded Ranger and Mech are you going to get the full results. This is represented by making the Super Quantal Mech Beasts Xyz monsters, having them be...
Is it bad that I see a T-Rex and it's either green or red, and any other color just feels wrong? Maybe that's just me, but it just looks off any other color.
Unable to attack if they don't have Xyz material, giving them an effect if they do have Xyz material, and giving them a quick effect if the Xyz material attached to the Xyz monster is the color-coordinated Ranger. So, Super Quantal Mech Beast Magna Liger can destroy an opponent's card, but can only do it on the opponent's turn if one of its material is red layer. Ouroboros can flip a card face down, but only if it has green layer as material. So on and so forth. Dude. Even their support cards keep up the...
I am getting nostalgic for Power Rangers looking at this right now because it reminds me so much of the very early stuff, which is probably why they did. Like, the colors aren't exactly there, but it's so close that you could see what they were intending, what they're referencing in it. I'm not even the biggest Power Rangers fan, but just having that blast of nostalgia, it's probably because everything else right now has been nostalgia blasts. Should we pull up the comments? Also, Bill, if you just keep saying read your comments, I'm not going to see them. Buster Blair kills the dragon. Yeah, I already saw that one. And part of that is how loose the card and their pre-built and restrictions are. Allowing them to take a card to literally anything, the only limit being the amount of words you can write. True, and they definitely take advantage of the space.
Super Sentai theming, like Magna Formation, locking your opponent out of affecting you during the main phase, because the monsters never attack the Rangers when they're transforming or forming their Megazord. Sue ships are...
Oh my god! They took the meme of you don't attack the person while they're doing the transformation sequence and made it an actual effect? Oh, dude, that's perfect.
Are an archetype of giant seafaring sushi boats.
What?
Already top tier word.
What? I'm sorry, what?
Are an archetype of giant seafaring sushi boats.
Nope, I heard that right, and there's a boat made of sushi. I wasn't sure what I was expecting, but that was definitely not it.
Already top tier wordplay. The Xyz monsters of the deck, though, all vary.
Is that literally just a block of ramen? That's a block of ramen.
Depending on what
or
monster you
rice.
overlay with the normal monster Gunkin Sue ship.
Who thought up this concept? And why do you probably need to make sure they don't eat everything around them while they were making this? Like, tell me you were hungry when you thought this up without telling me, because I don't think I need to say a word right here. Boats and food.
To get their full effect,
it looks good too.
Use the right other monster. So, Gunkin Sue ship Uniclass Super Dragon.
That. I wonder how many people made this in real life for a giant party, because this seems like something. I wonder if this is something they actually did just because they wanted to try and get management to agree to make one of them just for everyone.
Not only gets its full potential if you combine Shari with Gunkin Sue ship Uni. Because as the sushi chef...
Yep, this entire segment has actually caused me physical pain because I'm apparently very hungry because I wasn't and now I am. Oh my god. Oh, and Bill, you mentioned a good example of that would be when Gem Knight Pearl was able to defeat a Volian Robotic Angel, because the Voliant effect only works on effect monsters, so Pearl, as a normal monster, was able to push its shit in. That makes sense. Cool effect that, gives normal monsters some usage, because generally they seem like they're the cards you stop playing immediately.
It's your job to prepare the dish correctly with the correct ingredients. This gets taken even further by their spell card, Sous Ship Catch of the Day.
I hate how much everything about here looks amazing. Oh, and you can actually see the ship here as well.
Here you have to reveal a Sous Ship Xyz monster, and then your opponent makes you add...
I could never play this deck because every time I broke it out, I would probably just have to leave and go get something to eat. This would absolutely torture me.
Any Sous Ship monster they declare from your deck to your hand. And if the spell card is destroyed, your opponent has to pay 500 life points. The card simulates your opponent entering a sushi shop. You make a recommendation by revealing an Xyz monster. They make their order, either taking your recommendation or ordering whatever they want. And then once the card is destroyed, they pay for their meal with their life points. This is what I'm talking about when I say so much of Yu-Gi-Oh's flavor comes from how they use the verbiage of the cards to represent a scenario.
Yep.
Other cards with a similar effect would say your opponent takes 500 points of damage.
Yeah.
Not here. They specifically use the mechanic of paying life points to emulate paying for a meal. Okay, this...
So they don't lose it, they pay it. I wonder if there's also cards on top of that interact with that phrasing alone that you can kind of exploit. Yeah, probably actually, yeah.
This one's gonna be really hard to explain. Try to follow along. Take out a piece of paper and pencil if you need to. Flower Cardians are the most unique and hard to comprehend archetype in Yu-Gi-Oh!
Is it cards that have flowers on them as an archetype? Okay, what makes them hard?
Because they don't really play Yu-Gi-Oh!
What?
Not in the Floodgate way, like the different game way.
Oh, they're based on Mahjong, aren't they?
You have a few Flower Cardians that can be special summoned under various conditions, including drawing the correct card from your deck or controlling an additional Flower Cardian. These can have attack totals of either 100, 1000, or 2000. There are also additional cards for each Flower Cardian of the same level that can be special summoned by tributing Cardians with the same level. Each one of them will also have slightly altered artwork, like putting a crane on the artwork of Flower Cardian Pine.
It does feel a lot like a Mahjong card, just as a monster, because they added spiky bits.
Or a curtain and arms to Flower Cardian Cherry.
Are those arms cut off? Or is this just some guy... No, there's no head there, there's just arms.
Blossom. The tuners of the deck then have the ability to treat all monsters you control as level 2, which allows you to go into various Synchro Flower Cardians.
Also, I'm being told by Wave, the Mahjong R-type, which apparently is a thing already, was mostly played normally and is mostly limited or banned. Really? Oh. Apparently it's already gone, so this is something completely different then.
Who are suddenly not pieces of art, but normal-looking Yu-Gi-Oh! Monsters.
Huh.
What's
Weird
the
eyes.
theme here? Flower Cardians are meant to represent Hanafuda cards.
Oh.
Traditional card set in Japan that can be used for various games like how we use poker cards. The levels of each of the Flower Cardians represent a different suit of cards in Hanafuda, with level 1 being Pine, level 3 being Cherry Blossoms, and level 8 being Zebra Grass. The additional cards in each level represent higher value cards in the same suit, with their attack points reflecting the point totals in Hanafuda. So a normal Pine card is worth 1 point, but Pine with Crane and Sun is worth 10 points.
Oh, because they're probably putting it up in increments instead of just making it 10,000.
So Pine has 100 attack, while Pine with Crane has 1,000 attack. The synchros you
wasn't that 2,000? Okay, maybe I'm just going bad.
can go into represent various combos you can pull off in the game Koi Koi, a game played using Hanafuda cards. And each of their summoning requirements and levels mirror the Yaku combos in Koi Koi. A card
This is basically them going for a very specific audience that loves this but doesn't play the game as much and try and get them into Yu-Gi-Oh! For it. And honestly, this is so hyper-specific, I kind of respect it more for doing this. Because it's not like they took an entire set just for this, but if it's just a handful of cards here and there to give it more fleshed out mechanics, that's kind of awesome. I like that there's this level of specificity.
Like Flower Cardian Light Flare is based on Goko. The Koi Koi Yaku.
I mean, I won't get any of it, but it's cool.
5 high-value cards to pull off. Light Flare then requires 5 cards for its Synchro Summon and is level 10, with that being double the cards required for its summon. That explains why the tuners of the deck convert all the monsters into being level 2. That way, any combination of them can come out to an even number and represent a Hanafuda combo.
I don't know nearly enough about Hanafuda to track anything he's saying, but it is kind of cool though.
This carries across all 4 of their Synchro monsters, with Moonflower Viewing being level 6 and requiring 3 cards like the Hanamezake combo. Boardfly needing 3 like Inoshikacho,
because if they reduce it to 2, then they have enough to buy it.
and Light Shower needing 4 like Ameshiko. This is a deck that chooses to throw away any hopes of being near playable in order to go all in on its theming.
Can people play this? Like, are there update cards that help it? Or is it just like, you play this because you have a style, damn it, and you're going to follow through? Honestly, I kind of respect someone who just followed through because they just chose to do it. Also, according to Alias, it's also kind of cool and interesting if it helps with filling out sets with more interesting cards while probably not being that good. It's fun. So it's basically give you a deck that may not be the winner deck, but you don't feel like you're getting ripped off when you get it because it's part of some interesting little side tangent that's fun and playable and unique in a way you just never really find out on your own.
And while playing against or as a Flower Cardian deck is as confusing as it sounds, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is all the better for having decks like it.
Yep.
Obscure archetypal origins.
Wait, they actually have origins for some of them? I thought they just started them. Huh. I mean, I guess it would make sense if there's a reason for it, other than it was in the TV show.
Now, I've had my fun talking about how strange archetypes can be, but this section is an addendum to that, because
Did it get
if
weirder?
you thought Luke Skywalker in ruby slippers or the Mad Hatter asking for your bank details was a lot.
Oh yeah, because they did the Wizard of Oz and Wonderland as well.
They're not even close to the
They're not?
strangest. The spectrum of sources that Yu-Gi-Oh! Takes for inspiration for its archetypes is so broad that even with all the ones I've already brought up, we
So,
haven't scratched
ninja
the
and
surface
samurai?
of how strange they can become. These archetypes are much better examples to show just how obtuse they can be. The first major example is one of Yu-Gi-Oh!'s most recognizable archetypes.
Really?
Red Dragon Archfiend. One would assume
Why would this
by
be
looking
odd?
at him that Red Dragon Archfiend was based on how mean a big red dragon would be. But his origins are actually biblical in nature.
What?
See, Red Dragon Archfiend skews more human-shaped, as opposed to more serpentine dragons like Slifer, or more European-style dragons like Blue Eyes. Across his various evolutions in the anime, and especially the manga, this change becomes all the more noticeable, culminating in hot Red Dragon Archfiend King Calamity.
Multiple arms, spikes. Head looks like one of the different sets for somebody with the horns.
Who looks the most like a human out of the whole lineup. There isn't a parallel world mythology with human-shaped dragons, right? Well...
I mean, is that literally dragon made? Wait, is it actually linked to that?
there is one. And the reasoning for this is because Red Dragon Archfiend draws inspiration from a series of paintings done by painter William Blake from 1800 to 1810. These paintings depict an interpretation of Satan from
as a dragon, which is why he was known as the serpent, because the serpent could also be a worm, which is a snake-like being, but also a dragon. Oh.
the Book of Revelations in the King James Bible, shown as a beast with 7 heads and 7 crowns. The curved horns in particular, which span across the various paintings, are a design feature present in every Red Dragon Archfiend variant. In fact, the name Red Dragon Archfiend, which in Japan is instead Red Demon's Dragon, is a reference to the source of inspiration being Satan. Those crowns on the original Red Dragon painting are also most likely the source of inspiration for giving Jack Atlas the kingly theme that he has. King Calamity in particular not only looks the closest to this depiction
I don't know anything about the stuff he came from. Like, I know it involves duels on motorcycles, but I don't know anything about it. I think I need to go and just find out more after this.
of Satan.
When the 15 to 14 hour deep dive on an iceberg is making you want to check out more things on top of it, because apparently it's raising more questions than answers. Not bad.
But has a pose most closely resembling the third painting in the series, the Great Red Dragon and the Beast from the Sea.
Very good censoring with the horns
far
there.
more obscure archetype with a similarly deep origin are the Nemesis monsters. Now, you've seen pretty much every Nemesis card be used in
Is that a planet in its halo? Are these celestial beings as an archetype?
independently. Corridor can summon out a powerful Thunder Dragon Colossus all on its own.
What?
The flag can be used in ritual
Or they're
beast
just orbs.
decks as a way to search out Corridor, or their extremely powerful boss monster, Arch Nemesis Protoss.
Oh.
But something you might not know is what exactly that
Oh, and he has the orb right in his chest, too. Okay. Also, according to Manus, I should just watch 5Ds, and yeah, waves are the same. Kind of just makes sense. And yeah, at least pointing out, I've just only scratched the surface. Oh, yeah, I think I'm coming to that realization.
they are. Nemesis is an extremely obtuse archetype thematically because the monsters don't really look like anything. The flag is a centaur, Umbrella is a jellyfish, Corridor is a harpy, and they all have globes instead of heads. Then you get onto the arch nemesises, and oh thank god they're just dragons. Well,
Are
Nemesis
they?
has an extremely interesting thematic connection to Greek mythology. But not with gods or monsters,
Titans?
but astrology.
Oh.
Each of the main deck Nemesis monsters represents a different ecological conservation term.
What?
Flag represents flagship species, animal species with a good social image that are used to promote conservation efforts.
Oh.
Umbrella refers to umbrella species, who are species that, through their conservation, allow for the conservation of several other species in order to protect it.
Because if you save one species, it does more to save the others, both in how you protect the one species, and also because it does it in general. And you could probably move the money around as well.
Think pandas requiring the maintenance of bamboo forests.
Which saves other things that rely on
Keystone is in
bamboo.
reference to keystone species. Species with a singular massive impact on their surrounding ecosystem.
Good old beavers. Because they just make sure water is retained, and among a lot of other things.
Think beavers constructing dams, or wolves in Yellowstone keeping down deer populations.
Because the one time they try and get rid of the wolves, the deer ate everything, and a lot of other animals starved because the food was all eaten up.
That's why
And a lot of other bullshit. It's been years since I went through that one specifically.
they all have globes for heads. These monsters represent a state of ecological stasis.
Huh.
So then, what are the arch nemesis? Well, Protoss and Eschatos get their names from the Greek words meaning first and last, and are based on a hypothetical star from ancient Greek mythology called Nemesis. This was a star said to have been responsible for both of Earth's previous mass extinctions, and its future ones, done by the star's gravity launching meteors at the planet. Protoss and Eschatos' effect
That was in Greek mythology. How much were extinctions known back then? This is something I don't know anything about and how they interpreted it. Unless it was more just the difference between an extinction in the same way that there was the collapse of the Mycenaean era going into the Hellenistic era. Also, Necro mentioned how sea otters protect kelp forests. Oh, that's what they do? Didn't actually know that.
allow them to destroy monsters of either a specific type or attribute, and then seal the summons of either one of those until the end of the next turn. Where the Nemesis represent ecological preservation, the Arch-Nemesis represent ecological destruction, both being mass extinction events brought about by Nemesis. It's no wonder why their one spell card, Nemesis Adrasti, features a meteor hurling at the viewer. As an archetype, prank kids might seem rather basic.
So we just went from extinction and like ends of ecological systems to kids?
You got one for each of the
It's either going to be really funny or it's going to be, oh, by the way, and here's the disturbing shit.
main attributes aside from light and dark. Like, they need the fucking exposure. And they're based on old Hanna-Barbera cartoons, right? They get chased by a dog, turn the tables on him by fusing into big monsters, destroy the house, and cause a mess.
Really?
Well,
Hanna-Barbera?
that's half the story. But the other half... And
I don't know nearly enough about Hanna-Barbera to get that one. Unless it's like a Tom and Jerry style cartoon, in which case, yeah, that makes sense. Weird shit happens.
Involves scientist Max Planck.
What?
This is the face Prank Kids players made when Meow Moo got banned.
The guy who did the Planck constant.
Max Planck was a super famous German scientist from the 19th
Maybe
and
it's a different
20th
one.
centuries, rubbing shoulders with the likes of Nernst and Einstein. One of the fields he did research into was wavelengths, which are the other major source of inspiration for the Prank Kids. Yes, you might have noticed how the prank in Prank Kids is meant to be a corruption of Planck, due to the two's similar pronunciation in Japanese.
Also being told, or Balrog mentioned, I don't think ancient Greeks knew about prehistoric mass extinctions, even if they conflated gods with stellar objects. Maybe. Although they would have been aware about previous events doing mass destruction, just because, again, if we're talking Hellenistic, they would have known about Mycenaean and all of the Bronze Age collapse, just because there were the ruins everywhere at that point. Heading out, Alias? All right, thanks, drop. All right, I can't believe that. Thanks for dropping in.
Each one of the main deck Prank Kid monsters is based on a different type of wavelength, each one correlating to the Prank Kid's attribute. Dropsies is based on drop waves for water, Fansies is based on pulse waves for wind, and Lampsies is based on ramp waves for fire. Why does Roxy's not have any of these qualities? 'Cause he's dumb and the other Prank Kids bully him. A card I've mentioned previously is a classic Yu-Gi-Oh monster whose inspiration only became apparent years after its initial release. Simorgh, Bird of Divinity, is a classic,
Isn't that just the Simurgh?
awful Yu-Gi-Oh structure deck boss. And aside from the two retrains into Bird of Ancestry and the actually good Dark Simorgh, the deck didn't see any new support. Later on in the pack Rising Rampage, though, Simorgh was made a proper archetype.
Lord of the Storm.
Confusingly, all of the monsters are named Simorgh. Normally a deck like this would vary it up and name all the members something different. But here, the birds are all named the same. Bird of Beginnings looks like a young Bird of Divinity, but after that... Are you seriously trying to tell me that Bird of Calamity and Bird of Beginnings are meant to be the same guy? Well, kinda, yeah. That's because Simorgh is based on the Persian legend of Simorgh. In particular, the poem...
Oh, have I just been mispronouncing it the entire time? I always thought it was pronounced Simurgh.
The Conference of Birds, in which a flock of all the world's birds travel to find the legendary Simorgh in order to determine who the sovereign of the birds should be.
Oh.
In their travels, only 30 of the birds who left on the voyage make it to Simorgh at the Albor's Peaks, only to find that in making the journey, each one of them has become a part of Simorgh, and now the 30 of them will rule as one sovereign. The reason all the Simorgh birds are named Simorgh is because they've made the journey to Elbor's, their field spell, and now ruled the land as one entity. That's
Oh, that's kind of awesome. So they all have the same name explicitly because that's reflected in its one position shared. Okay.
That's why their final link monster is named Simorgh, Bird of Sovereignty. I actually studied Iranian history in college and managed to read this story for myself. When I saw the title and found out what it was about, I was honestly shocked to make the connection.
And then they even have the various things showing that they're not the same character, but just different ones with the same name based on the art. That's so cool, man.
Yu-Gi-Oh's rich tapestry of archetypal origins is one of the best parts.
As I'm being told, and then it can tie into the Blue Wanderies. I'm not even going to try and... Actually, never mind. I just tried to pronounce it. I'm assuming I did it wrong, though. And Necro mentioned this reminds me of the game Book of Hours, where there's a type of magic used with birdsong. That'd be pretty cool.
About it.
Persian mythology.
And instead of keeping to just a fantastical mythical setting, or one set in the far-flung future, Yu-Gi-Oh is able to have such an incredible diversity due to its untethered style. You can
Are you about to say there's like a steampunk setting or something?
have your deck of goth mermaids go up against a business bureau made up of demons.
Business Bureau? The DD Super Dimensional Sovereign Emperor Zero Paradox. Those are words.
Or ancient Egyptian dragons trapped inside of balls go up against a children's color.
I'm sorry. What? You got what in your... I think you should see a doctor about that, sir. Unless that's not even a joke, in which case... Okay.
Book. No other game is like Yu-Gi-Oh for this, and it's my favorite part of the game.
Yeah, understandable. How deep does this go? Like, so far, a lot of what is being covered is just, here's a cool thing about Yu-Gi-Oh! But generally in the Iceberg setup, it's like, here's the easy stuff at top. I think a lot of it is, the first video was the easy stuff at top. This is a little lower down because it's all the things you get if you just done a little bit of the gameplay, which is why some of it is new to me, but I kind of have an idea about it. Although I didn't know anything about literally the very first thing he did right away. So yeah. Also, I'm being told the JP name for the DDD makes more sense, including office positions, and the DD standard for different dimensions according to Bill. Oh, okay. Archetype of demons from different dimensions. That makes more sense. Which may or may not be the Shadow Realm. Wait, did they canonically make it that the Shadow Realm is literally an office job? Yeah, that makes sense.
Problem-solving card text. As any game advances and gets more complicated, rules need to be set in stone more and made understandable, in order to make it as easy as possible for new players to understand what's going on.
Do they have a multiplayer variant of Yu-Gi-Oh? I don't think that could ever work, but who knows? Maybe I'm wrong.
Yu-Gi-Oh! At the beginning of its lifespan was the most confusing game you could play, because it didn't really understand itself.
Unlike Magic, who, technically when it started, it was like, okay, so I have a deck of 20 mountains, and the rest are all lightning bolts. Neat.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Effect text was worded in a way where effects kinda just had to be mutually understood for the game to function. In its first Japanese printing, a card like Raigeki said, "Destroy all of your opponent's monsters." Okay, field, hand, deck, binder.
Oh, because if you thought binder, so did someone actually try and destroy their IRL cards outside of the game? That would be evil and probably something someone would do.
Take out the lighter and burn them all. Clearly,
Fire.
It's meant to be just monsters on the field, but the game didn't specify it. It just sort of
Except they do have destruction in graveyard to banish, and they do have destruction from hand and deck sometimes. If it destroyed all of them at once, I guess you can make the argument for it.
requires
Dumb,
you to know
but
going in. What's worse, though, is that effect text in early Yu-Gi-Oh! Was written under the assumption that each card was the first time effect text would be used. Trap Hole was
so you could have issuable cards and chain them, probably.
worded in a way where it was decided the card
That would do it. Also, if anyone's having lag, just hit refresh. YouTube's just being YouTube at the moment.
targeted the opponent's monster it destroyed, but then its upgraded form, Bottomless Trap Hole, doesn't target. And how are you supposed to tell that's the case from reading the card?
When your opponent normal summons, flip summons, or special summons a monster with attack 1500 or more, the monster is destroyed and removed from play. I guess if you want to be really lucky on this reading, it's that it's triggered by the thing existing, not because you're doing it. But that's just because I've been pedantic with Magic, and I kind of recognize that wording. If that's the case or not, and they just use it differently other places, I don't know enough about it. Also, the Chaos Confetti story for Magic the Gathering is mostly apocryphal, but I would not be surprised. Yeah, I know the one you're talking about, where someone had a card that said, tear it up, and everything it touches is destroyed, and someone shredded their card to destroy an opponent's field. Did they ever do that? I have no idea. But again, I would not be surprised either, considering early Magic the Gathering cards explicitly were made for gambling your cards mid-battle, and if you lost, you had to give the card over. And if you followed this rule, you're an asshole.
Just guess. There's no distinction or variance in how trap...
Once per turn during the standby phase, you must pay 700 life points. Negate all spell effects on the field. This is not optional, or this card is destroyed. Negate all spell effects. I wonder if this would ever be added into a vampire deck where you can gain life back, but just say nope to your opponents. Seems like it could be useful. Also, according to Balrog, my favorite story of card text misunderstanding was the original Magic Alpha play test, where the time walk effect of taking another turn was written as target opponent loses next turn. Even if it's super wordy, so players interpret that as your opponent loses the game at the start of their next turn. I can get that, yeah. Because you're not taking a turn, they're losing next turn. That is very unspecified wording. But we also have cards like that where insert player loses next turn or wins next turn. So that's not even the first time those kind of wordings exist in the game. That's just not what they meant this time. Oh my god.
Trap hole or bottomless trap hole is written that would imply one targets and the other doesn't. There was also the specification of what effects did and how they interacted with other cards. A card like Vylon Epsilon can be targeted with card effects. But what's targeting? The Tribute to the Doomed just says discard a card to destroy a card. Is that targeting? This sort of scatterbrained approach to card design was completely unsustainable. And come the start of the Xyz era,
skip it if you don't enter the battle phase.
Konami sought to bring their card design into congruity with what's called problem-solving card text. Starting from Generation Force onwards, all cards would use a standardized card format that would clearly lay out how a card is meant to work. For an example, let's look at Solemn Judgment. The original Solemn Judgment is a word soup that kind of
pay half your life points when your opponent either activates a magic or trap card or summons a monster, including special summons, to negate the action, destroy the magic card, trap card, or summoned monster.
Explains what the card does. Pay half of your life points when your opponent either activates a magic or trap card or summons a monster, including special summon, to negate the action and destroy the magic card, trap card, or summoned monster.
Wouldn't that just mean destroy half your life points and whatever they brought in just got countered? But destroyed instead?
The revised Solemn Judgment under
when a monster would be summoned or a spell trap card is activated, pay half your life. Oh, and they're negating it, or not negating, separating it with colons and semicolons. Colon into the cost, semicolon into the effect. Negate the summon or activation, and if you do, destroy that card. Yeah, that's a lot more simple. Also, Balrog, basically the Yu-Gi-Oh equivalent of Oracle text. I like that they actually changed the wording, though.
Problem-solving card text clearly lays out the three portions that can make up a card's text. The three big C's, the condition, the cost, and the effect. When a monster...
The effect. I'm sorry, I love that he just added that in there because fucking why not? That's awesome. It's such a stupid word pun.
Effect would be summoned, or a spell or trap card is activated. Everything before this colon is the condition. And once that's met, you can move on to pay the card's cost. In this
and if it's
case,
standardized, you know where it goes everywhere.
Then the effect is activated, which is to negate the card who met this card's condition. Don't get confused either. You don't need all three C's in order to have a card's text work.
I want to see how many words I just put a C in front of now, but that would be a little disturbing or disturbing.
Some cards don't have conditions, other cards don't have costs. For compulsory evacuation device, the card has no cost, just the condition.
Doesn't he mean the compulsory evacuation device? Maybe I'm mistaken though. Or sorry, mistaken.
To target one monster, and the effect to return it to the hand. And for card destruction, it has no condition or cost, just having both players discard their hand and draw a new one.
Oh.
This formatting is what's used up until this very day, and is applied to cards that get reprinted in newer packs from older sets.
Oh.
So a card like Trap Hole now specifies it targets the monster your opponent summons. And this would be applied to all cards that were meant to target, but...
When your opponent normal or flip summons a monster with 1000 or more attack, target that monster, destroy that target. Yeah?
Never made it clear they did. How do they determine which cards will target and which ones don't?
Is it literally just random and they just figure it out later? Oh my god, please tell me that's actually the way. Heading out 0? Alright, thanks for dropping in, Gardner. When's the next stream? For Yu-Gi-Oh! Next Sunday. For regular recording, next Saturday. Targets!
Of
Yay.
course, in a game where effects get as complicated as Yu-Gi-Oh!, there were bound to be a few instances that weren't so peachy keen.
Oh?
And that's where Dark World comes in.
Dark World?
Dark Worlds are a very unique archetype in that all their effects activate when they're discarded. Except they specify that they get these effects when they're discarded by card effects. So cards
So if you just discard it on your own, it doesn't count, but if a card makes you discard it, it does?
that discard for cost don't proc their effects. The
Oh. That's a dick move.
discard has to be the effect of the card.
It's a card effect, not a cost effect. Ooh.
A card like Tribute to the Doomed won't activate Dark World effects because the discard part of the card comes before the semicolon and is therefore the cost. But a card like Gates of Dark World will, because the discard comes after the semicolon and is therefore the card's effect. It's difficult to understand why you can't activate Browse effect off of Lightning Vortex at first, but it's—
They gave that guy one hell of a cod piece. And very wide hips. Oh, it's probably like a zombie with multiple things put together. Oh, a fiend. Never mind.
simple enough to understand when you read it out like that. Except for one of them.
What?
And wouldn't you know it, it's one of the most important ones.
Oh, no.
Snow Unlight of Dark World. If this card is discarded to your graveyard—
They're literally dripping. Why does that make it so much creepier that they're actually melting? Oh, God.
by a card effect. If it was discarded from your hand to the graveyard by an opponent's card effect, you can target one monster in your opponent's graveyard, add one Dark World card from your deck to your hand.
And this is probably where they start doing individual bullet points of what it can do, which I've seen on newer cards as well. If this card is discarded to the graveyard by a card effect, if it was discarded from your hand to your graveyard by an opponent's card effect, because it's the colon going to what would be an if then, but also a cost is to be discarded by a card effect, or oh, I'm not going to get
special
this.
Summon that target, if any, in defense position. So a few cars crashed into this card's effect during the writing process, but let's use the 3 C's method to see if we can figure out what this card means.
I'm assuming I'm not going to.
The condition is that this card needs to be discarded by a card effect. The cost is that— okay, the method completely failed. Now contrast that with Fabled, where you get their effect no matter how they're discarded, and let's see who wins. Not us, obviously. We lost our alt art to make Fiendsmith greener.
Oh, jeez.
Missing the timing.
Oh, yeah. Me not doing things at the right time. Although maybe it's just releasing a set at the wrong time. Like a tower-based set that Japan thought would be really funny to have transforming tower monsters in 2001. I'm sure nothing bad would happen about that.
So, our heads are all still on straight after the snow carousel ride, right?
Close enough. It's only a little crooked.
Well, good news! It's about to get worse.
What?
So, some cards in Yu-Gi-Oh! Were written incorrectly, on purpose.
What?
As a joke.
What?
You would expect that when a card—
oh, that is so dickish! I mean, I guess if it's like a version that you only get as a gift, it'd be funny. But if it's just a standard card, oh my god! Also, Omega, hey, Airier, I'm trying to follow you on Master Duel, but it's asking for an ID number. I think that's the code, but if it's not, I don't know. Oh, this is for the code for the event, I think. So, I don't know. Also, by the event, it should be pinned in the chat. If that's not it, I don't actually know what it is then. Oops.
says it can do something, that it would be able to do it, right? No. Because now we've reached cards that can miss their
You missed the activation timing. You cannot activate the effective dupe frog.
cue. So, missing the timing is a phenomenon where during the resolution of a card's effect, you miss the window where a card would be able to use its effect properly, usually when the card's effect was interrupted by a different effect.
Okay.
Now, there are two different types of effects in Yu-Gi-Oh! Mandatory and optional. Mandatory effects must resolve no matter what, and as such, there's no wiggle room for it to miss the timing. A card like Dust Knight can't miss the timing because its effect is mandatory. There's no "you can" in its effect text.
It just happens.
Meaning that the effect has to resolve unless negated. The next type of effect is an optional effect.
Oh, I hate what he's using in the background right now. I know, I've been ranting about this for a while, but I think just saying fuck Kashtira is a very valid option, and I'm going to stand by that. Also, Demanus, yeah, the ID you can find by clicking on your name in the game at the left corner. In that case, what I posted was the follower or the new player code, not the follower code. Oh, that's on me then. Oops.
That can't miss timing. These are effects that let you choose whether or not to activate it, but preface the effect with an if, meaning that as long as the condition is met, the effect will resolve. An example of this is with Dawn Knight, who says if this card is sent from the field to the graveyard, you can send one light monster from your deck to the graveyard.
Okay. If this card is sent from graveyard, you send one light monster from the deck to the graveyard. What would the timing miss on this be then?
Since the effect says if it happens, as long as it's sent to the graveyard, you can send the light monster you want. You met the condition, now you get the effect.
Okay.
The final category is optional effects that can miss timing.
So
These
that
are
first one
effects
can't miss
that let
them.
you choose whether or not to activate them, but say when instead of if. In cases like this, the card meeting its condition has to be the last thing that happens, or else the card will miss its activation window and fizzle out, making...
Wait, what do you mean the last thing that happens? I'm going to rehear that one again.
Or else the card will miss its activation window and fizzle out, making it miss the timing.
Oh, I think I know what this would be. It's like whenever I'm playing my deck really badly and fuse cards at a higher number in the chain of cards that I had effects on lower just to remove them so the effect doesn't go off because I missed it. Or, no, that's more it's removed so it can't go off. I'm not sure that's the correct one.
To round out our Knight examples, Armageddon Knight says when this card is summoned, you can send one dark monster from your deck to the graveyard.
Okay.
If another effect were to happen during the time the card is summoned, the effect will fail. Say you use the effects of Goblindenberg and Marauding Captain to summon Armageddon Knight.
Okay.
Which one will make Armageddon Knight miss his timing? Correct answer? Goblindenberg. Because Captain's effect simply summons the monster, and that's it. Goblin's effect, meanwhile, will summon the monster, but then switch itself to defense position. Since the last thing to happen since Armageddon Knight's summon wasn't the summon itself, but rather Goblindenberg switching itself to defense position, the effect fails, and Arma doesn't get to send anything.
So the if-thens only trigger if you're allowed, if nothing else happens after it. Oh, that is so fucked up. Okay, so I completely misunderstood. That wasn't like made a choice that eliminated a previous choice. It's that the interaction itself is sabotaging. Oh, that is... I wonder if there's actually a way to that there's an effect that would be dangerous, but you self-negate it by doing it this way.
The when effect's condition being met has to be the absolute last thing to happen since the condition was met for the effect to work. Another example is with the card Dupe Frog, a card infamous for such a problem. When it is sent to the graveyard, you can add a frog monster from your deck to your hand.
Okay.
Because of that, unless all that happens is Dupe Frog being sent to the graveyard, it won't work. Destroy it with a card like Soul Taker that will gain...
Wait, let me read that. This card name becomes Dupe Frog when on the field. Monsters your opponents control cannot target monsters for attacks except for this one. When this card is sent from the field to the graveyard, you can add one frog monster from your deck or graveyard to your hand, except Dupe Frog. I want to rehear that because there seems like a lot of things I'm missing here. Also, Bill, you mentioned, in other words, it can be negated by anyone, even yourself, by any effect being activated. Still seems like there should be a way to use that for cards that have an effect you don't want.
And because of that, unless all that happens is duped.
Yeah, I want to
for
listen to this
problem,
again.
When it is sent to the graveyard, you can add a frog monster from your deck to your hand.
Okay.
Because of that, unless all that happens is dupe frog being sent to the graveyard, it won't work. Destroy it with a card like Soul Taker that will gain you life points after the monster is destroyed. Dupe frog won't activate because you gained life points, and therefore dupe frog being destroyed wasn't the last thing to happen. Use it for the summon of a dupe.
So I want to double check the art. When this card is sent from the field to the graveyard, you could add one frog monster from your deck to your hand. Because it's an effect. Okay.
Sent to the graveyard, it won't work. Destroy it with a card like Soul Taker that will gain you life points after the monster is destroyed. Dupe frog won't activate because you gained life points, and therefore dupe frog being destroyed wasn't the last thing to happen. Use it for the summon of a Synchro, Fusion, or Link monster. Dupe frog won't activate because the summon occurred, and therefore Super Duper Frog being sent to the graveyard wasn't the last thing to happen.
I am never going to understand this, am I? Like, I'm just going to look at this going, yeah, let's not do that. Also, Bill, reminder, the frog archetype used to have the except Frog the Jam, because Frog the Jam isn't part of the frog archetype. Oh my God.
The absolute worst example of this rule is with the entire Yang Zing archetype.
What?
All of whom have the effect that when they're destroyed by battle or a card effect,
Yeah.
you can special summon a Yang Zing monster from deck.
Okay.
Something as simple as your card getting destroyed, then your opponent chains Mystical Space Typhoon to destroy one of your spell cards, will stop your plans cold. Because the dragons wanted their time in the sun and now they can't have it! Yang Zings are infamous for having all the potential in the world to miss every single instance of timing on every monster in the archetype. Some of the most beautiful...
I am almost never going to be able to understand that. I think I'll have to avoid anything with timing issues because I am going to never understand that. I don't know why, but like, it's just not going to click. Also, according to Alias, this doesn't happen that often anymore. Most cards are designed to avoid this kind of stuff. Honestly, I'm kind of surprised I didn't get an errata to make sure it didn't have that effect.
Card art in the game gone to waste because they decided to write when instead of if. Now,
oh, and that's why, because it's when is a contemporary, that's why. Which is weird because most people would use that as a synonym. Also, this is in Japanese first, not English. Why would the individual card choice? It's probably something similar there as well then.
why did Konami word them this way? I don't fucking know. It's one of Yu-Gi-Oh's most needlessly complicated
Oh my
rules
God.
that, while it can make for interesting card design when intentional, more often makes for decks that feel completely worthless when scratching your leg too hard makes them miss timing.
I mean, would they ever just go back and fix these cards with errata and just reprint them? Like, just change the wording? Or is that something they just don't do unless it's for an old card they bring back nerfed? Actually, never mind. They should probably just leave it alone, because if they're going to nerf it further, that just seems mean.
Tell me it was on purpose that Celestial Sword Iados misses timing when used with the effect of Guardian Iados. It's her sword! Yu-Gi-Oh! Jargon.
What?
Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a language unto itself.
I haven't really played many games, so maybe I just don't know the jargon yet. And I've only just seen some cursory videos for what's going on. So a lot of this is probably stuff I just need to know regardless, because I don't know any of the jargon.
If you pop the baby in Yu-Gi-Oh!
What?
You're just destroying baby Sarasaurus to get a dino from deck.
I'm... What do you call that?
Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a language unto itself. If you pop the baby in Yu-Gi-Oh! You're just destroying baby Sarasaurus to get a dino from deck.
Okay, the phrase "pop the baby" sounds so wrong in so many ways. Like, can you imagine you're just playing a baby popper deck? There are so many ways to interpret that, and all of them get worse. Oh, God.
You pop the baby in real life, and you're never seeing sunlight again. Yu-Gi-Oh!
Oh, I thought it was a phrase for just being pregnant. I thought we were going M-preg on this one. Okay, no, that's even darker.
Yugioh has developed its own keywords specific to it
Oh,
that have
God.
become common tongue due to certain cards' effects on the
Okay.
game. And while there are plenty of terms that apply to other games as well as Yu-Gi-Oh, like beat stick, advantage, mill, and staple,
Yeah, those are just general terms for Magic, which I guess would be in other games as well. Also, I just realized Ash has a tail for the first time. Huh.
Yu-Gi-Oh has a few of its own. One of the first cards to ever earn this sort of distinction is Reinforcements of the Army.
Oh?
This card lets you add a level 4 or lower warrior monster from your deck to your hand, and is such a
I just realized this guy's helmet is from baseball. Huh.
ubiquitous and useful card in a ton of decks that any card with an effect like it to add a certain type of card from your deck to your hand is called a Rota, which
What?
is reinforcements.
Oh, ROTA, Rhoda, Reinforcement of the Army. Oh, okay. It's literally just the abbreviation, or not abbreviation. The abbreviation.
But abbreviated. So a card like Bonfire is Rhoda but for pyro monsters, Gladiator's Proving Ground is Rhoda but for gladiator beasts, and Scrapyard is Rhoda but for scrap tuner monsters.
Okay.
Oh, I get it.
Honestly, I think I might have heard Rhoda, and I thought it was just a simplification of the word rotation. Like rotating it out of your deck. I didn't realize it was actually just the abbreviation of the card. Huh. It's kind of awesome.
So then Aritama must be a Rhoda for spirit monsters, right? No, actually.
Because it's only cards alone that do that?
The Rhoda is usually used for spell and trap cards. When a monster has the effect to search out other cards upon summon, that's called a Stratos, named after
Why?
elemental hero Stratos. This was the first majorly used and successful card that had this sort of effect.
When this card is normal special summon, activate one of these effects. Destroy or add hero. Oh, this is basically the new branded card that came in, but as a character instead. Because it's one or the other, except the other one has more limits. But this is also specifically for heroes, which is its own limit. Huh. It's kind of cool how you can see they're reusing card styles and effects, but in ways that feel new.
And every monster, like Satellar Knight Deneb, Ninja Grandmaster Hanzo,
Oh, wow.
and Ancient
Double-bladed.
Gear Wyvern are all called Stratoses, for Satellar Knights, Ninjas, and Ancient Gears. Cards that are a little less useful are called Garnets, which are different
Why?
from bricks for a very specific.
Okay, I've heard brick a few times. I'm assuming it's just dead weight, but I also don't know if that's what that means. Also, yeah, referring to Rhodas, according to Wave, is still common, but most monster effects searches are going to be more just searches. Oh, well, I guess that makes sense. And Alias mentioned, I think most people still call those searches now, and kind of like towers being any really hard to remove card based on a card that had tower in its name. I don't know what card had tower in its name, but I guess they'll come up then.
Reason. Garnet gets its name from Gem Knight Garnet,
Oh?
the card that was most frequently used alongside Brilliant Fusion. A
Oh?
card that could summon a useful Gem Knight Fusion monster using monsters from the main deck exclusively.
But wouldn't be useful itself, probably.
Garnet was the best Gem Knight monster to use for this card because it had the highest attack, meaning that if you drew it, it might be kinda useful. Garnets are a card better served staying in the deck for an effect later, rather than being useful in the hand. All garnets are bricks, but not all bricks are garnets.
In other words, useful later, but if you have it, it's still something, as opposed to a brick, which I'm assuming it just means dead. That's my... no. According to Bill, Garnets originates from the Gem Knight Garnet. Oh, yeah. Wow, your comment came out just as I got through that section.
Another good
Yeah, you're right,
example
though.
is Predaplant Darlingtonia Cobra.
Oh.
If you special summon it off
Oh, I see it. Cobra Head, because it opens like the... are they flanges? I'm not actually sure what those are on the Cobra. A hood. I wonder what it actually is called. I've seen this archetype, but I've never actually played it
the
against.
effect of Predaplant Orpheus Scorpio, great card, one of the best. If you draw it too soon, completely worthless, one of the worst. A monster that's far from useless is called a Towers.
Oh, this is one of the Sentai ones all the way through it. That is a lot of stars. Super Quantal, Mech King, Great Magnus. 3 level 12 monsters. If this card's sent to the graveyard, you can special summon 3 mech beasts of this monsters with different names in the graveyard. Once per turn during the main phase, detach materials. It's unaffected by... Your opponent cannot add cards from the deck to hand by card effects. Depending on what deck you're playing, that is like evil, but at the same time, getting to this.
Towers refers to a boss monster in Yu-Gi-Oh! With a blanket protection against all other card effects.
Yeah.
Funny enough, the card which Towers is named for, Apocalifort Towers, isn't a true tower.
Only 96. It looks so new in the art style, but like if I saw this art right now, I think it would be much newer, but I guess they just really nailed it with the style they want really early.
Monster, as it can be affected by a small pool of monster effects.
Cannot be special summon, requires 3 QLI tributes to normal summon. If this card is normal summon set, is unaffected by spell trap cards. Excuse me. Okay, that's still a good effect though. Also, according to Wave, the copyright date on JP stuff is weird. Oh, so even though it says 96, it's not actually 96.
With a higher level. Small until links, that is, because then it gets absolutely shit on. But the name is cool, so Blackwing Full Armor Master, X-Pearly Noir, and Cyber Dark and Dragon all get to be called Towers. Moving on to the spell side of things, and we get terms like Foolish. In this case, referring to Foolish Burial.
Is the guy literally unburying himself? Send 1 monster from your deck to your graveyard. Okay. Oh, and Cyber Dragon mentions the copyright for the IP, not that it came out there, and that was a 2014 card. Ah, okay, that's why it looked newer then. So the saying this is from 2020 doesn't mean shit, it's when the IP was probably updated.
This refers to any card with an effect to send a card from the deck to the graveyard. So think a card like Unizombie or Mementotlin Goblin. Book is a reference to the card Book of Moon.
Oh. Target 1 face-up monster on the field. Change that target to face-down defense position. Oh, I just got hit by this effect a lot earlier, and it kicked my ass.
Classic spell that can set monsters into face-down defense position. So anything with a similar effect is said to have a book effect. A Ghost Trick Neko Musume and Evil Swarm Nightmare
The Ghost Trickster, what did it, man? Also, that sword... I have questions on the design. Unless you're stabbing someone and spinning at the same time. That is, the hilt is more dangerous.
are examples of book effects. Compulse comes from Compulsory Evacuation Device, and refers to any card with an effect to return a card from the field to the hand. Also,
in the same way that Magic has the same effect, but it calls it Bounce because one of the first spells was literally Bounce, returning it to the hand. Okay.
Known as a bounce.
Actually, oh, yeah, Bounce.
Magispector Kirin and Neospatian Grand Mole are fantastic examples of compulses. All of these and more are going to be vital to learn how to play the game.
I think I will eventually pick those up, and it's just probably going to be a while because there's so much going on right now.
Not just to help you understand what cards are quickly and determine their value, but also to make it sound like you know what you're doing, because that's really half the game.
Don't worry, I will never pretend I know what I'm doing because no one would ever believe it. Ever. It would never happen. I wonder what comes next after this. What? What kind of music are you playing in the background there? What?
The Shadow Duelist.
What? Okay, that went a different way than I was like. I thought it was going like a check on. Wow, I was like, oh, we're getting to that part, the Slanesh side. Okay, nope, we're not.
The worst thing Konami does.
What?
So Konami's always trying to find new ways to breach the cultural mainstream. They'll release a steel card of Marshmelon and Hot Topic, and that's usually where the effort stops. Master Duel,
Why
though,
Hot
was a
Topic?
breakthrough. That gave more players than ever before a reason to get back into dueling.
Because you can always find a game on short notice, and you don't need to worry about the rules being played wrong because it does that for you. Or in my case, I just fuck up anyways, even if the rules are correct.
And a lot of them stayed. The problem now was,
Got me in.
How do we get more in after that? Well, that's quite simple. The worst idea you could have.
What?
The Shadow Duelist.
Oh, is this like a stupid ad? Oh no. It's going to be a wrestling themed ad that misses the mark, isn't it?
This was/is a tournament you can qualify
This is still a thing.
for by joining the Shadow Duelists Discord server. And if you were selected, you would play in a 32-person tournament. That sounds outright banal. How is this the worst thing Konami's ever done?
Is it all made up?
That's where the fun comes in. See, in the kayfabe of the tournament,
Do you finally beat the Shadow Duelist at the end or get to fight them? Oh my god, is this... This is literally Legend of the Lost Temple, but for Yu-Gi-Oh!
there's an evil duelist who has taken over Yu-Gi-Oh? It doesn't really make sense, but he's somehow gotten Konami by the balls.
Is it just Kojima? This is their joke about Kojima somehow, isn't it? Really low budget, though. Like, even lower budget than these guys.
And is forcing them to host a tournament he has organized. The Shadow Duelist is like a demon or something, and he wants to duel people.
My god. How dare you do the thing that people do? You monster. Next, you're going to tell me you breathe. Abhorrent.
The Switch. And he's a celebrity? Throughout the weeks leading up to a Shadow Duelist tournament, they'll post cryptic hints on social media, trying to clue you in to who the celebrity could be. Now that's cool and all, that's great, but I kind of want to more know.
Okay, so it's actually celebrities playing as the Shadow Duelist. And the mask prop is pretty good looking, at least. Oh yeah, the mask prop is pretty cool. The board behind it, the lights, I mean, the lights aren't bad, but the board, everything being there, it's kind of... Yeah. I wonder who the celebrity would be, though. Wait, no, Konami would never take Kojima. I thought it was a joke about him being the guy in the shadow who they just need to defeat, but no, if it's actual celebrities, I don't think they would have the guts to ever... They shouldn't have the guts to ever ask him to come back for anything after the bullshit they pulled.
The why of the Shadow Duelist. Like, why are they doing this? The Shadow Duelist...
I'm assuming this is by people who really love the Undertaker shtick, where he was just the big bad you need to fight, because it was just a plot line of, oh yeah, he's going to come back. I don't know. That's just what my mind goes to on this one. Is it actually that reason? I have no idea. In fact, I'd be surprised if I'm right. But if I'm right, that would feel weird. Also, Bill mentioned one of the employees just wanted to make his stream a reality. Yeah, that would work. Or a higher up as well. That could also work.
Duelist was named Nocturne. And he would eventually make his presence known at the finals of the Shadow Duelist tournament, where through the good graces of a hacker group or something, the stream was fraught with technical difficulties.
As opposed to normal streams, which are usually fraught with technical difficulties, which I definitely know nothing about.
What are you doing here? Oh man, I just can't believe Nocturne is actually here.
I'm at a loss for words. Nocturne,
so is
the
he.
Shadow Duelist, has, I guess, joined the broadcast. Nocturne, was all that static that was happening, was that you?
They're not even scripted tech difficulties. It's actually just their scripted tech. Oh, it's actually just bad. Oh my god.
Just so ominous.
I guess so. I guess it was.
Can you imagine if someone just came on your screen and just went... Really awkward there. I don't think anyone could survive doing that. It would be really bad for the image.
Why did you... Why...
Also, Wave. Yeah, Kojima was off working with VTuber Uesa Pecora to develop Death Stranding 2. Wait, Pecora was involved in Death Stranding 2? I know she had parts in the game. I didn't realize it was actually officially involved. Also, I just know he just, like, really likes Pecora. I think that's what the term is, his Oshi? I'm probably using that word wrong and just said something offensive.
Why are you doing all of this? Why did you bring us all here today?
Oh, he actually did that thing. He's even shaking his head a bit. Sign language.
Nocturne actually got on the big stage and got to broadcast his message. He didn't really have much to say. He kind of just nodded along and played with a fog machine as the poor hosts had to play improv.
Reminds me, I should get a fog machine every time there's technical difficulties in here. I'm sure that would in no way, shape, or form damage anything further.
Nocturne, what are your goals? What do you plan to do? Can you please state in plain English what you are doing and why you are doing it?
Never.
Please repeat the question. I can't hear you. This smoke machine is loud as fuck.
But at least Nocturne would duel the winner of the tournament, right? He is the Shadow Duelist.
He doesn't even do it.
So he's gonna show up with an embarrassing Dark Magician anime deck and lose in 2 rounds, right? No! Nocturne didn't duel! Nocturne has no reason to be doing this, especially when we find out.
Oh, I thought like the reward would be to just duel a celebrity. Oh, that'd be kind of fun if it was. Aw.
He's Zayn Malik. What
Who?
the f are you doing, Zayn?
Zayn Malik, multi-platinum selling recording artist, singer, songwriter. I have no idea who that is. I mean, that's not saying much for me because I'm pop culturally dense and dead, but yeah, I kind of wish he just got to duel a celebrity as like an actual reward for winning. That'd be fun.
Why? Why did you do this? For his part, Zayn Malik actually did then go into his history with the game, and when asked what his favorite cards
And I'm hoping had audio at this time.
were, he mentioned Stardust Dragon and showed off a binder of cards.
Damn!
You know what? Just for saying anything other than Dark Magician or Blue Eyes and naming a specific Yu-Gi-Oh game as his favorite, I'm gonna say that's pretty cool. All right, Zayn, you're cool. So this was a confusing disaster.
Still don't know what he does.
Can't wait for the next one on October.
How many have they had?
28th, 2024.
Oh, yeah, I can see it's all copyrighted 2020 down here, even though it's coming out in 2024. Oh, okay.
A new tournament was
Masked
announced.
Singer, but lower
with our
budget.
new Shadow Duelist, Axel.
What's the Masked Singer? I think I've heard of that show, but I don't know much about it. Probably a singer in a mask in hindsight, yeah. Okay.
Face the music. I've watched
That's an opening.
duelists like you from afar. Now I'm getting in on
And they had pre-recorded lines this time.
the action.
By not actually dueling.
To master the duel, just like I mastered the guitar. So grab your deck.
That's definitely recorded because I don't know if you can actually play with gloves on because wouldn't it reduce what you can feel on there? I don't know anything about playing guitar. I don't know if that makes it harder or not.
And get ready to duel.
Holy shit, new Nocturne f***s.
Also, they didn't do the low budget with the lights. They still had them, but it looks way better this time.
This was already way better than the last tournament.
Yeah.
And as though it couldn't get any better, Axel was going to duel the winner of the tournament. So
They gave him a leather jacket this time too, but it's very Lucha Libre inspired mask.
the tournament goes
If you don't see that, maybe it's just me then.
ahead.
Oh, but the mask is just a strap-on. Not the phrase I should have used. It looks good until he turns his head. Oh, I should probably not say that. God, let's just forget I said anything. Oh, God.
And the celebrity this time is revealed to be WWE wrestler Xavier Woods.
Still have no idea who that is. But making it look more like Lucha Libre actually was perfectly fitting then.
Xavier Woods and Kofi Kingston would go on to insult their best friend who broke his neck in a match and become a pair of bastards like a week after this tournament. So we can only assume that the soul of the Shadow Duelist is still inside of him and corrupting him. This will end with a Kashtira mirror match in the main event of WrestleMania 41.
Oh my God. That would be the only thing Kashtira actually deserves. Fuck everything you own. Buy the thing you own.
Oh, and Xavier did duel.
Oh.
And it's the saddest thing you've ever seen.
What?
You had a visibly confused and frustrated Xavier playing against full power Melodious, and he got f***ing washed.
To be fair, as far as rewards go to the guy who won, I got to cream a celeb. Not the phrase I should have used. I got to beat down a celebrity is probably the better choice. Hi, and welcome to Airier Says Things he's probably going to regret and will not remember to edit out in time. If this is your first time, it's definitely your first time because I definitely remembered it. It never happened before.
Might have a good poker face, but this is Yu-Gi-Oh, buddy. Konami live streamed that their game had a shitty new player experience. That's called advertising. These
Worth
events
it.
are really, really weird. Not just for the obvious reasons. But they
Also
feel like
for
they
that.
go too far, but also not far enough. If you're going to do a Swiss-style tournament in Master Duel, just do that. You did do something like that. Master Duel used to have a series of tournaments called the Challenger Cup. Where you'd earn points based on how you placed in tournaments across a set time.
Hey, isn't that what they're doing right now in 2026 with the qualifiers? Because if you do well, you get stuff. If you fail, like I am, I still get stuff.
Super cool. They're only in Europe now.
Oh.
The Shadow Duelist is the Americanized import of the Challenger Cups. They get
It's an international game, though. Why would that matter? Probably due to prize restrictions outside of just in-game currency. That might be the case.
Magic Roundabout, we get Dougal. But at the same time, if you're going to have a tournament about a duelist in a scary mask who wants to make people duel for some reason, go all out. Have him interfere with matches, make up weird rules. If they're gonna go dumb, go.
Wait, they would actually do like Link-style random effects for something that would just be enforced? I think the only reason they wouldn't do that is just because the coding involved alone might not be impossible, but it'd be a lot of work for a single usage. Also, I'm going to pull up Wave's comment. Yeah, from the multiple Konami sponsors Hololive to have their VTubers to a tournament occurrences, meta decks are hard to teach to people who rarely play Yu-Gi-Oh! Wait, Konami sponsors Hololive players to do it and they have no idea what they're doing? Damn. Remember, TCG and OCG are different games. If I can remember which one's which, though, because I think OCG is the original one in Japan and TCG is everyone else. Or, in my head, I keep going trading card game and online card game, but I know that's not correct.
Full brain dead.
Ah, button.
This event would actually be much better suited for Duel Links, where events like this that could include in-game effects like their skills wouldn't be out of place.
But they're not
since
trying to push
Master
that.
Duel is more popular, Konami tackles the event with the grace of a hammer smashing a square peg into a round hole.
So, in other words, how they treated certain other people. Surprising.
They're also really bad at advertising these tournaments. There is no advertising for the Shadow Duelist events in Master Duel itself.
Seriously?
And at time of writing, they've
How
announced
hard would
a
it be
new
to add
tournament,
that?
thank God, for March 8th. It is March 12th! And they still haven't revealed anything! I have insider information. Let's just say LeBron will be busy this weekend. I hope Konami does one of these a week going forward. I love them so much.
Oh my God. Was it actually LeBron? If it's actually LeBron, Also, according to Wave, it's different ban list. And Bill said, oh yeah, OCG is original card game, which is Japan, while TCG is America, and everywhere else outside of America. And Wave mentioned OCG Japan, Asia, and territories. TCG is everywhere else. Oh, so Asia is actually kept in with the Japanese audience as well. Do the physical cards have differences as well? Or does that even matter? Actually, I'm wondering, just because if you bought Japanese cards as just placeholders because you don't have the American ones, would that even count? Or, I know in Magic, different language card is still the card. But if you're doing OCG versus TCG, do the cards have physical differences on them that make them unplayable between the two? Also, according to Wave, it's slightly different card backs. So in other words, as long as you sleeve them, it should be fine then. My nose is killing me today. Allergy meds, that's what it was.
Remote duels. The COVID-19 pandemic presented...
Isn't that literally all of Master Duel? Oh, that probably meant something in-person duels done remotely.
Difficult questions to every facet of society, some of which required creative answers.
I mean, my answer was, it literally changed nothing about my life because I'm kind of a shut-in introvert, so yeah, there's that.
Businesses and schools had to go remote due to the dangers of gathering groups together during a pandemic. Services like Grubhub and DoorDash exploded due to people's fears over going...
And Zoom. Which is kind of surprising considering so many other things existed that people used already, and then Zoom's the one that became popular for it.
Going outside, and a hobby like you...
And I'm also biased against it because I cannot stand using Zoom. Every time I've tried, it's just like, I hate this. Can we do anything else? And the answer was no, because no one else has it.
Yugioh was rendered near unplayable.
Oh, and Cyber Dragon mentioned Master Duel came out post-pandemic. Oh. Oh yeah, the pandemic was a long time ago at this point. It still feels like it was recent to me for some reason. But I guess, yeah, it would be like literally going through all of high school long ago. This is a weird thought to have.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Events like WCQs and YCSs required hundreds of players to be in close proximity to each other, and during a pandemic...
They could probably take out a nice life insurance policy as everyone who joins immediately signs it over to Konami, and they don't see a problem with this. That's incredibly dark, but it probably wouldn't be the first time some company has tried that. I'm going to pull up this comment. According to Balrog, a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh! Fans I know, and Yugi-tubers I've seen, want the TCG-OCG division absolved, so they just have one ban list to worry about, and cards would be released in both regions simultaneously. I guess it's an audience thing, or more just like making one... Maybe it's just the management divisions are separate at that point. It feels like that's just a division that was made for previous reasons that I don't understand then. Also, the effect is still recent. It was a long time ago because the effect of the pandemic ended. It took a while for things to go back to normal. When did normal start? Realistically, that's very unlikely to happen, though. I recall it is distribution issues of how certain cards are released in Japan, packaged with manga that don't have US releases. Oh, so it's like if you get a manga that also has a card, but you would never get that card in English. Honestly, I could see them just buying books that they can't get in English from Japan, up the price, charge more, scalp the hell out of it. I'm not saying that's a good option. I'm just surprised Konami hasn't taken advantage of it. Although, give Konami credit, they are somehow still being less greedy with Master Duel. And yes, using less greedy and Konami in the same sentence does physically pain me. And feels very weird.
No, that'd be irresponsible at best, and a super spreader event at worst. Konami wisely...
I mean, that had stopped other people.
...cancelled all pay-per-play events, and we're now left in a really dangerous spot. They make a lot of money off of in-person events.
Really?
And without that...
Probably buying and selling there.
No online simulator, except for Duel Links, meant they had no way to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Across the globe. Remember, Master Duel wouldn't be out for another 2 years by the start of the pandemic, so what were they supposed to do?
Honestly, they already had... Oh, they wouldn't... Discord was around back then because I already used it. That would have been an easy one just to get everyone into their Discord, but then they would have to use a specific technology that they didn't control.
Well, that's where remote duels came in. Remote duels are exactly what they sound like. Yu-Gi-Oh! Played remotely over the internet using a service like Discord to facilitate a game.
Oh, no, never mind. Apparently it was actually Discord. Would be kind of interesting if they just did this through... Yeah, you probably need something like this rather than YouTube, just because the latency was an issue at that point.
Both players would set up a webcam and playmat, and from there attempt...
Oh, that's actually the lag on his camera. Oh God. They would almost be required to send people cameras to keep up. Oh, or like even send them to a location that has good internet. But it doesn't look like they did that. Ooh, that could be an issue.
To play Yu-Gi-Oh! While abiding by the rules Konami set forward to ensure everybody played fairly.
That would drive me crazy. Just the breaking of the camera for the frame rate. Oh God. Oh. Also, according to Wave, historically, it had to do with the difference between the JP release of cards, and the original TCG release under Upper Deck back in the day. Oh, is Upper Deck even still around? I don't know. Huh.
You would have to position your camera in a way that made sure the whole field was visible and not being obstructed. You had to clearly announce your actions so the other player could understand what was going on, and allow for pauses if there was ever a drop in internet quality, or...
Which we've already seen a lot of right here. So there's no sudden plays before waiting for someone to react.
If there was lag. It was far from a perfect solution, but...
Unironically, it might have worked out if they had a very small competition where Konami explicitly hired individuals to go to a location where they had good internet and provided them a webcam, both for themselves and for the cards that they pre-positioned with an employee going in ahead of time. It would be a lot of money, but if it's a small enough tournament, it might still give the effect that people can watch. But that would be a lot to set up on short notice. And just hoping people have things might work out the best as anything. Because even though you could travel, that also depended on where you're at. America was pretty good about travel as long as you followed basic rules, but other locations probably didn't have that at all.
In the time where nobody had any idea what was going to happen next, this was about as good a solution as Konami could get without rushing a complex simulator like Master Duel out the door 2 years before it was ready.
And considering how many times that is exactly what a company does and it kills the product in the process, good job, Konami. I'm being very complimentary of this company for reasons I don't find weird, and I am not being facetious or sarcastic about. I have so many mixed feelings right now.
Konami did the best they could, but I'm not going to give them too much credit. Remote duels as a concept had growing pains in the way the Incredible Hulk has growing pains. Initially, these problems would come...
Oh, they mean the movies, in which case, yeah, that would make it.
The form of cards that had no way to properly resolve without the duelists being next to each other.
And Duel Links was... in Master Duel wasn't around yet to make it easy. Also, according to Wave, also Breaky, there's a video by Cam Sandwich that comes saying Breaky better than a chat comment. I don't know what Breaky is.
Think a card like Parasite Parasite. How
That's
am I
art.
supposed to shuffle a card into my opponent's deck if I'm in America and my opponent's in Europe?
And also, if you have a different card backing, you know exactly where that card is in your deck. They probably have identical card backs they have to use then. Okay, that would do it. So they're probably provided sleeves.
As a result, Konami banned a series of cards that interacted with your opponent's deck, like Ancient Teles...
What the... There's been a lot of very big thunderclaps today. That last one wasn't the biggest one, but that was kind of terrifying. Mike got picked up by the mic.
Scope, Flower Cardian Peony with Butterfly, and Transmission Gear, which, while it doesn't mess with the opponent's...
I mean, at least the transmission one's kind of on the nose right now. It's like, hey, do you know what we're trying to avoid? Transmission! Let's try and ban the card with that name. Like, if there was an infectious parasite or, like, an infectious virus card, just down. It's like, hey, what is the most cancelable deck you could build? 2020! Oh, God. It's so on the breathing. I'll see, Zach. To be fair, it was barely made at that point already. Wait, probably? Oh, yeah. Granted, I've seen other things be rushed out way sooner for way worse effect. Like every Bethesda game. I know what I said. I stand by it. Also, Alias, the other method was through something like Duel Books, which was a manual simulator that simulated the TCG experience as close as possible, but that is community managed and not official. I guess they could have reached out to them, but then that's giving credence to something, and there's probably legal issues in Japan about fan work, so even if it'd be fine in America, rule coverage would be a bitch. Also, Parasite is supposed to be like that? Isn't that... I feel like I'm missing a comment there, Cyber Dragon, sorry.
Deck,
or Cyber
you're
Dragoon.
not going to be able to play a proper game of rock, paper, scissors over Skype. Initially, Konami attempted to set up a central...
I mean, you could if you do 3, 2, 1, and then you pull back and you both reveal at the same time. Oh, but even timing it wouldn't be correct. Yeah. Or you did 3, 2, 1 and showed it to a third-party judge with an extra camera that no one else could see. At that point, that's just way more work for absolutely no benefit.
Discord hub you could use for remote play, and you can imagine how quickly this was dismantled by the feral populace of early COVID sickos who had just lost all decorum. And now...
Wait, people had decorum before? Oh my. Also, wait, imagine building a deck with Parasite specifically to cause problems for the judging staff at a tournament. Oh, that's evil.
Now, The death of the Konami Remote Play Discord server. The problems began as soon as the first person entered the server. As it turns out, whoever set it up had no idea how to set up a Discord server, as @everybody was left on.
Oh. Yeah, you learn how to not leave that on really fast. What, are they going to... Did they leave on permissions? We're @everyone, which is technically also what everyone can join under, would be given permission to just change things. Oh, there's so many things if they didn't do this right. Oh, God.
2 hours later...
Like blocking all uploads of links, for one, blocking all uploads of images because you know someone's going to do something horrible.
As the bare bones moderation staff was finally able to turn it off, they ran into whole new problems, as Konami had not boosted their server.
What?
On Discord, you can buy boosts for a server, which will up the quality of streams and audio.
Oh, that's what that does? Oh, and the rain finally started after literally hours of thunder. I might lose internet. That is coming down really hard. Huh, see, I've been boosted before, but I never noticed because I've never really streamed. I've just done stuff. I didn't realize that's what the boosting did. I guess it makes sense if you're using it for a more professional setting.
Konami is a multi-million-dollar gaming company with more money than most of us would joke about having, and in the middle of a pandemic where money...
I will have you know, good sir, I will joke about having way more money than I have. How's $50? Oh, that's more depressing.
Was tight, they started trying to bum Discord dollars off of people who just wanted to play Floodgate Eldritch.
They were asking for money for Discord? Well, that's one way to do it. I mean, if you called it an entry fee, that'd be one way, but ugh.
Once people found out just how modest the moderation was, they started posting the most heinous stuff they could in
yeah, we know exactly where this is going.
whatever channels they could get away with it in. There was some harmless stuff. People posting showdown stat spreads in the deck list section.
And who's posting criminal content?
Or reciting the Unabomber's manifesto in the detailed product feedback channel. And some of it was... worse.
It's very Epstein related, I'm assuming.
There was the running of the Dougs, where everybody changed their name to Dizif, went in chat, and just made noise. Not a lot of this really mattered.
I mean, okay, that actually is kind of funny and kind of awesome. Huh. Also, Bill mentioned they can't and won't allocate funds to their Discord team, so they actually had to just raise it themselves. Damn.
Though, since the server was taken down after about 12 hours.
Only for 12
Luckily,
hours.
it's not all lost. As before the server
People
died,
recorded it?
the match sorting bot that broke immediately was invited to a different server.
What?
Which it inexplicably accepted, and now lives uselessly to this day.
What? How does that even work? I don't know how bots on Discord work. I have a few, and it's because other people installed them when I gave them permissions to. I do not understand that. Mostly because me and software do not get along. Can I build a computer? Sure. Do I know what I'm installing? I mean, I usually work on the idea of take a magnet to it and start over because it's probably safer than anything I did.
Similar problems were found during the first remote YCS, but this time a lot more of the problems were player
What's with the
individual.
monkey with the banana on its head?
Like professional player Ryan Levy being
Was that
locked
banana?
out of his room
Was that a monkey?
and having to break his door down to get back in. The Italian
How?
Discord server just pirated the
No, actually, considering how many times I've locked myself out of the apartment I used to live at, I can't say shit.
new Scooby-Doo movie that was supposed to kill movie theaters during the YCS. It was all cool. Even with all of
What?
this, it was a fine way to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Nobody enjoyed it. It was
I mean, for the longest time, that's how you played Magic remotely. And it sucked as much there. Actually, probably more because you needed way more board space.
just kind of the only thing we had. Thankfully, with looser COVID restrictions and the rise of Master Duel, remote play has become increasingly less prominent.
I mean, I'm not one to talk about loose restrictions just because, I mean, I got married in 2020 and surprisingly, no one at the wedding got COVID. I mean, there was distancing requirements, but I mean, it was two introverts getting married. Having a mandatory distancing was probably one of the advantages for us.
But for all its faults, we still have to appreciate that it existed at all. How else were we going to get the story of somebody losing a round via door violence?
That phrase sounds so much worse without context. Oh, God.
Speed duels.
This I've heard of, and I don't know what it is
really
still.
Can't be overstated just how good a thing Duel Links was for the game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Its simplified format made for the perfect re-entry point for old players to get up to speed, as well as introduce new players to the game. It also serves as the closest thing Konami is willing to give us to an alternate format. The shrunken board.
Do people play Duel Links outside of Duel Links? Like, they've adapted to the game with actual physical cards?
Or
it's just not worth it.
Give it a totally different feel from the regular game. And it's clear that, to this day, the game has a massive and very strong fan base.
Huh.
So, Konami of America decided in 2017 to start tinkering with a physical version of Duel Links.
Okay, my question was answered.
This would take the form of one of the rarest products ever released, the Speed Duel demo boxes.
Oh. 520 decks. 121 deck? Why 21?
These contained sets of cards for players at participating stores to test out, and act as game testers for the official launch of physical Duel Links. Speed duels, as they would come to be known, would be revealed.
Very simplified, very unique cards. Oh, probably for whoever you're playing as. It's their equivalent of Commander, isn't it?
At YCS Pasadena in 2018. And describing it as a physical Duel Links is about as accurate as it gets. It used the exact same rule set as Duel Links, with the reduced board size, hand size, and life point total.
Also, calling it speed duels just feels weird to me because Yu-Gi-Oh! Matches do not feel that long. Like, even a long match might be 10 minutes at most. Or maybe that's just because I lose really fast. It's probably because I just lose really fast.
While doing away with main phase 2 and giving players skills they can use to enhance their decks.
Oh?
While there would be growing pains due to part of the appeal of Duel Links, being able to play anywhere being lost, this could serve as a phenomenal on-ramp to get Duel Links players into playing the proper game. They start on the app, purchase the Speed Duel products, play in person, get a taste.
Would the cards be able to translate between them, or do they just have their own specifically backed cards? Because it looks like the same cards regardless.
And graduate up to the advanced formats. The skeletons of the product were there, now Konami just had to support it. Only problem was Konami had no good idea about how to support speed duels. See, they made the mistake.
If they just redid the cards, simplify everything, and take it to the extreme, maybe, but at that point, Yu-Gi-Oh's already really simplified.
Of assuming they could sell speed duel packs the same way they sold both normal packs and Duel Links packs. Speed duel packs consisted of 4 cards with no guaranteed rares.
Seriously? Oh, yeah, no, if you don't get a guaranteed rare, then you're just not playing the game because it's just buy singles at that point, and no one opens the singles, you're just not getting them.
No super rares, no ultra rares, not even basic rare cards were guaranteed when you picked up a pack.
Utterly worthless, then.
These packs, packaged alongside actual Yu-Gi-Oh! Packs, could contain 3 normal monsters and an equip spell that changes the battle position of a dinosaur monster with 700 defense during the end phase. These packs not only contained little to no worthwhile cards, making them feel awful to open, they were priced and sold the same as packs like Dark Neostorm and Savage Strike. You could either get Borreload Savage Dragon or Fortress Whale. Worst part is,
That's... Yeah, so they make them less valuable, less cards, no guarantees. Yeah, I see why this didn't ever take off. If they just said, hey, these packs have just the stuff you need for this set right here, charge what you want if you know you're going to get something good, that probably would sell, but if they're just going guarantee, you're going to get screwed because the card luck hates you. Yeah, I can see how this works. Although, Wave just mentioned, at that point you have Rush Duel, which I don't know what Rush Duel is. And Bill mentioned you have a rare Ojama King from Speed Duel Box. You have it displayed in your room. So they did have specialty cards, though. Ah, see, that could actually have helped a bit. And according to Troa, the Duel Links game does have some cards with modified effects.
I think Fortress Whale might win more people over. The 4 packs released for Speed Duel might be the worst products Konami's ever released. No cards worth getting for a format that was massively undersupported meant these things were destined to rot on shelves. Events had been planned.
I have no idea if the mic is picking that up. I might end up streaming or not streaming much longer because I'm not sure if I'll have internet or power at this rate. I have no idea if that's being picked up or not. Dear God.
And for Speed Duels, including making them an official side event at tournaments, but
people
due
went
to the format's lack of player base.
I guess if they tried to sell it as a pauper format, but that's not really what the game established, so it wouldn't really feel right.
Nothing ever materialized. These packs would still most likely be dying on the vine at Walmarts and Targets, if not for the pandemic, when really dumb people with too many cents and not enough sense.
I'm covering over the face of the person who is on screen. I'm not going to reverse to show that asshole.
Bought up every trading card pack because United States champion Logan Paul convinced them they all had.
Okay, that was close.
Had Charizard in them. This blonde dickhead opening up a Charizard is the worst thing that has ever happened to card games. Speaking of the pandemic, it looked as though this would be the killing blow to Speed Duels, what with the tightening of the belt across the board.
If he's saying it looks like it was the end of Speed Duels, does that mean it wasn't the end of Speed Duels?
Except Konami did something it rarely does. The right thing.
What?
Speed Duels going into the pandemic got a complete reworking into a totally different product.
They did?
They released a brand new format for Yu-Gi-Oh!
Wait, people are mentioning in the chat Rush Duels. I'm wondering if that's directly into it.
Card releases a box.
What?
Speed Duel Box Battle City would release and contain 8 20-card decks. Each
8?
one fully constructed and containing brand new skill cards.
Oh, okay. That's kind of awesome because it on-ramps other people into it immediately. Okay.
And powerful monsters like Jinzo. As well, it would contain a further pool of randomly selected cards, including 8 secret rares. This is one of the best products Konami's ever released, being priced fairly, containing loads of value, and having a lot of contextual appeal. Are you an anime nostalgia Yugi boomer? Well, then now you can play with the cards from the anime arc you love so much.
Yeah.
Did you
Granted, I'm not
enjoy
good
the
enough to say that.
metagame of Speed Duels? This box did more to shake up the game than anything else
by being playable.
Introducing 200 new cards at once.
So they weren't using the full list then. Okay, so they probably had a very restricted list of what was even allowed.
Hunger for alternate formats like
And this is all completely self-contained too.
draft and sealed only? This product seemed to have been made with that in mind.
Honestly,
Konami
kind of awesome.
had done it. They had revitalized a dead alt format with a single product. And from that point forward, remote events that carried Speed Duels saw their numbers quintuple overnight. Konami would stick with this as the main way to support the Speed Duel format.
I'm assuming this is followed by until, and I'm not going to like whatever they until is followed by.
Releasing 6 more over the next 4 years.
Oh, or not.
Each one adding on to a winning formula.
Okay, never mind.
Unfortunately, the end of
Never mind, there's the until.
Speed Duels came as unceremoniously as its revival did, with the Battle City Finals box being the final product released.
I guess they were just cashing in on the pandemic, and as soon as that stopped being a thing, they just didn't. Or maybe they were just making more money on other places. How close to Master Duel coming out did this occur?
And from here on out, the format is no longer supported. But what did the Speed Duel formats look like? Well, just like with Duel Links itself, the formats looked nothing like they did in Advanced Yu-Gi-Oh! And that's mostly down to how the various skills gave unplayable cards brand new life.
Oh?
Cards like perfectly...
So here's the thing. We've talked about this a bit already in the video in the previous one. I'm not sure what these skills would accomplish, so it could be quite a bit. Also, according to Wave, yeah, cards printed for speed duels are allowed in normal decks, but only cards printed for speed duels can be used in speed duels. Oh, okay, so it's not one is exclusive to the other and not the other way around. It's, you can, all Yu-Gi-Oh is Yu-Gi-Oh, but not all Yu-Gi-Oh is speed duel. Okay, that's actually kind of good then.
The ultimate Great Moth and Night Serpent Dragon became notorious bosses due to their ease of summon and insane power level. Weevil Underwood became something of a speed duel demon, as several cards meant to support him were limited. His skill card, My Precious Queen, is the only card in the whole format that's out-and-out banned.
Really?
Decks like Red Eyes,
Fearfreed,
Spell Counters, Cyber Angels, Unions,
Nice.
Monarch, Umi, Ratbox, and Gaia all saw
Rat box? There's a... Of course, there's a deck about rats.
stints
I
of
guess we are the rats.
playability, with decks that came along later, like Fossils, being complete menaces, despite never doing anything in the TCG. Now that the candle has finally burnt out, Speed Duel will be remembered as one of the best alternate ways to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Konami ever devised, as well as having a bit of a tainted legacy.
Why?
See, Speed Duels were a Konami of America invention. It's exclusive.
I'm assuming the legacy is either Japan tried something that didn't work, or Japan didn't like that it worked.
Exclusive to TCG regions, and not in Japan. In Japan, or the OCG, they had something a little bit different, and a lot more successful.
Oh.
Rush Duels.
So Rush Duel was the Japanese variation then?
So you know how Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a children's card game that no child could actually learn?
Or afford. I mean, honestly, it's still much cheaper than Magic now.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Is an extremely fast and new player-hostile game that moves at a speed most people struggle to keep up with, even if they know what's going on. That's why most starter decks now come with a cyanide tablet. Trying to get new players...
To be fair, I'm used to playing Magic the Gathering, where if you buy a starter deck, your cards incinerate themselves to save you from trying to figure out how to play a deck that you should probably not play. It didn't used to be that way, except for when it was, and we're going to ignore that because I like nostalgia-tinted glasses. Thank you very much.
Into Yu-Gi-Oh! Has always been an issue, and Konami finally found a way to fix it, and that's by giving up. Instead of trying to slow the game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Down or convince you that it's easy to learn, Konami found it easier to simply start over from zero and try again. This is Yu-Gi-Oh! Rush Duels. Rush Duel is a new game that runs parallel to Yu-Gi-Oh!, which features a new card format and a new rule set.
So it's... Oh, wow, that is very different. If I had seen this, I would not have thought it was a Yu-Gi-Oh! Card. The art's close, and there's still the attack defense, but... It looks way too shiny and big for Yu-Gi-Oh! As I'm used to it. But still not as overly changed as some of the things I've seen Magic do. I would definitely not recognize it as the same game. Maybe from the same company. Because it's technically Yu-Gi-Oh! In name only. Because it's the different game from the same company. That actually would make sense.
Instead of one normal summon per turn, you get infinite.
What?
At the start of every turn, you draw as many cards as you can until you have 5 in your hand. There's now only a draw, main, battle, and end phase. Cards now plainly list what their activation requirements are and what effects they have.
Oh. Okay. I'm kind of liking this so far. What's the catch?
Brand new types are introduced, including the main deck Galaxy, as well as new ones for specific...
And it looks like one of the TV shows they made was specifically built on Rush Duel then. Okay.
Fusion monsters. Like when a spellcaster and a warrior fuse, it's not a spellcaster or a warrior, but now a magical knight. Or if a machine fuses with a non-machine monster, that makes a cyborg.
Oh yeah, nice.
There is no more damage step. There's no continuous spells or traps, quick play spells, or counter traps. Any cards that were those types and then imported into Rush Duel are now just plain cards.
Oh,
there
okay.
are no chains. Targeting doesn't exist.
It
There's
doesn't?
no banishing. Archetypes don't exist. All of these things we associate with being key features of Yu-Gi-Oh! Aren't in Rush.
I mean, some of that sounds really cool, but I'm a little biased because I actually really like archetypes. It's one of the things that makes me really interested in the game because I can just say like, ooh, shiny, and focus on it and get a bunch of cool things without being overwhelmed by all the other options. On the other hand, it makes it so you can probably collect and just play a deck right away faster, which is what this would do. I guess closer to Magic than anything, actually.
So, what does Rush have over the main game? I just told you all the improvements. Guys, I'm sorry, we completely lost. Rush Duel is kicking our ass right now. This is Yu-Gi-Oh! Remade with the knowledge of what makes Yu-Gi-Oh! Best. When Yu-Gi-Oh! Started, it was Magic the Gathering, but shit. When Rush Duel...
I mean, to be fair, when Magic the Gathering started, it was Magic the Gathering and shit. So there's really not much there.
Started, it was Yu-Gi-Oh! But good. Games are extremely back and forth. You feel like you could win or lose at any moment, which makes it so exciting. The loop of gameplay in Rush Duels is extremely good feeling. You get to draw a bunch of cards, play a load of...
And that's why you can still make it a Yu-Gi-Oh game, because you still get the cards being remade. Oh, okay, so they still have the name, the card, the familiar faces.
Monsters. Summon out big monsters that crash into your opponent's stuff. The game itself is so simple to understand. You start the turn with 5 cards in your hand.
I don't know why, but I'm just looking at this guy, and all I can think is, I think Beerus lost his teacher.
Ideally, you want to get rid of as many as possible to draw as many as possible during the start of the next turn. Winning along the way might also prove advantageous. They put rituals in the extra deck. How am I supposed to say this is better? The updated card borders leap past what Yu-Gi-Oh! Has been stuck with for decades.
Yeah, I mean, although I do kind of like them. I was going to say I like how the old cards in Yu-Gi-Oh! Look, but now they have started releasing cards that are just full art, and they're really beautiful, man. They really are.
I love the Yu-Gi-Oh! Card borders. They're iconic. But the Rush Duel formatting is just better. The actual printings of the cards as well is massively improved.
Oh?
New beautiful rarities as well as gimmicks that...
Although I will give some credit, the Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards I've seen right now have been generally... They feel like cheaper paper, but the foiling process doesn't make me immediately want to see if there's a way to remove it from the card, because it absolutely destroys the card it's attached to. So, good and bad points?
Other card games have been doing for decades at this point. Card art leaving the frames of its border.
I mean, regular Yu-Gi-Oh! Is doing that, and it still looks so cool, though! Again, I'm the kind of person who eventually will probably just give it and buy an art book of Yu-Gi-Oh! Because I want to see the full everything.
Multiple alt arts for various cards. It's like if Yu-Gi-Oh! Acknowledged the passage of time. Rush Duel is...
Wait, alt arts? Oh, I guess that's something I'm used to from Master Duel, but maybe it just isn't in the physical cards yet. It just seems like a great way for saying, hey, you know how you have every card to make your deck amazing? I got the exact same card you already have, but the art's better. Want to rebuy the same cards you already have, kid? Yeah, honestly, I know games that do that. For example, in the miniature space, Infinity does that frequently with their models, where they just release the exact same model, but with a brand new sculpt. And honestly, they're worth collecting because they're kind of awesome.
Incredible product that would no doubt do great in America. It's so successful in Japan that 2 of the highest grossing TCGs every year are Yu-Gi-Oh! And Rush Duel. We can even avoid having to print pack upon pack of garbage vanillas to start from scratch.
Oh?
The box format of Speed Duels is perfect for this type of game.
Really?
Big box starter material is huge in TCGs, thanks to Pokemon and Lorcana. So all Konami has to do is release it in the West, and it'll be a smash hit. Except they won't!
Is this something that's changed since this video came out, or is that just what it is?
Rush Duels are going on their 5-year anniversary this
Oh, it's old. Oh, okay. I thought there's like new thing that just came out, like maybe 2024, maybe when he's put it. Nope, never mind.
Year in April, and Konami still won't let the gringos play. Rush Duels have been a Japanese and Korean exclusive product for...
Really? Korean? I can see living in Japan, but why Korea? Probably because disposable income. And they just don't want to deal with China, which is the only reason they're probably not putting it there.
Almost half a decade now, and there's still no word on when we're gonna get it. We got a taste of it with the Switch game Rush Duel Dawn of the Battle Royale.
There's a Switch game?
And the
Yeah, of
anime
course there
series
is.
is airing on Disney XD right now.
Disney? I don't know why, but the idea of Yu-Gi-Oh! Anything on Disney just sounds so weird to me. Maybe that's just me being weird, and honestly, it probably is because of me in general, but it just seems off.
But as for the TCG, nothing. Heck, even Dawn of the Battle Royale was completely fumbled. That game got at least 3 content updates in Japan to add new cards and post-game content.
Oh.
And we just didn't get any of that.
Oh.
As for the anime, I really don't understand why they chose to air it in America if they don't have a product to go alongside it. I suppose...
This seems like something where they might have intended to and just didn't. Or maybe they didn't mean to release it and just did it without realizing. Also, according to Cyberdream, nope. International can only use Duel Links as an emulator. And Alias mentioned, I don't know how much I would like Rush Duel myself after playing Rush Duel on the Switch, but it's a real shame it still isn't out. Need more formats? Yeah. Or who knows? Maybe they're just going to add a gameplay mode directly into Master Duel. It's like, hey, want to try this? Buy more cards. Honestly, that's not even a bad idea, because if they can add formatting to it where you just enter a different side, maybe not. I don't know. But if it's a good enough way to do something, maybe that's what they're working on. I doubt it, because I don't think it would take 5 years. But also, I'm not a programmer, and everything I know about software is I should never touch it. So I could be very wrong about this.
Since the Gallop era of animes ended with Vrains, they want something on the airwaves to keep Yu-Gi-Oh! In people's minds. But there isn't an associated product you can buy with this show. The cards they use, the dual discs, you don't get any of that. You can play it in Duel Links, but then you have to play Duel Links, so damn, guess that's off the table. Shame too, because the Rush Duel team has a great sense of humor when it comes to archetype design.
Oh?
What I mean is that there's an archetype in Rush Duel that combines Bean Soldier, Cannon Soldier, Penguin Soldier, and
archetype?
Blackluster Soldier into one, by giving them matching tracksuits.
What?
These are Bean Soul Jersey, Cannon Soul Jersey, Penguin Soul Jersey.
Oh my god! It's a jersey, they're soldiers, but also it's such a Jersey thing, because a tracksuit is literally, as far as I'm concerned, the national flag of New Jersey. I know what I said, I stand by every word.
And Blackluster Soul Jersey, Envoy of the Dryad.
Oh my god!
Then there's the Bubble Era.
It looks like he's about to go and just run through Philly and pretend it's New Jersey. This is the most Jersey thing I can imagine.
With cards like Diankito the Cure Master, Mystical Elf, and Kana the Swords Mistress all becoming fan dancers and Gongoro girls. And are based on the 1980s Japanese financial bubble, where people had more money to afford going out at night and partying.
Yeah, I can remember having money.
In the anime, this deck is played by a girl named Mimiya Mimi, who is 38 years old.
What?
Remember that Soul Jersey deck I just talked about? The person who uses those in the anime is a Jersey Devil.
What?
Jersey Devil.
Oh, it's actually a reference to the Jersey Devil. I was going to say SCP, but no. The cryptid.
There's also the previously mentioned Seat Bastion, who is the main villain's chair, who comes to take a swipe at the main character.
It's the main villain's actual chair. That's a thing in game, not just a random gimmick. I have so many questions.
And his deck is full of chairs. I mean, use what you know. They also have a lot more fun with the effects of the cards themselves, given the fact that they're not afraid to make some of them jokes.
How
like All
joke
for
are we
Naught
talking?
Bubble Burst, a part of that Bubble Era
Oh, the bill, everything coming in. Oh my god.
deck, which has the effect to reduce a monster's attack points by 1 million. It's meant to represent the crash of the
If you hit someone with that, do you heal them?
economic bubble, and functionally just reduces a monster's attack points to 0.
Oh, okay, so you don't go
because
negative.
There are no monsters with 1 million attack. But if it ever came down to a duel to decide the fate of the world between Dawn Thousand and Mimiya Mimi, Dawn Thousand's 100,000 attack Numeronius Numeronia is going down.
How much attack? I did not know they got numbers that high in this game. Outside of just stacking effects that go broken.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a great game. I wouldn't trade it for anything in the world.
I would like to get some understanding of it myself, but that's just because I'm an idiot, and that'll probably take a while. Also, Bill, you mentioned, fun fact, one of the main characters of Stevens has electric powers that are never explained. He could either drain or fry machines, but only once a day. So it's like what? It's just a god effect from D&D style? Actually, yeah, no, that sounds exactly like something you would get out of that.
But I want to play with Rush Duels. It's really fun. It's a completely different
the cards.
feeling game from the original. They can exist side by side. Just give us the game.
And on that one, that's where we're going to have to cut this because I don't know if I'm going to keep power. It seems like it's stopped right now, but it seemed like that a few times, and we haven't lost power, so maybe I will, maybe I won't. That said, there's no way we can go longer. It's about the 10-hour mark, and if I go any further, I will lose all track of time, and it'll be midnight, and I'll probably enjoy every second of it, but then tomorrow morning is going to kill me. Basically, what I'm saying is, this is awesome. We're going to be keeping doing this until all of it is done. We're going to be here a while, but it's going to be fun as hell. So again, you guys know the deal. Check it out. There's going to be links below to everything. Hit them up, and I'll see you in the next one. Adios.